Hi, my name is Marvel, and my parents named me that because from the day I was born, they thought I was special and they worshipped me. But this is the story of how everything changed in the blink of an eye. Before I continue, please click like and subscribe because my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. Mom never got tired of telling everyone how Santa Claus brought her the world's best present one Christmas, me. The doctors had told her that after my sister Clara, she couldn't have more children. So when I turned up 5 years later, everyone thought it was a miracle.
My favorite granddaughter. Don't raise her like that other devil child of yours. Where is that brat?
Just then, Grandma screamed loudly as Clara bit her on the leg and ran away. Clara hated that she wasn't the center of my parents' universe anymore. But it wasn't my fault she was a brat, and everyone thought I was an angel. Mom and Dad adored me, and I had more toys and books than I could count. And every night, they'd act out my favorite bedtime stories together. But Clara was always ruining it. Red Riding Hood is as stupid as Marvel. She thought a wolf was her grandma.
Why are you here again? You're too old for these stories.
The next day, I woke up to find my storybooks torn to pieces. When I tucked my first tooth under the pillow for the tooth fairy, I was so happy to see a pink box the next morning. I opened it and stared in horror. Clara had cut my face out of all the family pictures and gifted my heads to me. On my 8th birthday, I woke up super excited for the grand party my parents had arranged. But seconds later, I was screaming at my reflection. My parents came running and stared at my terrible haircut in horror, while Clara was laughing her head off.
Clara, are you completely crazy?
What did I ever do to you, witch? You were born. That's what you did. Clara was grounded and I was rushed off to a salon to fix the damage. She wasn't allowed to attend my party, and it was perfect. And my new haircut was even more perfect, which drove Clara crazy. Eventually, I stopped caring that Clara hated me. In fact, I started taking revenge. Once when I was in 7th grade, I knew she'd flunk every subject and was hiding her report card from my parents. So I went through her bag and stole it. The next morning, I smiled in bed while I heard Mom's screams.
Why can't you be more like Marvel? You've turned out to be such a disappointment, Clara.
I knew I was going to pay for it, but it was totally worth it. Things only got worse, of course. One day, when my parents weren't home, I walked into my room to find it completely trashed. The minute Mom saw it, she announced that she would be sending Clara to boarding school.
It's not safe for Marvel to be around you, Clara. You're getting completely out of hand.
What? You're going to send me away because of her? I hate you, Mom. I hate you, Marvel. I hate everyone. Next day, when we got back from school, Mom wasn't home. To our shock, it turned out that Mom had fallen and hit her head, and now she was in a coma. A week later, I was sleeping on a chair in her room when I heard her say,
Clara? Where's Clara?
Clara instantly flew to her side and hugged her. Mom, I'm right here. I'm so sorry.
Is that really you? How long have I been sleeping? How many years?
I took her other hand and smiled. Thank God you're awake, Mom. She turned to look at me blankly. Then suddenly, she drew her hand away.
Who is this child, Frank? It's Marvel, honey. Is she lost? And why is she calling me Mom?
A slow grin spread over Clara's face as Dad quickly called the doctor. After a series of questions and tests, the doctor concluded that Mom didn't remember anything from the past 13 years. So she basically didn't remember having me. Even when Dad reminded her, she just looked confused.
But it's not possible. The doctors told me I couldn't have children after Clara. My precious baby, who made me a mama.
I was devastated. How had I just gone from being Mommy's little miracle to someone she didn't even remember? Back at home, I ran to her room one day with photo albums to jog her memory. But as soon as I opened them, I remembered Clara had cut me out of all the pictures years ago. You don't remember this, Mom, but Marvel cut out her face from all the photos because she said she hated being a part of this family.
Marvel? What a strange child you are.
This witch was constantly manipulating Mom. I'd catch her by Mom's side all the time, and it made me very uneasy. A few days later, Mom had made spaghetti and meatballs, which were my favorite. But before I could say anything, Clara jumped in. Oh, Mom, you remembered my favorite food.
Didn't you become a vegetarian 2 years ago?
What are you talking about, Dad? Would I do this if I was a vegetarian? And with that, she started gulping down meatballs. Marvel's always hated your cooking, Mom. She always said even the dog didn't deserve to eat such bad food.
Clara, that's enough. Stop making up lies. Marvel's such a sweet child. She'd never say that. Then, to my shock, Mom turned to Dad angrily. Don't talk to our baby like that. And why are you defending her so much? Do you want to tell me the truth about this girl? What are you talking about? I know your little secret. And with that, Mom flung her napkin on the table and walked off. What was she talking about? Did she think I wasn't her own kid? A few weeks later, while Dad was away on business, Clara and Mom made plans for a girls' day out. Oh, can I come too, please? Mom looked at me like I was some gross insect. And who's going to clean the mess you made last night in the kitchen? What? I never went to the kitchen last night. Stop lying, Marvel. It wasn't me or Clara. And I don't think ghosts bake chocolate chip cookies. Did you eat them all? I never made any, Mom. Greedy and a liar. You're just like your mother. You're my mother, Mom. There's no way I would give birth to someone like you. But since you're living here, I want to make you useful. I want the kitchen spotless by the time we get back. It broke my heart to see them drive away. When they finally came back in the evening, they spent hours trying on the outfits they'd bought. Not a single one for me. I cried myself to sleep that night. A few hours later, I woke up startled because I'd heard a squeaky sound. But when I didn't hear it again, I turned around to go back to sleep. And then I saw something that made my blood run cold. Ah! Sitting on a stool in a corner was Mom, holding Mr. Teddy. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I startle you? Mom, why are you sitting there in the dark? I was just watching you sleep. But why? I was trying to see if you look like Amelia. Who's Amelia? Her strange, twisted smile sent chills down my spine. Here, I fixed your teddy bear. Clara said I made it for you when you were little, but you ripped out an arm one day in a fit of rage. What? Mom, that's not true! But before I could finish, she was gone. Did she think I was the daughter of someone called Amelia? And who was Amelia? A few nights later, I heard some clattering noise downstairs. I quietly crept out of bed and walked towards the light in the kitchen. To my surprise, it was Mom baking enough chocolate chip cookies to feed an army. Mom, what are you doing? She turned to me sharply and stared at me with blank eyes for a moment. She looked possessed, and then without a word, she turned back to mixing chocolate dough again. She's sleepwalking. I turned around to see Clara standing behind me, eating a cookie. It's so much fun when she sleepwalks. I can get her to do whatever I want. You're a monster, Clara. You better go get your beauty sleep, Marvel. There will be plenty of dishes for you in the morning. I couldn't wait for Dad to come back and tell him how horribly Mom and Clara had been treating me. As soon as he entered the door and hugged me, I turned to see Mom standing behind with her arms crossed. We need to talk. Minutes later, I could hear shouting from their bedroom. I crept closer to their door to hear what they were arguing about. It's not what you think. Just let me explain. How could you do this to me, Frank? Even after everything you know about my history with Amelia, I want you to get out. Right now. You've got it all wrong. Get out now! Dad burst out of the bedroom, and when he spotted me, he kissed me on the head. I'll come back in a day or two when she's calmer. And with that, he was gone again. What was going on? The next morning when I went downstairs, Mom was making pancakes, and she smiled at me. I'm making your favorite breakfast. You remember that I love pancakes? I think some things are coming back to me. I felt so happy. Mom sat down next to me. I don't really remember you, Marvel, but I'm sure I loved you very much. I'd like to get to know you again. How about you and I take a little trip? I jumped up and hugged her, then quickly skipped off to get ready. Just as I was walking out of the house, Clara called out, Marvel! Wait! Take him with you! And with that, she ran to me to give me my raggedy teddy bear. Why? I'm not going away forever. Oh, you never know. Can't hurt to keep him. Goodbye, Marvel. This girl was so weird. I took it and ran off to the car. We sang along to songs on the radio, and it felt just like old times. We'd been driving for 3 hours and had entered a town when I asked Mom where we were going. Oh, you'll see. A few minutes later, she drove up to a house in the middle of nowhere and took out a crumpled letter from her pocket. Yep, this is the address. As I hopped out of the car, Mom took out a bag from the back and Mr. Teddy. Are we staying here overnight? Not we. Just you. To my horror, she dumped the stuff on the ground and jumped back in the car. What are you doing, Mom? She threw the crumpled letter at me. For the last time, I'm not your mom. I've brought you to your real mom's place. So go live with her and stay away from me and my family. And with that, Mom drove away. I stood frozen in shock. Finally, I managed to open up the letter. Dear Frank, we have to keep this a secret for now. We'll tell her everything when I'm there. Can't wait to see you. Love, Amelia. Nothing was making sense to me.
And whoever this Amelia was didn't live here anymore because the house looked abandoned. I didn't even have a cell phone. I decided to walk to the town center to call Dad. But just then, dark clouds rolled in and it started raining like crazy. I sat huddled on the porch, feeling really scared. But just then, I saw a car drive up to the house, and it was Dad. He ran to me and hugged me tight. How did you know I was here?
I went back home to try talking to your mom again, and I saw the two of you leaving, so I followed.
Dad, who is Amelia? Dad explained on the drive back home that Mom and her sister, Amelia, had never gotten along growing up. And the last straw was when she stole Mom's college boyfriend. Mom had cut off all ties with her, but around the time I was born, Amelia had got in touch with Dad because she wanted to make amends. So that's what the letter was about?
Yeah, and the two did patch things up, but your mother just doesn't remember.
Why have I never met my aunt?
She lives in another country now, and sadly, those two are like you and Clara. They still don't like each other very much.
Dad decided that he and I would stay in a motel for a while. We stayed there for about 3 months. I loved my dad, but I really missed my mom. Dad told me that Mom had started going to therapy. Sometimes I used to go to her sessions and pretend to be a visitor. Once she saw me there and looked really confused.
You look like someone I know.
And she approached. I was afraid she would hurt me, and Dad stood between us to protect me. Just then, Clara dragged her away. Come on, Mom. We have a party to attend. Another 5 months had passed, and nothing changed. Until one morning, Dad barged into the room and shook me awake.
Marvel, wake up. She's asking about you.
I couldn't believe my ears. She remembered me? When we reached home, Mom came running outside and she burst into tears as she hugged me. Mom, do you remember me?
No, I don't. I'm sorry. I just remember that I had a second lovely child, and I can just feel in my heart that you're mine. I remember having emotions for you and touching you, but my eyes and my brain, they don't remember you. I don't remember much about what you're like, Marvel. It's like my memories with you have faded.
So, Mom really didn't remember me. I felt like I was about to cry, but then I said, Mom, that really breaks my heart, but I guess it's okay for now. At least you remember being my mom. You can get to know me all over again. As Mom and I hugged and cried, and Dad joined us too, we heard a voice behind us. So, what now? You'll be sending me to boarding school? It was nice to have a mom who cared about me for a while. We all turned around to see Clara, and she looked so disappointed that I felt almost sorry for her. Mom pulled her into a hug.
I love you both very much. I'm so sorry I made you feel like I didn't.
Long story short, Mom is back to normal, mostly, and she loves me just as much as she ever did. Also, things are finally better between me and Clara. We still fight a lot, but she's going to therapy too, and is finally learning to accept me as her little sister.
You could say that I was born with a brush and an eyeshadow palette in my hand. I was always obsessed with makeup, and I even sneaked into my mom and dad's room at night to practice on them. A little pink eyeshadow, some red lipstick, and glitter. Perfect. Hi guys, I'm Regina from Seattle, Washington. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. I had a happy family. My dad was in the Army and was as big as a bear and as strong as a lion. When I was little, I used to daydream about all the exciting missions he went on.
Daddy is defeating tigers today. He's building a hospital for children in Africa.
Despite how proud I was of my dad, I couldn't help but miss him. Luckily, my mom was amazing too. She worked at a cosmetic store, so she was like my personal shopping assistant and taught me everything about fashion and makeup. But everything changed when I turned 7. Mom fell madly in love with an accountant, and Dad let her go.
Will Mom ever come back? I don't like to see her only through video calls.
My baby girl, I know you're sad. But see, your mom is happy and will be happy too. I'll get a desk job and I'll take care of you from now on.
But even though Dad was so sweet, he was an Army man, and he didn't know any better. So he would wake me up at 5 every morning with a trumpet to go for a run. He could only cook beans and sausage, and when it came to my hair,
the brush is stuck. Ouch! Let's watch a tutorial, okay?
Before I end up completely bald. After a good dose of online tutorials and MSA videos later, Dad finally evolved into a normal parent.
Here's your packed lunch and your PE bag. Ready for school?
Thank you, Daddy. You're the best. Except when it came to boys. When I was in middle school, one of my classmates gave me a chocolate heart for Valentine's Day, and I showed it to him.
Dad, look! A boy asked me out!
My dad snatched the chocolate and ate it in one enormous bite.
No boyfriend until you turn 21. You'll have time once you're grown up, but right now, you need to focus on your studies.
Okay, Dad. And the day after, the boy who had given me the gift transferred to another school. What if Dad scared him off? I felt furious about Dad and told Mom everything when she video called me. But suddenly, she hung up, and I realized it was because of her new husband, who didn't really like her talking to me. And gradually, she ended up only calling on birthdays and Christmas. I learned to live with it and got busy watching makeup tutorials and trying makeovers. But then, in my junior year, I met Simon, and he was so perfect. It was no wonder I forgot everything else, even my passion. I'm sure Dad'll change his mind when he sees him. Hey, Dad, I'm bringing a friend for lunch today, okay?
Sure, bring her over.
It's a boy. I expected Dad to explode, but he said nothing. Ooh, did he change his mind? But I was wrong. So wrong. When we got back from school, Dad opened the door without a smile and stared at Simon before turning back towards the kitchen.
Your dad's kinda scary.
Him? No, he's sweet, fluffy. I dragged Simon into the kitchen. See? He made fried chicken. He likes you. Sit down, sit down. But after he'd filled our plates, Dad grabbed a piece of chicken tight and, looking Simon in the eyes, he snapped it in half. Simon literally squeaked and shot to his feet.
I suddenly remembered I have to water my fish. I mean, iron my plant. Bye.
After that, Simon dumped me, and everyone started whispering that my dad was a crazy, dangerous dude. I thought all the guys would stay away from me now, but I was stunned when they all asked me out to prove they were daring and not scared. Ha! See, Dad? Your strategy backfired. It felt like being on The Bachelorette, with everyone trying to win my heart. Too short, too tall. Lame joke. Smells bad. Ew. Yeah, you'll do. But like a dragon guarding a princess, my dad made them all run away. That was until the next year when James transferred to our school. As soon as he walked in, I knew he was the one. Tall, with abs like a washboard, and hair that looked straight out of a conditioner commercial. He was the captain of all the school teams, top of the class, and richer than Elon Musk. Well, a little poorer than Elon Musk. Oh boy, is it even legal to be this hot? I was pretty, but for someone in James's league, I had to up my game. The next day, I woke up at 3 a.m., and after literally hours of careful styling, I was ready. That day at lunch break, I gathered my courage and went straight to sit beside James. Hi, I'm Regina.
And I'm amazed. Haven't I seen you on TikTok? You look like a celebrity.
Then he kissed my hands like a gentleman. Played cool. Breathe. James asked me out a few weeks later, so I brought him home. There's no point in dating him if he can't get past Dad. Just so you know, my dad can be a bit hyperprotective.
Don't worry, he can't resist me.
Dad pulled the same tough guy routine, but James was unflappable. When Dad told James to carry super heavy stuff, James did it whistling. Then they got into an eye-staring contest, and James didn't back down. Okay, I'm going to bed. Have fun, you two. Eventually, Dad ran out of ideas. Now that he's survived my dad's trials, we can start dating for real. We had so much fun, but then James started to get a little bit too enthusiastic. Every time we were alone, he tried to kiss me, and I wasn't ready. But I didn't know how to tell him, so every time he got closer, I dodged. During the movie, I spilled soda on myself. Oh, I'm so clumsy. In the library, I sneezed. Allergies. Walking home, oh look, a penny. Ouch. Oh no, are you okay?
No, I'm not okay. What is wrong with you?
He'll understand. Tell him. Can we take things a bit slower?
What?
I like you, but maybe we should get to know each other better.
You know what? I only dated you because everyone said your dad was too scary, but he's not all that.
You're breaking up with me?
It's more like we never even dated since you don't want to kiss me. What a loser.
As James left, I felt my heart break in two. That night, I was too ashamed to tell my dad what had happened with James, and I didn't want him to tell me I told you so. But at dinner, I couldn't hold it in anymore, and I started crying into my soup. Dad got up and hugged me until I stopped. You were right, Dad. I'm sorry I didn't listen.
Baby girl, I don't care about being right. I just don't want to see you hurt. Remember, you don't need anyone. You're a smart girl, and I know you can succeed. But don't forget yourself. Didn't you love makeup? You haven't given me a makeover in years.
Oh, Dad, you're the best. And then I vowed to myself, no more boys. From that day on, I only focused on my life and school. I made friends with a few awesome girls, and I started to go back to my passion, which was makeup and fashion. Once, when our teacher invited the whole class to her wedding, my friend couldn't believe I didn't hire a professional stylist. Your makeup is flawless. Maybe you could give me a little touch-up? Of course. Let me ask my dad to bring my beauty case. When my other classmates saw my friend's new look, they all wanted a makeover too, including my teacher. After that moment, word went around that I would give the best makeovers, and I became the school's unofficial fashion guru. Girls and boys lined up after class to talk to me. Have you tried an autumn palette? Ironic bow ties are for clowns only. You cut these bangs by yourself, didn't you? I liked how makeup positively affected my friend's self-esteem, and I spent all my pocket money on it. I wielded my brush like a Japanese samurai sword. But then one day, a girl came to me with a problem I couldn't solve. I want to go blonde, but the bleach ruins my hair. Is there an alternative? After Googling for a day, I realized that the only way to go blonde was to damage the hair. But what if I can find an alternative solution? Imagine how many people I could help. And so, I went down the rabbit hole of research, and when I thought I had found a solution, I got permission from my teacher to use the chemistry lab, even though chemistry was the only class I had failed. Okay, hair sample, check. Dye sample, check. Now, if I put this here, and then a drip of that there, OMG, it's on fire! My hair sample is on fire! A boy in the lab came to help me. Oh, thank you. You saved me. I'm
Regina, the girl who has a scary dad. I'm Tyrell, and I'd love to know why you were setting fire to my lab.
Your lab?
Let's say I'm the resident chemistry nerd.
I looked at him. Pimples, thick glasses, bad haircut, and oh my god, are those khaki pants? Gosh, this guy really needs a makeover. But I wasn't in the business of giving unrequested advice, so I told Terrell about my research instead. He gave me suggestions, and I realized that my love for all things beautiful was totally rooted in chemistry. Who knew science could be so glamorous? But no matter how much I wanted to learn, I kept messing up with chemicals.
How did you do that?
Instead of getting mad, he helped me fix it. In exchange for all his help, I offered to tutor him in English. Spanish was his first language, so he needed it. And I invited him to my house to do homework. Don't worry, Dad, he's just a friend.
He's still a boy. Door open at all times.
Yeah. Like I could fall for a guy like Terrell. He's not my type. I needed to test all my beauty products, and since Terrell was always around, I convinced him to be my guinea pig. One facial cleanser and haircut at a time, Tyrell turned into a hottie. You can't help yourself from turning frogs into princes, eh? But he's so cute now. No, don't think like that. You said no more boys. The more I tried to stop developing a crush on Tyrell, the more I realized how cool he was, until he walked into the lab with a gorgeous girl at his side. Oh no, he has a girlfriend? Why does this feel so horrible? Hi?
Hey Regina, this is my older sister, and she's an angel investor for women's startups. I told her about your ideas, and she'd like to invest in them.
I was so relieved to hear that she wasn't his girlfriend that it took me a moment to register the rest of the sentence. An investor?
You deserve a lot of success.
But you helped me out a lot.
It's hard to say no to a beautiful and smart girl like you.
Tyrell blushed to the tip of his ears, and I couldn't resist. So I kissed him, and he kissed me back.
I thought I was just a friend.
You can be my friend and my boyfriend.
Really? But your dad.
I'll talk to him. Tyrell was nothing like the boys I had been with before, and I hoped that he could see it too. But when I explained, he refused.
If he really likes you that much, he can wait a few years.
No, that's not fair.
It doesn't have to be fair. Now, didn't I promise to take you to the mall?
If you think you'll mollify me with some shopping, you're mistaken. Dad really seemed determined to make me forget, and he said yes to everything I wanted. But I had other plans. I texted Tyrell to meet us in the garage where we had parked. If I can't convince him by myself, maybe Tyrell will. But when we were in the elevator to get to the car, it suddenly stopped, and the lights went off. I switched on the torch on my phone and pressed all the buttons, but nothing changed. It looks like we'll be stuck here for a bit. Dad didn't reply. He was staring at the floor. Dad? he doesn't look so good.
I'm sorry, baby girl. Dark, small spaces bring back bad memories. Ugh, my chest. I feel like I can't breathe.
I looked at my dad, stunned. I always thought he was invincible, but the truth was, he was just human. I pressed the emergency button, but nothing happened. Dad started breathing very fast. He's having a panic attack, and there's no signal in here. Sit down, put your head between your knees, and think about nice things.
I miss your mom most of the time.
I sat beside my dad and wrapped my arms around him. I miss her too, but we are happy together, and you've been an amazing dad. I'm so proud of you.
And I am of you too.
I kept talking to my dad until he was a little bit calmer, and then the doors to the elevator opened. It was Tyrell and the firemen, and they were getting us out. My hero!
I'm glad you're okay. I got worried when you weren't answering the phone. I realized the elevator was stuck, and I called the emergency service. That was very clever of you. I think your daughter is amazing. I came here to convince you to let me date her, but I know how much she cares about you. And if it's really important, I'll wait for her for a few years. But just maybe, please don't let me wait forever.
Dad looked at me, and I could see something changing in his eyes.
You have shown me that strength is not always in the muscles. Some old memories brought me to my knees, but you kept your cool and helped me through it. So yeah, I think you're strong enough to take care of yourself. And I like this guy.
Oh, thank you, Dad.
But if you hurt her, I'll crush you. Like a can. That is very clear, sir.
Luckily for me, Dad didn't have to crush anyone because Tyrell was the perfect boyfriend who grew up into a perfect man. With his help, I developed a makeup line that became a global sensation, and Tyrell became my head of research. Knowing I was in good hands, Dad retired early and started traveling the world, challenging himself to explore the darkest caves. And in one of those caves, he met a spry, adventurous widow, whom he married the next year. See, Dad, true love always finds a way.
The first sound I ever heard in my life was a beeping so loud I thought my ears were going to explode. For 17 years, I'd lived in a bubble of silence. But my mom worked super hard and finally, she was able to afford hearing implants for me. Honestly though, the beeping wouldn't stop and I thought if this was what the world of hearing was like, I'm not sure I would ever cope. I looked at my boyfriend and he was making all these weird sounds. My boyfriend is still deaf. He'll be getting the implants soon, so I signed to him to stop crying. And that's when he laughed and signed that it was me who was crying like that. I'd waited for this moment for so long. But little did I know how many crazy things I'd now be able to hear, including some big secrets that would change my life forever. Things were about to get wild. Before I share everything that happened to me, click the like and subscribe button, and who knows, maybe your hearing will become as sharp as mine, and you'll find out some secrets of your own too. I soon stopped crying, and the next thing I noticed was how loud my heart was beating. I mean, I'd seen my heart beat in my chest before, but oh my gosh, it was thumping so loud. My boyfriend ran to find my mom and the doctor, and I just lay there, feeling like I'd landed on another planet. I opened my mouth as I was so curious to hear what my own voice sounded like, and that's when I realized something. I had no idea how to speak. I didn't understand where my mom was, so I opened my phone and started looking through old videos. There was one of me and my dad from the last time I saw him. So I clicked play. I'd obviously never heard his voice before, or anyone's voice for that matter. It was so overwhelming. I actually fainted. And the next moment, my mom and my boyfriend were crouched on the floor next to me. Then a few doctors ran into the room and I felt like a tiny ant that was about to be squashed by giants. Why was everything so loud? I covered my ears and shut my eyes and curled up in a ball. One of the doctors helped me up onto the bed and signed to me that it would take time for me to get used to hearing sounds and voices, and that at first I might not understand what people were saying, that it may sound like gibberish. Well, no kidding. My brain was fried. I couldn't keep up with anything going on around me. When the doctor finally told me I could go home, I practically leaped out of the bed. On the way out, I went to use the bathroom first. Obviously, I'd never heard someone pee before, so I got the fright of my life. It was so loud, and suddenly I felt so embarrassed. Had my friends at school heard me pee before? I ran out of the toilet so fast and bumped right into a woman who was waiting to go in. She looked disgusted and started shouting, but I had no idea what she was saying. I just walked off. But I was not ready for how overwhelming the outside world was going to be. I just froze. Cars were beeping, sirens were blaring, birds were flying everywhere and were making noises. Every time one flew near me, I ducked. They sounded so angry. I must have looked like an insane person. Then I heard something that sounded like a gunshot, and I just bolted across the road without even looking. I had no idea cars beeped, and I noticed just in time before a car almost crashed into me. The guy driving wound the window down and started shouting at me. And that made me think, was everyone always this angry? I ran straight into the park that I used to come to with my dad, and two of my friends from school were there. I felt so self-conscious about my new implants, and I didn't want them to see me. I hadn't told anyone at school about it, so I quickly ducked behind a tree. From there, I could still read their lips, and I couldn't believe what they were saying. How my boyfriend was only with me because it was easier to be with someone like him. But as soon as he gets his implants, he could get any girl he wanted, and that he was way too good for me. These girls were my so-called friends. How could they talk behind my back like this? A second later, my mom and boyfriend appeared in the park, and my mom looked angry. She was calling my name, and then the most awkward thing ever happened. She spotted my so-called friends and ran over to them asking if they'd seen me. She even told them I'd just had my implants done. They both went bright red and shook their heads, and suddenly I felt like they didn't deserve to get away with this. I climbed out from behind the tree, not realizing there were twigs and leaves in my hair, and walked over to them, smirking. I could see them whispering to each other, "Do you think she heard us?" Then my mom just grabbed me and said I needed to stop acting like a child. I looked back at my old friends, and they were laughing. It sounded like the most evil sound ever, and I decided I'd never speak to them again. I had no idea what was coming, and that getting the implants would ruin my life and reveal all our family's dark and dirty secrets. On the way home, I thought I was going to have a panic attack. My mom put the radio on, and I just sat there. I couldn't believe my ears. I was finally hearing music for the first time, and all I could do was think of my dad. Every time he'd take me out in the car, he'd turn the radio on, and then his head would start bopping along, and he'd do all these hilarious dance moves. To a deaf person, he looked insane. But now that I could hear the music, all I wanted was to be in the car with him, dancing like a nutcase too. We finally got home, and I needed to lie down. I got out of the car, and then I spotted Sweetie Pie waiting for me at the window. She's been my dog since I was a kid, and she's the sweetest little thing, hence the name. As we walked up to the house, something wasn't right. I ran back towards the car, feeling scared, and my mom said it was just Sweetie Pie barking. Oh my gosh, it sounded like a monster, like even worse than crying. My mom opened the door, and Sweetie Pie came racing towards me, and I'm not joking, I freaked out. The first night at home was horrible. I looked forward to hearing for so long, but so far it had just been a disaster. I couldn't sleep because everything was so loud. And then late at night, I heard voices. They were coming from my mom's room, and I figured she was on the phone. I wanted to go tell her to be quiet, but when I tried to get into her room, her door was locked. I knocked, and suddenly I heard my mom say, "Shh." Then she poked her head out of the door and told me to go back to bed because she was on a work call. I didn't believe her for a second. Over the next few days, I felt more alone than ever before. My boyfriend came over to watch movies one night, and we always watched with the subtitles on. I know I should have kept the volume up to get used to hearing voices, but I couldn't stand it. It was giving me a migraine. Anyway, my mom came home in the middle of it and asked why I turned the sound off. Then she started shouting that she'd worked her butt off to afford these implants and that I was nothing but an ungrateful little girl. Then she stormed upstairs. I was so shocked. My mom was acting so different. And come Come to think of it, so was my boyfriend. He seemed quiet somehow, like something was wrong. He asked if we could talk, and I made a joke that only I could talk. After that, he got up and left, saying he was tired. I woke up the next day and decided I would pay my mom back. I didn't want to feel like she could use this against me, so I asked my boyfriend's sister if I could work in the diner with her. She said I could probably do some dishwashing, but she didn't want me serving customers in case I got overwhelmed. I mean, I couldn't argue with her there. At first, everything was going okay. I just had to collect the dirty dishes and wash them. It was simple, really. After a while, I needed to use the bathroom, so I headed out front to find the toilet. That's when I spotted him. It was my boyfriend. How sweet. He must have been waiting for me to finish my shift. I walked up to the glass and was about to surprise him, but realized he wouldn't hear me knock. Then a girl appeared and he gave her a big hug. Who was she? Suddenly they were walking off together. I quickly ran back to the kitchen to get my phone. Then I smelled burning. The next moment there was this insane beeping sound and people started running. I was running too because I had to catch up to my boyfriend. I looked around the kitchen and it was up in flames, but I didn't care. My heart was up in flames too, and that was more important to me. I could hear my boyfriend's sister screaming my name, but I just kept running. I caught up to my boyfriend, but it was too late. He was kissing this girl. I started screaming. It was the first time I'd heard such a crazy sound coming out of my own mouth. People were looking at me in shock, but the only person I wanted to notice me was completely ignoring me. Of course, he couldn't hear me, but I thought at least the girl would. I noticed a woman running towards me asking if I was okay, but I just screamed at her and she quickly backed off. I was clearly scaring people. I tapped my boyfriend on the shoulder and he looked so shocked to see me. The girl he was with was so pretty, and I could tell she was deaf too. She signed to him asking who this monster was, and I swear I almost lost it. My boyfriend started walking away, and I signed back to her saying the only monster around here was the guy she was kissing, who just so happened to be my boyfriend. She looked really upset, and I thought it served her right. What did she have that I didn't? I chased after my boyfriend, and he just said that I'd changed too much and felt like he couldn't relate to me anymore. He said he'd tried to tell me, but I hadn't given him a chance to explain, and that he'd met that girl online and thought it was better if he dated someone who was also deaf. I couldn't believe it! What had I gained from getting these implants? Nothing, except one disaster after another. The day just went even more downhill after that. I got fired on my first shift, and my boyfriend's sister was so mad at me because it made her look bad. Great, I'd upset everyone. I went home and buried my head under the pillow, trying to block out all the sounds. My life was over. I'd been dumped because I could hear. I mean, how ridiculous is that? I must have fallen asleep because I woke up later that afternoon to a car pulling up outside. I looked out my window and saw it was a man, but I'd never seen him before. He knocked on the door, but I didn't want to answer. I crept downstairs, and then I heard him speaking. He was on the phone, and he was speaking to my mom. I heard him saying he was the house and that he thought it was time he finally met me. What? Who was this man? I thought about opening the door, but by then he'd got back in his car and driven off. Finally, my mom came home and she could tell straight away that I'd seen the man. She told me she could explain and that he was just a friend. Then she said my dad had left so long ago and that surely it was okay for her to date again. Okay, so he wasn't just a friend then. Had they been creeping around behind my back? I felt sick thinking about it. All I wanted was to see my dad. I missed him so much. I didn't want some other guy moving into our house. My mom asked if I could just give him a chance, saying I would really like him. Yeah, right. But what choice did I have? So that night, he came over for dinner. He acted like he knew everything about me. It was so weird. And then, when my mom was getting dessert, he said I was a lucky girl to have gotten these implants. I didn't like this guy one bit. My mom came back in and kept telling me to try practicing my speech, but I refused. At least if I used sign language, her boyfriend wouldn't know what I was saying. I signed to my mom that he was a loser. And then she screamed at me to go to my room. I couldn't wait to get out of there. As soon as I did, her boyfriend asked my mom if they could finally kiss now. And my mom told him to stop because now I could hear them. Ew! I sat on the stairs and wanted to text someone, but I realized I had no one. No one cared about me. I was about to go upstairs when I heard my mom's boyfriend start talking. I could see him through the crack in the door. What he said changed everything. I crept closer to the door so I could see and hear properly. He sounded annoyed and said, "Come on, you have to tell her we've been together for years. You can't hide this from her. And does she seriously believe you paid for her implants? Just tell her it was her dad. Maybe she could even go stay with him for a bit and we could get some alone time." I was stunned. My dad had paid for them, but my dad didn't even speak to me. He left to go live with some woman he'd met, at least that's what my mom had told me. But now I wasn't so sure. I waited for my mom to reply, but she was just quiet. For a second I thought my implants had stopped working, but then I heard a banging on my door. I opened the door and saw her boyfriend standing there, and then he said, "Nova, you have to know the truth. Me and your mom have been together for years. Your dad left when he found out about us, and he's been so desperate to get back into your life that he paid for your implants. There, that's the truth. Now excuse me, I need a smoke." I wanted this man to go away. Who did he think he was? But more than that, what was my mom playing at? She lied to me about everything. Here I was thinking she'd worked so hard to get me implants. But the whole time she'd been out on dates with her boyfriend, and it was my dad who'd been working hard. My mom told her boyfriend to go home, shouting that he'd ruined everything. Then she tried to apologize, but I didn't want to hear it. I didn't want to hear anything. All that had happened to me since getting these implants was that my life had been turned upside down. Sure, I could hear music and the sound of rain and Sweetie Pie's bark, but now I'd heard my friends talking about me behind my back. I'd lost my boyfriend, and now worst of all, my mom was a liar and my dad was actually the good guy. All these years, I'd been made to believe that my dad had run off with another woman when it had actually been my mom. I told my mom to give me my dad's number. All I wanted was to hear his voice. She'd done enough damage so she couldn't fight with me on this. She gave me his number and I called him. I was completely shaking. When he answered, I just started crying. And then he was crying and saying, "Nova, is that you? Oh, Nova, I miss you so much." I tried to speak, but nothing came out. My dad just kept crying, saying, "My baby can hear." It is so good to have my dad back in my life. As for my mom, things are still a bit weird between us, but we'll figure it out. I guess I am glad I finally got to hear. Otherwise, I might never have found out any of these secrets. But seriously, the world is loud. It's gonna take time to get used to it all. And as for speaking, well, one word at a time for now.
Hi, my name is Ray, and I'm from Virginia. Please like and subscribe. My parents were pretty famous singers back in their time, so when I grew up, I became one too. But Mom and Dad had an accident when I was only 6, and ever since then, my uncle and aunt took care of me. Both of them spoiled me to bits and always supported me in everything, especially in my singing career. By the time I was 14, I was already doing huge shows and concerts, and it kept me so busy that I always wondered what normal stuff like making friends and going to school would be like. But suddenly, my life took a wild turn on my 15th birthday. Just as I entered my room, I saw my auntie going through Mom's stuff. What are you doing in here? Hey, honey, happy birthday. I was just missing your mom so much today. Came to see these pictures and stuff that belonged to her. I hope you don't mind. Aw, thanks, Auntie. And of course not. This belongs to you as much as it belongs to me. After that, she got me to sign some papers for my upcoming show and hugged me tight. We have the greatest surprise party for you, sweetie. You're gonna love it. And it was actually awesome. It was my biggest concert ever, and I was gonna sing in front of my biggest live audience. I was jumping with excitement backstage, and that's when I heard the most shocking thing of my life. Now that we have my cunning sister's real will, and we got that orphan brat to sign the property papers, everything will be ours, honey. Yeah, and all that money she's gonna make, we'll bite on that too. We're gonna be so rich. OMG, who were these people? I pushed the curtain aside and confronted them. You blood-sucking mosquitoes! I can't believe you'd be so greedy and evil. You're gonna what? There's nothing you can do now. We are the freaking owners of everything. Your money, your life, and your soul. Yes, sir, and now you're gonna make more money for us, so get your butt on that stage and do what you trained for. No, there's no way. I'm not gonna do anything you guys say. That's enough. I'm not asking. I'm giving you an order. Security, watch over this room and don't let her out until the show starts. Oh, God, no. I tried to kick her with all my might, but that witch got away. And now I was gonna be trapped in this room with 2 Hulks standing outside keeping an eye on me. I had to do something. I looked out the window in the room, and without a thought, I climbed out of it. I had to run away from these evil people at all costs. But just as I was climbing down, my hand slipped and I fell on something. Ah, my back. I'm so sorry. The guy looked at me super stunned, but he finally spoke. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm Noah, super crazy fan. I've heard all of your songs 1,000 times. Suddenly the guards heard me and they were running down to catch me. I didn't have any time for the introduction, but he had a bike. Get me out of here, now! What? He looked shocked and I didn't have time to explain, so I just kissed him and told him to get me out of here. He went into shock for a few seconds, but then he held me and got me on his bike and we rode off. In no time, we were far away from my evil aunt and her potato head husband. After some time, he stopped and he turned around to me. Is everything okay? Why did you run? Should I call someone? His name was Noah, and he was actually a year younger than me. I told him everything that had happened, and then he offered me his place to stay. What? Are you sure? Yeah, I live with my mom, and you can stay with me. Us, as long as you want. Honestly, I had no other place to go, and I ran from a freaking concert. I didn't want the media or my aunt to find me, so I said yes, and Noah took me to his house. We climbed into his room through the window so his mom wouldn't see us. Once inside, he got me all the food in the house and kept looking at me like I was some kind of alien. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? I just can't believe you're here. In my room. This is like... I pinched him hard and he squealed loudly. Now do you believe me? Ouch! Okay, I do. And we both burst out laughing. Later, when it was time to sleep, Noah offered me his bed and went to sleep on the floor. Oh God, he was so cute. But the next morning when I woke up, I was startled to see Noah staring at me. What the heck, dude? Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I was just leaving for school and Mom will go to work. She's a lawyer, so you have the home to yourself. Make yourself comfy, okay? He then got me breakfast and a pair of clothes which were obviously his and left. But the next morning, as Noah was getting ready for school, I had a crazy idea. I want to go to school and see what a normal school life looks like. Will you take me? And he straight away denied. No, what if someone sees you? It's too dangerous for you to step out like this. What? So I was again a prisoner? No way! After he went downstairs, I sneaked into his mom's room and borrowed some wigs and some makeup, and then I followed him to school. And public school was nothing like I had imagined. The kids were coming in on buses or bicycles, and everyone minded their own business. That was so freaking awesome. But then I saw a bunch of guys surrounding Noah, and one of them was holding him by his collar. I thought you'd stay at home after the butt kicking I gave you yesterday, nerd. Next time when I ask you to do my homework, don't you dare refuse. Leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you. Sure, I'll do that. But before that, you'll have to lick my shoes. Seriously? I couldn't hold it back anymore. I marched up to him and punched him hard in the face. Oh my God, what are you doing here? Oh, and who is this you got with you, Noah? Your sister? 'Cause I didn't think a scaredy cat like you can get a girl. Ha! He sure can, and here I am. 'Cause you see, he ain't a giant crybaby who has to pick on others to satisfy his tiny ego, and that's why I love him. And then I kissed him again. The guy looked raging mad after this, and he turned to hit me when Noah came in and took the hit. Noah, are you okay? Just then, seeing some of the teachers coming our way, the bullies ran away. And I didn't want to be caught either, so I took Noah's hand and ran too. Wait, what are you doing here? This was crazy. You're crazy. Why didn't you tell anyone you were being bullied? And why did you come in between? Because he was gonna hurt you. Ugh, you didn't have to save me, you dummy. Look at that. It's gonna hurt. But don't you worry. I'm gonna make those jerks pay for what they did. What do you mean? I showed him the phone camera I had on all this time and recorded whatever those jerks did. Later, Noah showed it to the principal and those jerks were suspended for 2 weeks. Later that night, I went downstairs to get some ice for Noah's bruises, but just as I picked up the ice tray, I freaked out to see Noah's mom right behind me.
Goodness gracious, where did you come from?
Suddenly, Noah came running downstairs screaming.
Mom, listen to me. I can explain. You better.
I didn't want to complicate things, so I told her everything and begged her to let me stay. Just a few more days, and then I'll go back, I promise. She melted and agreed, but Noah had to sleep in the living room, which he was totally fine with. This guy was winning my heart like anything. The next day, Noah's friends were throwing him a huge party for getting into the basketball team, and he asked me to tag along. This was gonna be awesome. When we reached there, Noah and I danced to my favorite song and partied so hard. This is the best day ever. I'm so happy you got onto the team.
Yeah, I think I made it because I got my good luck charm. Oh, your good luck charm?
The bully guys from school. What were they doing here?
How about you share this babe with us too, Noah? What are you even doing this evening, sweetheart? Want to go out with a real player?
I was gonna poke my fingers right into his eyes this time. But before I could do that, Noah kicked him hard and he fell to the ground. Both of them broke into a fight and I had to pull Noah apart from him. But Noah looked raging mad.
Stay away from my girl or I'm gonna kill you.
Whoa, his girl? I was blushing so hard. Noah took my hand and we were about to leave when the bully got up and pulled me by my hair. My wig! It came off and everyone gasped as they saw me. Ray! It's Ray, the music superstar! Within seconds, everyone had their phones up and were taking pictures of me. Oh, shoot. Noah put his hoodie over me and rushed me out of there, but I was terrified now. My aunt was gonna know about me. As soon as we reached home, I hugged him tight. I don't want to go. I can't, Noah.
Don't worry, Ray. I won't let them take you, I promise.
But minutes later, someone barged into the front door, and it was none other than my aunt and uncle with loads of paparazzi and a huge crowd gathered behind them. My darling niece, thank God I found you. I've been worried sick. Come, let's go home. Get away from me. I'm not going anywhere with you. And you already have everything. You made me sign those papers and all my money. You have it. What do you want now? You little witch, shut up and get in the car. Do you know all the record and concert deals worth billions that we'll lose?
What's happening here? What papers?
Noah's mom came in and pulled me to her side, and then I told her everything.
Oh my God, why would you do that to your own blood?
'Cause it was easy to trick a trusting moron like her into signing whatever we wanted. Ugh, I don't have time for this chit-chat. We're still her legal guardians, and I'm taking her with me.
Not anymore. Say cheese.
Apparently, Noah had been live streaming the whole thing since the moment my wicked uncle and aunt had stepped inside, and the media outside was going crazy to bash them now. No, this can't be happening. I'm gonna kill you. My aunt tried to get a hold of my arm, but I pushed her away. She turned into a witch, but thankfully, Noah's mom had already called the cops, and they got there just in time. After everyone went away, I turned to Noah and I hugged him tight. Thank you so much for everything. His cheeks went all red.
I want to say...
Oh, get in here. I pulled him in for a kiss and he swung me into the air.
I love you.
I love you too, dummy.
My phone had been buzzing nonstop with messages from boys in my class, asking my plans for the summer. I put it aside as I decided what I was going to wear to my university admissions interview. Anyway, I already had a pretty great boyfriend, Louis, and I had much more important things to focus on than these random boys. Hi, I'm Mia, and my life in high school was just perfect. I had all the boys in class buzzing around me, telling me how gorgeous I was. That's probably because of my Italian genes from grandma. It turns out I inherited something else from her too, and my life became a nightmare overnight. The day of my interview, as I waited outside the dean's office, I felt excited and anxious. It was time. I saw two men coming out of the office and walking my direction.
I looked at their faces, and suddenly I felt terror grip me. They had the faces of demons, and they were staring right at me. I panicked and got out of that office as fast as I could. I heard one of them laughing, saying, "I told you that beard makes you look scary. Look what you've done to the poor girl." Scared out of my wits, I ran home to tell Mom. When I walked into the living room, I cried out, "Mom, you won't believe what happened." Just then, I noticed a devil woman sitting next to her on the sofa. Mom asked me to say hello to her new friend, and I just went crazy. I screamed, "Mom, get away from her! She's going to hurt you!" Mom looked horrified and angry. "Mia, what is wrong with you? Go to your room. I'll deal with you later. Go now!" After a while, she came to my room where I was hiding under the sheets, and I told her about the interview and what I'd seen. She sat down slowly on the bed, her face pale. She said, "This is impossible. They said it's one case in millions." Completely confused, I asked, "What are you talking about, Mom?" She told me that my problem was called prosopophobia, which means fear of new faces. The what phobia? Mom explained that Grandma suffered from the same condition. She saw monsters and demons in the faces of strangers. I had just always assumed she was senile. Her symptoms started to appear when she was older. That's why she lives in a special care home, and only people she recognizes can visit her. My head was spinning. Would I become a prisoner just like Grandmother? All I could think about was Louis. So I called him and told him about what had happened to me. He came over straight away, and I burst into tears when I saw him. "I can't believe this is happening! What am I going to do, Louis?" He held me close and said he would help me get over this. Maybe it was just my nerves? I always feel relaxed at the park. I need to be around people so I can feel normal again. He promised that he would go with me every day. The first day was straight from hell. Each time I looked up, I saw bloodthirsty faces. I could hardly bear it. But Louis stayed close to me the whole time. One day, Louis told me to sit tight while he got us some ice cream. And suddenly I heard a familiar voice. He said, "Hey, gorgeous. Fancy bumping into you here. Want some company?" It was so good to see someone who didn't look like a monster, even if it was this annoying guy from school. Laughing, I said, "How many times do I have to tell you I have a boyfriend?" He said, "Well, you look like the kind of girl who could have two." Ew, so sleazy. Just then he said, "Oh hey, meet my cousin." And before I could say anything, a strange guy popped up in front of me. He said, "Oh, you're the girl he's always talking about. Ciao, Bella." "Demon!" I screamed. "Get away from me, you hideous ogre!" He said, "What are you, crazy? I literally have hundreds of girls watching my Insta stories every day just to see me brush my hair." Louis came running back and took me away quickly. I was really shaken and refused to go anywhere for a couple of weeks. Louis came by to see me a few times, but he seemed distant. I couldn't help thinking that maybe he was getting tired of my condition. One day I texted him that I'd like to try going to the park again, and he came to pick me up. While we were sitting on a bench, a woman called out his name. Louis told me not to look around as there were many people there, and he said he'd be right back. But he kept me waiting for a really long time. By now, my curiosity was getting the better of me. I squinted my eyes so I couldn't see anyone too clearly, and turned around. There was Louis, sitting on a bench not too far away, with some leggy blonde in a red dress. When he finally came back, I asked him who she was. "Oh, just my elderly neighbor. She only wanted to say hello." I felt really angry, but stayed quiet on the drive home. That was definitely not the voice or the legs of an old woman. When I went back home, I saw Dad's car parked outside. I walked into the living room and he hugged me tight, saying he'd been out of town and had come to see me as soon as he could. He said, "Honey, why don't you come stay with me for a while? Maybe the change will do you some good." Dad lived on the opposite side of town, and I was pretty sure Louis wouldn't come and see me there. And I really wanted to find out if he was cheating on me. The next day, I just decided to confront him. I asked Mom to drive me to his place. Just when we were a couple of houses away, Mom and I saw him exchanging a long kiss with that blonde girl from the park. And then they both got in his car and drove away. Mom was beyond furious. How dare he! Never in a million years will he be so lucky as to find someone as beautiful and smart as my Bambina. If he ever comes around our place again, I'm going to box his ears. I was hurt and shocked. But more than that, I was angry. I wasn't going to spend any time being miserable over this jerk who was making a fool out of me. When we got home, I packed my bags and told Dad to come pick me up. I needed to get away for a while. Louis kept calling and texting me the next day, and I finally picked up his call. I said, "What?" He said, "Whoa, who woke up on the wrong side of the bed today? You want to try going to the mall, babe?" I said, "Can't. I've moved to Dad's for a while. Why don't you ask that old neighbor you were kissing outside your house yesterday?" There was a shocked silence on the phone, and then he started laughing. He said, "Looks like your condition is getting worse, babe. Are you hallucinating now?" I said, "Louis, you're a horrible, cheating liar, and we are done." he said. Oh yeah? I'm kinda tired of your whole attention-seeking drama anyway. Good luck. Hope you get rid of your imaginary friends soon. Maybe then we'll talk. I hung up and threw the phone on the bed. How had I not known all along that he was such a child? I tried to keep myself busy, but it was hard with me stuck at home with 0 friends. And I'd also missed my shot at going to university that year. Dad said I had to focus on getting better. I could always try again later. But I had no clue how I'd ever be able to live a normal life again. Mom called me one day to check up on me, and suddenly asked if I remembered Mike from my last school. Of course I did. He was probably my first ever crush. I had journals with Mike and heart scribbled all over. Mom said she'd bumped into him the other day and he'd asked about me, and she'd told him all about my condition. He said he wants to connect with you, so I gave him your number. I was kind of excited to hear from him. Sure enough, a day later, he sent me a message. Hey, it's Mike. I hope you're doing okay. It's been so long since we've seen each other. And from then on, we started talking every day. My heart would skip a beat every time I got a message from him. I was totally falling for Mike. When it was time for me to leave Dad's place and go back to Mom's, Mike said he'd love to come and see me. There was nothing I wanted more than to see him, but I was so afraid I'd see him as a monster and it would ruin everything between us. The next evening before his visit, I was pacing the living room nervously when the doorbell rang. Mom smiled at me and went to open the door. My heart was pounding and I thought I was about to faint. What would I see instead of Mike's face? I closed my eyes as soon as I heard him enter the room. I felt him gently take my hand. His grasp was strong and warm, and he smelled so good. He said, "Hey Mia, open your eyes. There's nothing to be afraid of." I did, and jumped back a little when I saw his face was covered with a mask and his eyes with sunglasses. He said, "I thought if you get to know me better, it'll be easier for you to see my face as it really is. Until then, I'll keep the mask and glasses on." We started dating, and I'd never been happier. We would go to the park or for a walk by the beach, and even though I still couldn't look up at anyone directly, I felt less afraid with Mike. One day, Mom was really tired and needed groceries for dinner, so I offered to go by myself. She refused, but I insisted that I'd been feeling so much better lately, and I wanted to face my fears. I kept my baseball cap on and made sure I didn't look at anyone directly as I picked up the things I needed. When I made it to the counter and the cashier handed me my change, I made the huge mistake of looking up at his face. Oh my god, he's terrifying. I felt like the walls were closing in around me. I had to get out of here. I left my grocery bags at the counter and dashed out of the store. I couldn't stop crying and was trying to catch my breath. I leaned against the wall and with shaking hands, I started to dial Mom's number. Just then, a familiar voice called out to me. "Long time no see, Bellissima. What's wrong?" "Louie." He tried to hug me, but I pushed him away. Just then, to my relief, I heard Mike's voice. "Hey, you okay? Is this guy bothering you?" Louie turned to him and said, "I'm an old friend, jerk." "Mia, what's this freak in a mask?" I took Mike's hand and said, "He's my boyfriend, Louie." Suddenly, Louie started cackling. "Seriously? This guy? Babe, you deserve to be on the arm of someone who's as pretty as you are. Hit me up when you dump this loser." I didn't want to stand there listening to him for another minute. I took Mike's hand and walked away. He said he'd drop by to see me, and when Mom told him I'd gone out alone, he followed me to check up on me. As we walked back home, he said, "Mia, what did the doctors say when you told them about your condition?" I said, "I never went to see a doctor. I already know I have the same phobia as my grandma, and there's no cure." He looked shocked and said he couldn't believe I never asked for help, and that we should go see a specialist as soon as possible. Soon enough, he made an appointment with a doctor, and he and my parents came along with me for the appointment. Once we told the doctor everything, he said that my condition was probably triggered by stress. He said that even though it was a very rare condition, he'd read cases of patients overcoming the phobia. "The condition is not really as scary as what you're experiencing. You're letting the fear take over and your mind is exaggerating everything. You have to train yourself to believe that this is not the reality." When we left the doctor's office, I started to feel hopeful that one day, if I kept trying, I would be normal again. Mike squeezed my hand and said he would do everything he could to help. The next day, I got a message from a friend at school, inviting me to a reunion at her place. I decided I'd go. I'd already know everyone there, and there would be no new faces for me to be scared of. Mike was more than happy to go with me, and couldn't stop telling me how gorgeous I looked. I felt like my old confident self tonight. I knew everyone, and it felt so good not to be freaked out by people. They all looked at Mike weirdly, though. I was by the table getting some food when Louie walked over. He said, "Wow, is it just me, or are you just getting more beautiful by the day? I've missed you." And before I knew it, his hand was sliding down my waist, and he was pulling me in for a kiss. I pushed him away with all the force I had, and he landed on the table and knocked all the food over. I screamed, "What is the matter with you? Stay away from me!" Everybody was staring at us in stunned silence. Louis looked humiliated and furious as his friends helped him up. I grabbed Mike's hand and we left the party. I was still really worked up when we got home. Mike held my hand and tried to calm me down, and I felt a bit better. I was about to get out of the car, but he didn't let go of my hand. He said softly, "You look so beautiful tonight. I really want to kiss you." My heart was racing. I said, "Mike, I want that too, but I'm not ready to see your face yet." He said, "Well, maybe you are. You won't know till you try. The doctor said you're letting your fear exaggerate things." I pulled my hand away angrily. All my anger and frustration bubbled over. "You think I'm making this up too, don't you? Just like Louis. Nobody really understands what I'm going through. Just leave me alone." I burst into tears and ran inside. The next day, I felt terrible for what I'd said to Mike. I knew I'd been unfair, and he had done nothing but support me. I called him a couple times, but he didn't pick up. While I was crying and watching a video on my favorite YouTube channel, My Story Animated, about a girl who kept mixing up faces, the bell rang. No one was home, and I ran downstairs, hoping it was Mike. It was Louis. I shouted, "Seriously? What do I have to do to get rid of you?" He said, "Listen, I just came to apologize for last night. I have a surprise for you." And before I could even react, 4 girls came in right behind him. I screamed when I saw their faces. They looked like banshees straight out of a horror movie. I cried and curled up into a ball with my eyes shut when I heard the door bang open. Mike shouted, "What do you think you're doing, you lunatic?" I couldn't help it. I looked up. "I'm getting a restraining order against you. Don't ever let me catch you near Mia again." Louis scrambled away like a scared rabbit while Mike came to me and hugged me. I held on to him, crying. Mike said, "I'm sorry, Mia. I shouldn't have tried to force you to do anything you weren't ready for. I only want to help you get better, as long as it takes." I said, "I don't know if I can overcome this. I feel like it's going to control my life forever." Mike said, "People aren't all bad like Louis. The world is full of good people, like me and you. Look at the good side of people. No one wants to hurt you, Mia." His words were so reassuring. I instantly felt better. Mike told me when I was ready, he'd take me to the amusement park. "We'll have great fun. Think about it. I know you can do this." "Yes, I'll do it. Sitting here and not doing anything scares me more than seeing monsters." The next day, Mike took me to the amusement park. As we entered the park, hand in hand, I felt a marvelous strength in me. I raised my head, believing from deep inside me that I'd overcome my fear. I looked around me. Everyone's faces still seemed distorted, but this time, it was different. I was still a little scared, but the fear wasn't controlling me. I could control it. As we sat on the Ferris wheel, I looked over at Mike and felt like the luckiest girl in the world to have someone like him by my side. I whispered, "Hey Mike, I think I'm ready to see your face." With a deep breath, he took his mask and glasses off. I gasped. I'd never seen a guy with such beautiful green eyes and that gorgeous dimpled face. I started crying. "I can see you! I don't see a monster! I see your face, Mike!" He said, "I knew you would!" He pulled me close, and we had the most magical kiss, high up in the sky.
My best friend Kyle is an eccentric introvert. He doesn't know how to talk to people. He's unfriendly and says things that most people find offensive. I'm his only friend because I've learned that he has a good heart. The reason I stick around is that I know his story. He's incredibly rude and impulsive, but it's not his fault. What Kyle lacks in social skills, he makes up for in his love for sneakers. And it's a good thing that I love sneakers too, because it's the only thing Kyle talks about. He started a sneaker club at school. It's a club that focuses on discussing the latest on the sneaker market. There were 4 people in the club, including myself and Kyle. Then Kyle put together a manifesto where everyone had to make sure their sneakers were spotless at the meetings, along with a few other crazy ideas. The club was just the 2 of us after that. Most people give Kyle a rough time. He isn't interested in listening to them, and he comes across as arrogant. I'd love to tell people about his condition, but his parents don't want anyone to know. "We don't want people to treat him differently," they say. You see, not even Kyle knows about his condition. The only reason his parents told me was that when we were 10 years old, I'd had enough of Kyle and his selfishness. His parents heard me arguing with Kyle, saying that I'd never be his friend again. On my way out the house, they stopped me and very reluctantly they explained, "Please, don't abandon Kyle, Spencer," begged his mom. "You're his only friend. I know he's not always the nicest person, but there's a reason for it." They asked me to promise not to tell anyone. Kyle had an accident when he was very young. Ever since then, he's been different. It's as if the part of his brain responsible for understanding people stopped working. Please, don't abandon him. After that, I agreed to stay. I finally understood Kyle's mood swings and his selfishness. Kyle lived in a bubble, one that was only big enough for his parents and I. But what about his sneaker obsession? I asked. Where did that come from? His parents shrugged. The doctor we went to go see after Kyle's accident told us that sometimes when one part of the brain is damaged, another part of the brain kicks into overdrive. The part of his brain responsible for creativity is running fast, and its only focus is sneakers. Kyle's parents are not the type to interfere in his life. They didn't ask for much, and they always made sure that we had snacks and plenty to do. But when Kyle turned 16, they asked me for a big favor. The older we get, the more we worry about Kyle, said his dad. Once we go, who's going to look after him? I froze. They must have seen my expression because they started laughing. No, Spencer, we don't expect you to look after him. We want him to have someone. Not now, but one day. With the way he is, he'll never learn to talk to girls. You may not believe this, but he responds to you, since you've been his friend. He's learned to do so many things he refused to do before. Would you be able to help him talk to girls? We're not expecting miracles, just a start for now. I thought about what they were asking. It would be tough, but I agreed. I felt sorry for them, and even more so for Kyle. I started thinking about him when he was older. I mean, who would put up with him the way he was now? I needed to help him. I knew Kyle wasn't going to make this an easy task. There was only one way that he was even going to consider looking at a girl. She'd need to love sneakers as much as him. It took me a week, but I found 7 girls that fit this criteria. I struck up conversations with each of them. I invited them to the sneaker club. 4 said they'd come. Only 2 showed up. Kyle was happy to see 2 new pairs of shoes in the sneaker club. The girls were impressed with Kyle's knowledge. But 30 minutes in, Kyle started in on the rules of the club and one of the 2 girls left. My hopes were evaporating fast. To my surprise, Taylor agreed to the rules. I'm tired of people thinking that clubs like these are excuses to goof around, said Taylor. I think rules are great. With the sneaker club happening only once a week, I needed more ways for Kyle to interact with Taylor. She was incredible with him, patient, understanding, and completely crazy about sneakers. I tried planning trips to the movies and a picnic, but Kyle wouldn't agree. I needed something bigger, and it arrived in the form of a sneaker competition. One of the world's biggest sneaker brands, Apollo, was holding a contest to collaborate with a lucky fan on a new sneaker design. The winner would receive a patent for their shoe and the royalties from the sales. I couldn't have asked for a better way to get Kyle and Taylor working together. Excited, I pitched the idea to the sneaker club. Kyle didn't even let me finish speaking. Let's do it, he said. We'll need to put in extra work to get this all done, said Taylor. I arranged to have these extra sessions at Kyle's house. His parents were overjoyed to see Kyle working with a girl. I made excuses to give Taylor and Kyle more and more alone time, fetching food and getting drinks while the 2 of them worked tirelessly on the sneaker project. It was great hearing them speaking. Kyle was even starting to ask her questions, and there were even moments when he wasn't rude. Kyle was learning to speak to girls. A week before the contest deadline, we ran into a problem. The sneaker club had to narrow our 3 final designs down to 1. Taylor and I were happy with any of the 3, but Kyle wouldn't budge. They're all so perfect, he said. I won't choose, and you can't make me. Up until then, I'd thought of Taylor as nothing more than a girl that Kyle would become friends with. But Taylor showed Kyle so much patience during this difficult choice. She placed her hand on his shoulder with such tenderness that even Kyle calmed down. Kyle, they're all great decisions, she said to him. So why don't we pick one to show them now? I know they're gonna love what we do. Then we can show them the others. How about that? Kyle smiled and nodded. The next day, we submitted our design. Then we waited and waited. It was only 2 weeks, but it felt like a year. 3 weeks later, we got an email from the company saying that we'd made the top 5. We were overjoyed. Taylor hugged me and then hugged Kyle. I had to laugh. It was the first time a girl had ever hugged him. It looked like a bus had hit him. He didn't know what to do with his hands, but he smiled. I think she likes you, Kyle, I whispered to him when Taylor left. We've got to get back to work, said Kyle, flustered. The sneaker company invited us to their head office to meet with them. The next step was the interview process. Taylor and I reminded Kyle to be polite. We met the chief design officer, introducing ourselves and telling her that Kyle was the genius behind our brand. She was a stylish lady, and her taste in sneakers was impeccable. The meeting was going well until Kyle started blurting out all kinds of crazy things. We tried to get him to stop, but the damage had already been done. At the end of the meeting, the CDO asked to have a word alone with me. Your friend's eccentricity is great, but I can't have him leading your team. He's rude. The public will hate him. We'll have to make you the team leader. I didn't like the sound of that. Kyle and Taylor drove the designs. I was basically an observer. She wouldn't listen to me. Think about it. Let me know in an hour, or I'm replacing your team and throwing out your design. I told Taylor and Kyle about our decision on the drive home. While I felt guilty about it, they didn't mind going along with the CDO's plan. As long as we win, I'm fine with that, said Kyle. I called the CDO and agreed to her terms. But I still felt guilty about it all. A week later, we were called into Apollo's production office and briefed on what would happen next. They had a recording crew follow us around. Their focus was me. It was a classic reality TV deal. It turns out they were about to turn it into a major show. For 2 weeks, these cameras followed us around and filmed our design process. Kyle was his normal self, but they edited him to seem kind of normal. Taylor loved the spotlight and she was a natural. Remember, we're the sneaker club, she said at each recording, reminding all the viewers about our personal brand. The grand finale arrived and we won the contest. They made out a giant check with my name on it and gave it to us at the award ceremony. Taylor's smile withered at that. It didn't say the sneaker club. I couldn't help but feel guilty about that. If a check with my name on it was bad, things were about to get worse. 2 days later, I got an electronic message to say that $4 million had been deposited into my bank account. Immediately, I pulled the team together and hired lawyers to set up the sneaker club as a company. The money was split equally between us, along with an agreement on all future royalties. I thought I'd fixed everything, but that was just the tip of the iceberg. The real trouble was ahead of us. The PR demands, advertising campaigns, interviews, and guest appearances began. Luckily, it was our summer vacation and we could attend every function. After a month of this, Kyle had had enough. He had upset just about every TV host. Taylor and I had done our best to smooth things over, but the tension in our team was building. Eventually, Kyle quit. Soon enough, Taylor followed. I chose to stay. Ironically, now I really was the face of the sneaker club. The interviews now became about why Kyle and Taylor left. The public had seen conflict in the team, and that's what they wanted to hear about. Kyle's a genius, I told the reporters. They called him rude and arrogant. He's not. I wanted so badly to tell them, but I couldn't. I promised his parents that I wouldn't tell anyone. Eventually, though, it became too much. The media painted me out to be a saint under the terrible dictatorship that Kyle created. I couldn't stand all these lies. While on a break from the press tour, I visited Kyle's house. He didn't want to see me. I didn't mind. The truth was that I wasn't there to see him. I sat down with his parents and spoke to them about what was happening. I have to tell the media, I said. They're turning Kyle into something that he's not. I have to tell them the truth. They listened patiently, but still they shook their heads. That's not a good idea, said his mom. Kyle's doing just fine the way things are. I don't think he'll be able to handle the whole world knowing. At that moment, I realized that this had nothing to do with Kyle. This is about you. You don't want the world to know that Kyle's different. That's not true, said his dad. But I could tell he was shaken. The world doesn't need to know about our son, and I think it's time that you leave. I refused. Everything was beginning to make sense now, and if I was irritated with the media and the press, I was disgusted with Kyle's parents. You're ashamed of him. We're not ashamed of him, said his mother, tears pooling in her eyes. We're ashamed of what we did to him. She asked me to sit as they gave me the whole truth, the real story behind Kyle's condition. Everything was fine until Kyle was 3. He was a kind, gentle little boy, but we'd spent 3 years with him every day. We needed a night out. You have to understand, we just wanted one night out, a chance to be adults again. So we hired a recommended babysitter and worked up enough courage to leave our son for a few hours. We went out to dinner, watched a movie, and enjoyed the quiet. When we got home, the babysitter was asleep, and Kyle was laying at the foot of the stairs. He had fallen down 2 flights and hit his head several times on the way down. We rushed him to the hospital, praying that he would be okay, but he was never the same again. Spencer, we still blame ourselves for trusting that stupid babysitter. It's our fault that Kyle is the way he is. We're terrible parents. Kyle's father consoled his wife as she cried. Besides the doctor, you're the only person we've told. We don't need people to know about our failings as parents. So if you tell anyone about Kyle's condition, you will not be allowed back into this house, said his father. And we will tell Kyle you betrayed him. Understand this, Spencer. We will do whatever it takes to protect our son. No one can know what we did. Most of all, Kyle. He'll hate us for what we did to him. The interviews started up again, and they were hard to get through. I was torn between letting the world know and losing my best friend. Because that's what he was, my best friend. The thought of losing him hurt, but the thought of people thinking he was a monster hurt even more. Tell us the worst thing Kyle has ever made you do, asked the interviewer in a live interview. I was done with the lies. Kyle's the best thing that ever happened in my life. But I don't expect you to understand that. He's got a condition. He fell down the stairs as a kid, and the parts of his brain responsible for socializing don't work. He's a great guy. He just doesn't understand people. And who could blame him? Everyone's out to get him. He is loyal, trustworthy, and most of all, he's honest. The interviewer was speechless. But I couldn't stop. I told the interviewer all about Kyle and Taylor and how they were the driving force behind the sneaker club. It was a relief to tell the truth, but I knew that it would come at a cost. My phone beeped. It was a text from Kyle's parents. You're no longer welcome in our home. I knew then that I'd never see my friend again, but I would have done it again in a heartbeat. A day later, there was a knock on my parents' door. It was Kyle and Taylor. They were smiling. After watching your interview, my parents told me everything, said Kyle. You know how long I've been beating myself up for being different? Wishing that I could be like you, normal, like everyone else? Since last night, I've been doing research on conditions similar to mine, and it turns out I am kind of normal, and I don't blame my parents. Mistakes happen. He gave me a hug, and so did Taylor. From that moment on, the sneaker club became more than just a sneaker company. It became a voice for all the people who are different in the world. The CDO of Apollo loved this new angle and opened the door to Kyle and his eccentricities. The interviews were different now, and the world was far more accepting of my friend. Kyle's obsession was still shoes, but he had a new one too, learning about his condition. Not so that he could fit in, but so that he could help other kids who are different. Taylor was his biggest fan. Kyle's parents eventually forgave me and themselves. The truth is that they were protecting themselves. They were afraid of what people would say about them when they found out. The funny thing was that people supported them. Mistakes do happen, and in some ways, it was meant to be. Kyle wouldn't be the sneaker genius that he is today if it wasn't for that fall he suffered when he was 3. Sometimes our greatest misfortune ends up being our greatest blessing.
Hi, my name is May, and I live in Florida. My parents were both lawyers, so they were mostly away for work, and that left me alone with my little sister June. June was a little different from other kids because she didn't have an arm below her left elbow, but I never let her feel any less about herself because of that. Growing up, I made sure she was loved to bits, especially with my parents being away often. I took care of everything, from feeding her, bathing her, to taking her out for rides. But then once when she was 4, Mom took us to the shopping mall. While Mom was in the changing room, another woman with a little kid came there, and the kid started screaming when he saw June.
Freak! She's a freak! She's so scary, Mommy. She's gonna eat me just like she ate her arm.
OMG, this kid was frickin' crazy. I immediately tried to hush him so June wasn't scared, but then his mom went all bonkers on me. How dare you lay a hand on him, you crazy girl? My baby is all scared. That made me so mad.
That's enough, you ugly lady. There's nothing wrong with my sister, and you people should be the ones to leave because you're morons.
Mom rushed us out of there before I made a bigger scene, but June always looked sad after that incident, and that's when I had an idea. I asked Mom and Dad to get a prosthetic arm for June, and they agreed.
Oh, wow! This is so cool. Now I look just like you, May.
She hugged me tight, and I was the happiest to see her smile. Soon after, she joined her new school, but on the very first day, she came out crying when we went to pick her up. June, what's wrong? What happened?
The other kids, they laughed at my arm and made fun of me. I don't want to go back, ever.
It's okay. You can come with me to my school. We have a section for younger kids there. You'll be fine. I'll be there with you. Later, when we reached home, June said she didn't want anyone at the new school to know about her arm, so she was going to wear full-sleeved clothes and gloves all the time.
But June, there's nothing wrong with you. May, please, just keep this a secret. Promise you will?
And of course, I agreed. A few days later, when she joined my school, she looked quite happy after blending in with the kids just fine. And I made sure to check up on her once in a while. Grades passed by, and then one day, as I was watching her from the window outside her class, I suddenly lost my balance and tripped, but someone caught me just in time. It was my senior, Matt. He was known in school for being a math genius. Thanks. I would have fallen so hard if it wasn't for you. I wouldn't have let that happen. I'm Matt, and you don't look like a kid, so what are you doing in the junior section? Oh, I was just keeping an eye on my little sister. I'm May from 10th grade, by the way. Okay, May from 10th grade. Do you want to grab some lunch? Whoa, that was sudden, but sure. We had lunch together, and I had a really great time talking with him. I was looking forward to it again. But the next day, a senior girl showed up instead of Matt and splashed a full cup of coffee in my face. You witch. This is your last warning. Stay away from my boyfriend or else. Are you crazy? And who's your boyfriend anyway? Oh, don't act so innocent now. I know you're trying to steal Matt away, but I won't let that happen on my watch. Well, you're crazy to think that. We just had lunch once. I don't even know him that well. Oh, and you had lunch with him without knowing him, you witchy gold digger. Oh my God, she was a psycho. Before I could even reply, she jumped onto me. We both broke into a wild fight and ended up in a pile of food on the food counter. And we ended up in detention. But the very next day, I found June crying in the playground as Jessie and her friends were dumping all the things from her bag into the garbage bin. She was getting back at me by bullying my sister now? I marched up to her furiously and pulled her hair, and she turned around and attacked me. Luckily, the principal walked by just then, and when she found out what Jessie was doing, she suspended her for 3 weeks. When Matt heard about this, he came running to me and explained everything. I'm so sorry about Jessie, May. We broke up months ago, but she just won't accept it. I was just really happy to hear he wasn't dating that witch. I really enjoyed Matt's company, and he sure enjoyed mine. I even went to watch all his quiz competitions, and once after he won, he came running to me. May from 10th grade, I really like you. Will you be my girlfriend? OMG! Everyone stood there in shock, and I gasped as I said, yes, of course, Matt. He picked me up in his arms, and we kissed like no one was watching. It felt like I was on cloud 9. I was so excited that I went straight to June to tell her. But just as we reached there, I saw June push someone to the ground. June, what are you doing? As soon as she saw me, she came running to me. Oh, May, those mean girls were pushing me around, so I just pushed them back. You told me to be strong, right? Did I do something wrong? Oh, no, June. You stood up for yourself. I'm proud of you. But they're saying they'll report me to the principal. Am I in trouble? Oh, no, you're not. You just wait right here. I went straight to the kids and screamed. If any of you says anything to my sister, I'm gonna toss you like juggling balls in the air. Got it? The kids nodded in horror, and June and I high-fived as we left. And then I told her about Matt, and she had the best reaction. After that, Matt and I started hanging out together all the time. On my 15th birthday, Matt decided to throw me a huge party at his house. And I had so much fun there. We danced till our feet hurt. But by the time I reached home, it was pretty late. I saw June sleeping on the couch, and there was a cake on the table and balloons all over the walls. Then I gently woke her up. Hey, sweetie, I'm so sorry it got so late. May, you're back. And then she looked at the clock, all sad. It's 12:45. Your birthday is over. Where were you? We always celebrated together. And she furiously walked away from me. I felt so terrible. I totally forgot she must be waiting to surprise me. So I decided to make it up to her. I planned a theme park trip for the 3 of us, and June was super excited about it. When we reached there, the first thing she wanted was ice cream, but the stall was really crowded. Matt, just stay with her for a while I go get us some ice cream, okay? He held her hand tight and nodded, but when I returned, I was shocked to see that June was lost and Matt was looking for her. Matt, how could you be so careless? I told you. She was right here holding my hand, and then she just slipped through. I don't know how. Forget it. Just help me look for her now. We looked for her for hours, and with each passing minute, I was getting crazy anxious. Then 3 hours later, I received a call on my phone, and it was June. She was calling from some phone booth. When we got there, we saw June covered in mud and crying like crazy.
Oh, May.
Oh my God, June, what happened? Who?
After you left, some woman pulled me away. I called out to Matt so loud, but he didn't even notice. I don't know where she was taking me, but I escaped from the car when she stopped for fuel. I'm so scared, May. Please take me home.
I turned to Matt. I should have never trusted you with my sister. What was I even thinking? Matt tried to explain, but I just took June's hand and stormed out of there. When we got home, I got June all cleaned up and even slept with her to make her feel safe. The next day, when we went to school, June asked me to forgive Matt, first thing.
It wasn't his fault, you know.
Let's look for him and make things up. June was right. Maybe I overreacted. We looked for him around the school, but then I found him kissing Jessie in the backyard. Matt, you cheater! How could you? His face turned white as a ghost. May, I can explain. This isn't what it looks like.
Oh, it's exactly what it looks like.
Just shut up. And Matt, we're done. I don't ever want to see your face again. He tried to run after me, but the witch Jessie stopped him, and honestly, I didn't care. June hugged me while I cried my heart out.
What a jerk. He doesn't deserve you, May. It's okay. I'm here for you. I'll always be here for you. Please don't cry.
The next few days were hard for me, but June tried her best to make me smile and even brought me hot chocolate in bed. She was the sweetest. But at school, Matt was trying to follow me again. So I just went into the girls' room and locked myself in a stall to escape. As I waited there, I suddenly heard familiar voices. June and Jessie?
Are you crazy? Why did you talk to me in front of everyone? May could have seen us.
I wanted to thank you, but I'm also really curious. Why did you help me? May's your sister, after all.
That's none of your business. You got what you wanted. Now just get lost and don't talk to me again.
And she just stormed out. I couldn't believe my ears. My own sister helped my boyfriend get back with his ex? But why? As I slammed the door open, Jessie looked shocked. You witch! You used my innocent sister to get my boyfriend? I pulled her by her collar, but she just pushed me aside and cackled like a witch.
Innocent? It was your sister's idea. Go on, ask her.
Like I'd believe her. But I had to ask June what was going on. I followed June around the hallway, and what I found shook me. I saw her snatch another kid's lunch and push her to the ground.
You dumbo. No lunch for you until you complete my homework.
Oh God, who was this girl? What are you doing, June? You pretended to be bullied in front of me, but you were the bully this entire time?
No, wait, I can explain.
I even heard you talking to Jessie in the bathroom. I heard everything. What's wrong with you? As I turned away from her, she held my hand and tried to stop me, but I just shook it away from her. As I did, her prosthetic arm detached and fell to the ground. Everyone around us gasped and started whispering, "Oh my God, look at her hand." Wow, the big bully is actually a big weirdo. Oh my God. I stepped forward to help June, but she just picked up her arm and ran away crying. I wanted to follow her, but I was also so furious. When I reached home and my anger calmed down, I went to check on her, but she wouldn't open the door. Ugh, she was so stubborn. The next day at school, I heard kids whispering about June, calling her a cyborg and a robot. OMG, I had to find June. I knew she wouldn't be taking it well. I looked for her in the classroom, but she wasn't there. And then, as I was passing by the gym, I heard her shout. I looked in to see Jessie and some of June's classmates tossing her prosthetic arm around and laughing.
Just wanted to check if the rumors were true.
You are a freak. Give that back before I kill you.
I'd like to see you try.
Before I could jump at her, someone held me back. It was Matt, and standing next to him was the gym teacher looking furious. He screamed at Jessie and the kids that he'd get them expelled and marched them straight to the principal's office. June, are you okay?
Oh, May, Matt, thank you for saving me. And I'm sorry, you guys, for everything.
I'm sorry too. It was because of me that the kids knew about your arm. But June, why did you bully them in the first place?
Because I was scared. After I was bullied at my previous school, I didn't want to be hurt again. So I had to be the bully, like the cool kids. But June, that's wrong. These kids aren't even cool. They're evil. Look what they did to you. Also, you turned against me and Matt too. Why? Because you were replacing me with Matt. So I just wanted to get rid of him. At the theme park, he didn't let go of me. I ran away, and I asked Jesse to kiss him. I just wanted you to break up with him and love me. Oh, June, of course I love you. You're my little sister. Nobody can ever replace you. But I love Matt too, and you have to understand that. I do now, and I'm sorry for everything. Please forgive me. Suddenly, Matt looked at me, and we hugged her together. We forgive you. Hi, I'm Sasha. I live in Arizona with my parents and my brother Matt, who's a year older than me. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. Dad was a business tycoon, and our lives were just perfect. That is, until one Christmas when I was 5 years old. Dad had invited the whole neighborhood for dinner, and the house was buzzing with excitement. We were all busy with the preps when suddenly Dad cried out,
Matt, that tree's fallen. Catch it before it breaks my glass table.
Matt ran to the tree and caught it just in time, but he couldn't hold it any longer than a few seconds. I dived forward and caught the tree, holding it up easily. But just then, Matt suddenly lost his balance and went crashing straight into the table, breaking it now. Oh my God, what a mess! Dad came running to push the tree back in place, and then he lifted me up on his shoulders.
Oh, darling, you're a strong one, aren't you? That was amazing. And you, Matt, you're such a shaky old lady. Can't you watch your own freaking feet? You must be ashamed to be weaker than a little girl. Some older brother you are.
Matt turned red, burst into tears, and left the room. And from that day on, Dad kept singing praises about how strong and tough I was. And Matt just hated me. He built a huge Lego wall between our beds so he wouldn't even see me. Once, I broke the wall by accident, and he immediately shot me using his plastic toy gun. Its bullets hurt my butt so bad. I couldn't sit on it for 2 weeks. One day at school, I noticed Matt wasn't in the cafeteria for lunch, and I went looking for him when suddenly I spotted a crowd surrounding him outside the boys' restroom.
Are you gonna take all day, Maddie? It's so simple. Just use your tongue and lick the doors clean. I wanna see my reflection in it when I come back. Come on.
Matt looked close to tears, and I felt so mad.
What do you think you're doing to my brother? Get away from him. Or you'll do what, little girl? I'll hit you so hard, it'll make your ancestors dizzy.
As the boys laughed, I punched one of them and sent him flying. He got up to his feet and ran away like a scared mouse, and the rest followed. I turned around to Matt, and suddenly he pushed me away.
Why'd you do that, you moron?
Wow, is that your thank you, Matt? I just saved your butt.
You just made everything worse. Now everyone in school will think I need my baby sister to fight for me. Isn't it bad enough that I live in your shadow at home, Daddy's little princess? Just stay away from me.
And he stormed off furiously. All I'd done was try to help him, but he just ignored me more than ever after that. On my 12th birthday, Dad surprised me with the latest PlayStation. The minute Matt saw it, he flung his plate of food at the wall and walked out of the room.
What the heck is wrong with that boy?
Dad, I think I know why he's mad. He's been asking you for a PlayStation for years, but you didn't get it for him.
And why should I? I got him Iron Man and Spider-Man figures on his birthday, and what did he learn from them? Nothing. He's just a weak, lazy couch potato staying locked up in his room. No, you deserve this. He doesn't.
I felt bad for Matt, but my birthday gift was something new and exciting for me. I placed it in my room, and after dinner, when I went back, it wasn't there. Just then, I saw Matt passing by my room with a wicked smile. I knew he'd done something. I ran out and jumped on him, knocking him down.
Where's my PlayStation, Matt? I know you took it from me. Give me back my gift.
I will, if you give me some answers. Why do you spoil everything for me? Why did you get what I asked for? And why's Dad crazy about you? I just can't sit and watch all this.
But it's not my fault, Matt. I didn't do anything to you.
Now, where is my PlayStation? Boom! And he ran off and shut his door. Suddenly, we heard a loud explosion from the backyard. We all looked out the window, and it was my new PlayStation. Matt set fire to it? I cried my eyes out, and the next day, my parents got me another PlayStation and a cute kitty, who I named Kit Kat. I adored her, and I spent the whole summer playing video games. I was obsessed with this whole new world. I even discovered that by being a gamer on YouTube, you can earn big money. That was amazing. I started off with a simple game, and things were going better than I expected. And in no time, I started streaming my games on YouTube, and I was getting so popular in school. One evening as I sat down for a live stream, I saw a video had been posted a few hours earlier from my account. I clicked on it, and to my horror, there was a figure sitting at my desk in my hoodie with the face covered, speaking in a weird, shrill voice.
I just came online to confess that I'm a fraud. I made my brother play all these games for me because I'm just a dumb girl who could never be a good gamer. You all are pretty stupid for believing me. Now my brother has left me and I'm done. So go follow somebody else, you morons.
There were tons of hate comments under the video, and so many people had unfollowed me. Oh my God, I was gonna kill Matt. Matt, what's your freaking problem? Your stupid prank could ruin my career as a gamer. My followers are hating me now. Well, yeah, it's time for you to know what hate really feels like. And it's just a reminder, girls can't be gamers. Oh, really, Matt? Well, you are so mistaken. I'm gonna get into a big esports team and earn more than you can imagine real soon. So watch out, loser. I ran to my room and recorded a video explaining everything and posted it, hoping to get back my viewers. Later that night, when I went to the kitchen to get water, I saw the light was already on and I heard someone's voice. I peeked in to see Matt holding Kit Kat, talking to her lovingly. You're so adorable. Who wouldn't love you? Everyone loves you, right? Aw, was I just seeing Matt's sweet side? But suddenly, he put Kit Kat in a baking dish and opened the oven door. And that's why I hate you. Your time is up, stupid Kit Kat. Oh my God! Before he could push her inside, I leapt forward and attacked him, and we went flying into a rack of dishes. Everything came crashing to the ground, and my parents came running at the noise. Mom, Dad, Matt has lost it. He nearly baked poor Kit Kat. I always knew something was off about this boy. You better behave or I'll send you to an asylum. Matt left the room quietly, and I just knew this wasn't the end of it. The next night, when I was fast asleep, someone pulled me off the bed from my legs. I opened my eyes in horror to see Matt standing near me with a knife in his hand. OMG, I thought he wanted to kill me. I shouted and hid under my bed, but then, all of a sudden, he started screeching a plate with it. Ow! It hurts my teeth. Stop it, Matt. Are you crazy? I'm trying to sleep here. No one sleeps when I'm awake, especially you. I'm gonna play this till morning, every night, even if you send me to an asylum. I screamed and managed to run out of my room, locking it from the outside. Matt kept beating the door with his chairs, almost breaking it. My parents arrived on the scene too, and they were horrified. That's when it struck me. My system, my camera. Oh no, he was gonna wreck everything. I asked my parents to open the door, and the moment they did, he ran out of the house like a maniac. Gosh, he didn't come back all night, and we were all so worried about him. The next day I went to school alone, and when I got back, there was a note stuck on the door from my parents. Sasha, we've left for Chicago. Grandma had a terrible accident. Tell us when your brother returns. We will be back tomorrow. What the what? So they'd left me alone? Oh no. How was I gonna deal with Matt if he came back? You're strong, Sasha. Why should you be afraid of him? And it's just a day. You'll be fine. The whole day went by, and Matt didn't come at all. The next morning, I heard someone at the front door. I opened it to see a courier person. It was a special post addressed to me. When I opened the envelope, I saw the names of other gamers like Sniper Wolf and Gloom. The best part? I was invited for a gaming marathon where Sniper Wolf and other famous gamers would be joining. OMG!
I could get all my viewers back. I was dancing around in excitement when I suddenly turned around and shrieked. Matt was standing inches away from me, looking down with an evil grin. When did you come?
Who said I ever left?
And with that, he grabbed the letter out of my hand and ran into the kitchen. And then he switched on the stove. Matt, no, please, don't do that. That is very important.
Yes, everything about you is always important. And who am I? Just worthless garbage?
As he was looking at me and talking, his long sleeve caught on fire. As he screamed and waved his arm around like crazy, I leapt forward with a jug of water and threw it at him. The fire was put out and he was okay.
Oh my God. Thanks. No, don't smile at me. You just saved me from the fire, and I'm thankful for that, but I still hate you.
And he just walked away. Mom and Dad arrived later that night and were shocked to see Matt so quiet in his room. Weeks passed and still, Matt never talked to me. But at least he didn't do anything to hurt me either. A few days later, our school was celebrating World Children's Day, and the chief guest was talking about how we were all lucky to have the love of families, unlike many children. Just then, Matt got up and shouted at the top of his voice,
Lucky? I wish I was an orphan. Families don't give love or happiness. All my life, they've given me only disappointment and tears. Families suck, and you suck for giving this stupid speech.
The teachers immediately dragged him out of the auditorium, but I couldn't help thinking about his words. Matt wished he was an orphan? I suddenly felt like the most terrible sister. We'd all ignored Matt's cries for help and attention too long. Later that evening, I went to my parents to talk to them about Matt's outburst. Mom started to cry, but Dad, he got really mad.
That stupid boy said we made him miserable? What does he want, huh? He has everything. He lives under my roof and eats 10 times a day. He's just a spoiled, whiny, weak little...
Dad, stop it. Do you think that's all he needs? A place to stay and food? You've never given him love or respect. All you've done is make him hate me and hate himself. You've made him this crazy, Dad, and you should apologize to him. And we should get him to therapy.
I'm doing nothing of the sort, and therapy is for the weak.
Suddenly, Mom rose up from her seat. That's enough. I kept telling you all those years to be kinder to Matt, but you didn't listen then, and you're being a jerk now. If you can't own up to your mistakes, you're the one who's weak and stupid.
You want to pamper that little baby? Go ahead. I'm leaving.
Suddenly, Matt barged in.
You can leave, Dad. That would make me happy. You've ruined my life, and I won't let you do that anymore. I want to change. I know I'm a good person, and I want to say that I'm sorry for all the hurt I caused Sasha and Mom. I'm really sorry, and I just want to fix everything.
Mom and I hugged Matt and said sorry to him for all the hurt we'd caused him as a family. I'm so proud of you, Matt. Asking for help and deciding to make a change needs a lot of courage. I love you.
I love you too.
Wake up, you lazy bum. I woke up with a start as my stepmom stood over me, barking the list of chores she needed me to do today. But I just stared over her shoulder at a picture of my dad and me, a picture of happier times. Stepmom hadn't been so bad while Dad was around, but after he was gone, she became the stuff of every kid's nightmare. The next day, she came into my room and tossed a pile of pretty dresses on my bed. I was psyched. She hadn't bought me new clothes in years. I thanked her, but she laughed loudly. Are you crazy? These aren't for you. I want you to take my dresses to the dry cleaners. You can have these. My heart sank. All of my clothes were already old and worn out, and the kids at school made fun of me. She said, you should be grateful I let you go to that fancy private school. That should be enough for you, only because of Dad's will. Later, as I handed the clothes to the dry cleaner, I handed him a $10 bill and winked. Julia, you're such an idiot. She walked into my room carrying her dress, which had huge pink spots all over it. She kept screaming about how useless I was for 10 minutes, but it was totally worth it. Life was hard with such a witch, but at least I had Sean. Later that evening, he took me to his friend's party. A lot of those snooty kids from school were there. I just knew they were talking about me. Feeling awkward, I told Sean that I was going to go touch up my makeup. When I came back, I nearly passed out. Sean was kissing another girl. I walked over to them and pulled the girl away from him, but the moment I saw her face, I was stunned. This girl looked exactly like me. Sean looked at the two of us in shock. What the hell? We just stood there, staring at each other. Who are you? The girl touched the necklace I was wearing. Where did you get this? Seriously? That's what she wants to know? My dad gave it to me. She laughed. Julia? Who was she, and how did she know my name? I'm Suzanne. Didn't Dad ever tell you about me? I'm your twin. I stepped back, looking at her in disbelief. I don't have a sister, let alone a twin. She pulled down her shirt, and I gasped. She was wearing the exact same necklace as me. When our parents divorced, we were separated. My mom told me that she left you with Dad and took me with her. My head was spinning. I had the chance to meet my mom? When can I see her? She's probably out dating some loser again. We went to her boyfriend's apartment. I needed to know everything. The tiny studio apartment seemed quite nice. Well, until my eyes landed on the sleazy guy sitting in the corner. Yo, twins. I'm Emmett. Suzanne said he was her boyfriend and how awesome it was to date a college guy. I looked at her boyfriend. If Mom was out dating losers, well, like mother, like daughter. She told me how Mom would just come and go all the time, depending on whether she had a job or a man. All the guys she dated were losers, but Mom didn't care as long as they bought her pretty things. I was shook by everything I'd found out today. When we got home, my stepmom was having a dinner party with her friends. I grabbed Sean's arm and tried to sneak past everyone. As soon as she saw us, she started yelling in front of her friends, "How dare you bring a boy home? Sneaking him into your room, were you? Shameless. Look at this little flirt. Even I don't bring men home." Sean ran out as fast as he could. A few days later, Suzanne called me. "Mom wants to meet you." I'd heard all these weird things about her from Suzanne, but I was still so excited. This was the first time I was going to meet my real mom. Whoa. Mom wasn't at all what I was expecting. She walked over to me and eyed me up and down. Why was she dressed like that? "Hey, Julia, you could really use a makeover." "What? No hugs? No, I missed you? So where have you been this whole time?" "I've been busy raising a daughter. Your dad only gave me enough money to raise one of you." And honey, it wasn't easy at all. This was not the reunion I had imagined. I needed to get some air. I ran down the stairs only to bump into Emmett. He blocked my way. "You hurtin', baby girl? Let me take care of you." He leaned in to kiss me. I thought I'd pass out because of his bad breath. "I'll give you $10 if you get away from me." He stepped back and held out his hand. Disgusted, I handed him a note from my wallet and walked past him. What a creep. A couple of days later, I came home from school to find my stepmom talking to someone. "It's been a long time, but I need you now." As soon as she noticed me walk in, she hung up and turned around. I had almost forgotten what her face looked like when she smiled. "Let's order some pizza today, darling." Darling? Was my stepmom dying? Was she finally gonna poison me with my favorite food? No, thanks. Not really hungry. I walked to my room in a daze. The next few days were crazy. My stepmom gave me an allowance, I had no chores, and she even stopped yelling at me. I got a call from an unknown number one day. It was Mom. "Listen, honey, I know we got off on the wrong foot the other day. I wanted to get to know you better. Meet me for lunch?" I really did want to get to know her better, so I agreed. I told her to meet me at the cafe after my shift. The next day, while I was still working, I saw my mom talking to some young guy. He was my English teacher. Oh, this man outside just snatched my purse. I'd taken some money from the bank. As she sobbed on his shoulder while he hugged her awkwardly, I saw her hand go into his coat pocket. She deftly took out his credit card and slipped the wallet back in. After he left, she walked up to me. "Ready for lunch? Let's go grab some sushi." My treat. I couldn't wait to tell Sean about how weird Mom was. When he came, though, he looked annoyed and distant. I asked him what was wrong. "I want to break up. I've met someone new and she's pretty cool. I just came to tell you that we're over." I felt so heartbroken. I thought Sean was better than that. Feeling really depressed, I called Suzanne and asked if I could come over. Mom was lying on the couch while Suzanne cooked her dinner. "Oh, good, you're here. Why don't you help your sister? She's probably really tired after her second job shift." I almost felt angry at Suzanne for pampering Mom so much. I wonder if she knew Mommy Dearest was also a thief. As I was about to go sit down at the table, My mom stopped me. No. That's my place. Sit somewhere else. Geez, was she 2 years old? Suzanne brought the food and joined us. So, Julia, what were you so upset about? I was all ready to pour my heart out, but Mom suddenly started with a story of how horrible her day had been because her tattoo artist had tattooed the wrong butterfly on her arm. Just then, a car honked outside. Mom squealed, picked up her bag, and was out the door. I saw her get into a flashy car with some guy and drive off. A few days later, she walked into the cafe. Buy me a coffee, why don't you? I walked to her table with her order. Where's my muffin? Suzanne never forgets. This woman was just too much. She was waiting around till the end of my shift, and I wondered what she wanted from me. She said she'd drop me at home. I'm really curious to meet this stepmom of yours. I don't think it's a good idea. Things had been so much better at home lately. I didn't want to ruin the peace. You think too much, Julia. Hurry up now. We walked into the lounge and I cleared my throat. This is my mom. I just recently found out that she and my twin sister live across town. Stepmom's reaction completely shocked me. That's marvelous, honey. I'm so happy you finally found your family. There's nothing more important. And she gave me a hug. Then she turned to my mom. Why don't you stay with us for a few days? I'm sure Julia would like to spend quality time with you. All this sickly sweet acting was killing me. And to my horror, Mom accepted it and came back with her bags within an hour. A few days later, I needed to work on a family tree project, so I decided to go through some old albums in the attic. I came across an album from Dad's college days. As I flipped through it, I suddenly stopped short. I knew Dad had met my mom in college, but why was my stepmom standing in the middle? And why had Mom and stepmom pretended not to know each other? I quickly went down. I had so many questions. I didn't see them anywhere, but I heard some low voices as I passed by my stepmom's room. I peeked in and almost passed out. My mom and my stepmom were kissing. Oh, I can't wait to go on a beach vacation with you. As soon as we get both the girls' signatures for their trust fund, we'll have to give them some kind of allowance, of course. Of course, we aren't complete monsters. We've actually reunited the sisters. Aw, and finally, we can be together. You broke my heart when you married him. He and I reconnected many years after you left him. I was lonely, but of course, I never loved him like I loved you. Well, at least by the time you married him, he was really rich. It was all a setup. I knew my stepmom was evil, but my own mom, too? The next day, I went down when stepmom called me. I wasn't surprised to see Suzanne and Mom there, too. She got up and smiled at me. Your stepmom was just telling us that we could move in here with you. Look, we even signed a contract. My stepmom walked towards me with a piece of paper. We just need everyone's signatures. Drop this stupid act, you greedy witch. My stepmom flared up. How dare you talk to me like that, you ungrateful brat? Mom tried to calm her down, but she was on a roll. I kept her in this house. I sent her to that fancy school and spent my money on your stupid kiddie parties and designer dresses. She looked startled, as if I'd slapped her. Then she saw the piece of paper in my hand. Yes, I found this in your study. Now that Suzanne and I were about to get our trust fund at 18, you decided to have us sign it over? You evil, evil woman. I turned to my mom. And you've never cared about us. You just followed the money no matter where it comes from. You're even okay with stealing from your own kids? Suzanne listened in complete shock as I revealed their plans. Come live with me. You don't have to deal with Mom or put up with that stupid Emmett anymore. I kicked Mom and stepmom out of the house. At least give me some money for rent. Does this woman ever give up? For the first time in our lives, Suzanne and I were the cool kids. We had so many boys asking us out all the time, but my heart was set on Ryan. My friends looked down on him because he wasn't rich and was here on a scholarship. I knew how that felt, so I didn't let that stop me from dating him. He was such a babe. One day, I was sitting at the cafe when I heard, "Hey, gorgeous." I was shocked to see my ex-boyfriend, Sean. What are you doing here? I'm sorry, I was such a jerk. I've really missed you. Before I could say anything, Ryan walked over and stood in front of him. Get away from her, you creep. Make me. I was enjoying seeing them fight over me. Me! I grabbed Ryan's hand. Leave him alone. He's not worth it. A few days later, Suzanne decided to throw a huge party at home. She said she just started seeing someone and was excited for me to meet him. I nearly fell back at the pool when it was Sean. This guy was a piece of work. It was so annoying that Sean was always at our place. It was like Suzanne had found a replacement for Mom. He had Suzanne doing everything for him, and they were spending money like crazy. He had her hosting huge parties for his friends every weekend. He was always ordering stuff for himself online using her credit card. One day, a flashy yellow convertible sped into the driveway. To my horror, Sean and Suzanne hopped out of it. Well, what do you think? It's so pretty. Sean kissed her on the cheek, and I'll take my pretty girlfriend everywhere in it. Wow, that must have cost a fortune. Your sister and her stupid boyfriend are going to blow all your money before you know it. I know. What do I do? You have to stop it. After all, you're the one who kicked out your stepmom. Suzanne would have been stupid enough to sign it all over. And you were your dad's favorite. This is your house, really. Suzanne walked into my room later that day, looking worried. Hey, can you call the bank and ask why my credit card isn't working? Oh, I already know why. I had it blocked. She looked furious. Why the hell would you do that? I'm not gonna have you and that idiot spend all of our money on stupid things. You're so dumb. You can't even see why Sean is with you. You're just jealous because he dumped you. I see the way you look at him. Yeah, I do look at him with disgust. I don't want him to live here, and frankly, I don't want to live with you either. I'm going to talk to a lawyer, and we're going to divide the trust fund money. And after that, I want you and Sean out of here. Suzanne was acting out by ignoring me completely and not doing any of the house chores, while Sean was just sulking in some corner or the other and giving me murderous looks. I had to get rid of them both. Soon. I was getting a bit worried about Ryan because I hadn't seen him or heard from him in a few days. When the bell rang, I ran to the door hoping it was him. Instead, I found a courier boy outside. You've been served, miss. Please sign here. I opened the letter with shaking hands and stared at it in shock. Ryan had sued me? Nothing I was reading made any sense. The letter said my dad had stolen his dad's idea for the app that had made him a millionaire. And he had proof? Immediately, I went over to Ryan's house and banged on the door. He came out, and a shiver went down my spine as he stared at me coldly. What's the meaning of all this? You want to know why you live in a mansion, sweetie? Your daddy is a thief who cheated his best friend out of his idea. My dad died a broken man. He never had the courage to fight his case, but I will. I have the proof I need from your dad's study, and I'm going to strip you of every penny you own. And that's exactly what he did. He won the lawsuit, and to pay the damages, I needed all of the money Dad had left me, and I had to sell the house. And now here I was, in an apartment smaller than what that loser Emmett owned, and I had to share it with Suzanne, and we both had to work just to make rent. I felt miserable. It was the gloomiest Christmas morning, and I had woke up crying, thinking of my huge fireplace and our pretty tree. I heard the bell ring and dragged my feet to the door. There was a bright, nicely wrapped box outside. I was so excited to open it. Who could it be from? I lifted the lid and found an old, smelly shoe inside. It wasn't even a pair. I spotted an envelope and tore it open. Inside was a note and a photograph. The note read, "Merry Christmas, from our family to yours." I almost dropped the photo in shock. It was Mom and Stepmom and Ryan and another girl next to them. She looked just like me and Suzanne, and she was wearing the same necklace. We stared at each other, stunned. What could this possibly mean? Hi friends, I'm Winter from Scotland. Please like and subscribe. Ever since I was a little girl, I noticed that I was a bit different from the other kids, and a lot different than my older sister Vinny. Whenever we went to the doctor, Vinny would throw the worst fit seeing a needle, but me? I was always calm. I didn't like getting shots, but I didn't feel afraid of them either. While Vinny would scream at the sight of most animals, I had a pet iguana named Santa Claus. I was totally fearless. But no matter how different we were, we loved each other to bits. On my 4th birthday, Mom took me and Vinny to the park. I was busy doing cartwheels when suddenly I saw something shiny and green slithering on the ground. I picked it up, totally mesmerized by the creature.
Wow, you look like a mermaid. I'll keep you and love you and feed you. You can sleep with Santa Claus.
Just then, Mom grabbed it from me with a loud scream and threw it away in the bushes. Oh my God, what were you holding? A snake?
What, Mom? It was so cute.
Mom and Vinny looked at me in horror. And from that day, they were on a mission to protect me from myself. Since Mom was mostly busy with work, it was Vinny who was always with me, and she wouldn't let me do anything fun. Once in 6th grade, I was feeling really bored one afternoon when I spotted some ripe mangoes on our tree. I immediately ran out and started climbing it, but moments later, Vinny came running.
Winter, no! Come down, please, it's too dangerous.
Just one more mango, Vinny. Oops, almost slipped. I'm fine. Just relax. But Vinny wouldn't listen and started climbing the tree to get me down. The moment she got close to me, the branch below her feet broke and Vinny went crashing down. It was the first time I felt truly scared. Vinny had a concussion and was rushed to the hospital where she got stitches on her forehead. When she came back home after a few days and saw her face, she screamed.
No, Mom, what's this? Oh my God, I'm ugly.
What? Of course not. Vinny, it's just a scar. It'll go away. You promise? Yes, I'm sure. But it never went away completely, and Vinny was so self-conscious about it that she started wearing her hair over it, and I could tell she was still mad at me. I apologized to her like a million times, and she said she was fine, but she'd barely talk to me or play with me, and nothing was the same. But one day I went up to her room with some ice cream, and she said she didn't want any and slammed the door in my face. I'd had enough, so I kicked the door in. Look, Vinny, I'm so sorry and I should have listened to you, but it was an accident, and well, just get over it. You can't just ignore me and not talk to me. And your new hairstyle, it sucks. It's just a dumb scar, and you're still the prettiest girl I know. I tried hugging Vinny, but she shoved me away. You're just so full of yourself, Winter.
Can't ignore me, not talking to me.
Everything isn't about you. I'm tired of being your babysitter. You're old enough to be on your own and not be reckless and stupid. And even if you are, why should that be my problem? Just go away. Saying that, Vinny pushed me out of her room. After that day, I felt so alone at home. Mom was always busy and Vinny ignored my existence. She had this new boyfriend and it seemed all her time was for him. One time in 8th grade, I was bored when I spotted the gardener's bicycle outside, and I decided to try out cycling. Thanks to Mom's overprotectiveness, I'd never been allowed to ride one. I fell so many times, but I kept on trying. And just when I thought I'd gotten the hang of it, I went crashing into a bush. That was awesome. Do it again. It was like watching an idiot run into a glass window. God, it was my annoying next-door neighbor and classmate, Aaron. Ha 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 ha, so funny. Not. And you're calling me an idiot? Aren't you the guy who posts stupid videos on his YouTube channel? Says the girl who can't ride a bike. The guy was really getting on my nerves. I picked up a shoe and hurled it at him and ran inside while he kept laughing. He was weird and had a YouTube channel that had stupid, pointless videos. And after that day, he even kept annoying me in school, but I just tried to ignore him. Once when I was in 9th grade, Mom was away for a business trip and Vinny announced that she was going to the movies with her boyfriend. I'm not babysitting you. You're a grown-up, so please, act like one while I'm gone and stay out of trouble. Can you do that? Yeah, duh. Go, do whatever you want. It's not like I asked you to babysit me. A few hours later, I was just studying peacefully when I noticed something odd. Santa Claus was not in his glass case. I looked for him everywhere and found him on the frickin' roof. I quickly climbed over and grabbed him, but suddenly I slipped. I went sliding down the roof and barely managed to cling onto a drain pipe. As I was hanging, I spotted Aaron recording me on his phone. Wow, I know you have a habit of getting into trouble, but this is epic. Hey, help me down, idiot! Before he could, I felt my hand slip and I decided to make a jump for it. Right when I landed, I saw Mom standing by the gate, glaring at me furiously. And when Vinny returned, she got the yelling of a lifetime in front of her boyfriend. It was the most intense drama I had ever seen with the two of them, screaming at each other, and her boyfriend ran away. First, I got this ugly scar because of her. And now you insulted me in front of my boyfriend and chased him away. She's not my daughter. You gave birth to her, so watch her yourself. Mom, please, stop it. It's not her fault. Vinny, listen, I'm sorry. Just get away from me, Winter. Let me breathe. I can't wait to be done with high school so I can get away from you. Vinny pushed me out of her way and I landed on my butt.
She had never been so mean to me, and it broke my heart. After that crazy night, I was grounded too, and Mom kept a strict eye on me. I wished Mom and Vinny could get that I knew the difference between stupid and fun. But one night, I heard a knock on my window and found Aaron outside.
Your room is really high up.
Yeah. Who told you to climb up?
It's not like your mom would have let me come at night to take you out. Want to go somewhere fun?
Take me out for fun? Oh my God, yes? I feel like I could die from boredom. That night, Aaron and I sneaked out, and he took me to a skate park on his bicycle. There were so many kids there doing awesome stunts with their skateboards, and I was dying to learn some. They were willing to teach me, and I picked up the moves really fast. Gosh, the rush I felt, it was amazing. Aaron even recorded my stunts for me to watch later, and was all praises. Later when he dropped me home, I was still feeling so pumped. I just impulsively turned to him and kissed him. I had a great time, and I've been wanting to do that all night.
Wow, me too.
Saying that, he kissed me again. The night was magical, but when I got in through my window, I nearly fell down when I saw Vinny on my bed. Unbelievable. You just never learn, do you? Hey, look, I'm old enough, and I'm none of your business. You've made that clear enough. Winter, that boy is trouble. He has such a bad reputation at school. He's known for playing pranks and getting others in trouble. Look, I know I've been hard on you, but just trust me on this. He's a jerk, and you need to start making better decisions. Save the big sister lecture for someone else, Vinny. Nothing I do would ever seem like a good idea to you, and I think you just resent me, and I don't trust your advice anymore. You wanted to ignore me? Well, I'm okay with it now. So get out of my room, please. That didn't feel great, but what did she expect? Vinny left for college soon, and it was just me and Mom. But thank God I had Aaron. He was everything I ever wanted in a boyfriend. For Valentine's Day, he took me bungee jumping. OMG, this was my dream.
I knew it. It's like we're the same.
Aaron and I soon became the hottest couple in school. And every afternoon, I'd go to the skate park with Aaron and practice skateboard stunts. I was acing it, and Aaron was my biggest supporter. One day, Aaron came to me with some big news. A huge YouTube stunt performer wanted us to collaborate and shoot with me. He had a huge following, and he'd post videos of us performing together. It was right during finals week, but how could I possibly say no? I tried studying, but I was way too excited and would end up going to the park with Aaron and practicing like crazy. And when the day came for the stunt performer to meet me, he was really impressed.
Kid, you are 1 in a million. I know you're gonna go far. Don't let nobody dim your spark.
Whoa, his words meant the world to me. Sometime later, the exam results came, and it turned out I had failed miserably. But to my surprise, Aaron had straight A's. How? You were with me the whole week.
Yeah. My dad kind of pulled some strings, and I took all the exams later, so I got more time to study. So, you wanna hit the park? I have some stunts I want you to try.
You couldn't have pulled some strings for me? Or at least told me it was an option? Gosh, you're so selfish.
Since when do you care about grades, Winter? And I arranged that stuntman to come perform with you, didn't I? You could be a little more grateful.
Excuse me?
Yeah, you heard me. You have a lot to thank me for. Otherwise, those boring duds at your house would keep you locked up.
Without even thinking, I gave Aaron a tight slap and walked away. I was scared of how to tell Mom about my grades, and I felt like such an idiot. Vinny was so right about Aaron. At that moment, I just missed her so much that I called her after months. The moment she picked up, I broke down and told her everything. It just took her 2 hours to come home from her university, and I hugged her tight. I knew that jerk was up to no good the first time I saw your video on his channel when you jumped from the roof. What? What video? His YouTube channel? It's full of your stunt videos. Gosh, don't say you didn't know about it. I have no idea what you're talking about. Vinny then showed me Aaron's YouTube channel, and I realized the jerk had blocked me from seeing it. It was getting millions of views just from my videos. That's why he was so supportive and took me to the skate park every day. Oh, Vinny, I just want to make him pay. He's been making money off of me without my knowledge. Just then, Mom walked into the room, and clearly she'd heard everything. How dare he?
Oh, don't you worry about a thing. I'll take care of this, Aaron.
And then I came clean about the exam result, and for once, Mom didn't freak out. And she kept her word too. She threatened to sue Aaron, so his parents forced him to take down the channel. A few days later, it was my birthday, and to my surprise, Mom and Vinny took me to the skate park. And then they gave me my gift, a video camera. Sweetie, I saw your videos and you're just a natural. I don't know why you want to do risky stuff, but I know I can't stop you either. So I guess it's time you show the world how crazy you can be on your own channel. You are actually letting me do stunts and have my own YouTube channel? Only if you name it The Daring Adventures of Winter. That's totally what I want to show the world. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Hi, I'm Lena from Poland. I grew up in a family of models. My mom and my 3 sisters were always spending time wearing makeup, but that made me nothing close to being a girly girl. They used to call me tomboy because I cared about cars and mechanics more than stupid makeup. But that's because my dad's a mechanic and I didn't care about their stupid opinions. One day when I was 5, on Christmas, my parents brought us some gifts. When it was my turn to open mine, it was a boy's underwear. Ew, Mommy, what is this? She and my sisters laughed like maniacs, and Mom said, "Oh, aren't you happy about it? It's boys' clothes since you're a boy, you know." I found tears flooding down my face, and I said, But Mommy, I'm a girl." I wish. Just then, my dad held my hand and gave me another present.
Don't cry, sweetie. Take this.
I opened up the box and felt thrilled. It was a toy car and a mechanic's toolkit. Oh, Daddy, you're the best. But does this make me a boy?
No, of course not. You're you. Don't be embarrassed to be yourself.
And my sisters laughed even harder. Yeah, that suits you better, tomboy. I looked at my dad to say something, but he simply patted my head and smiled. Well, the truth is my mom and sisters thought they were models, but they only worked as waitresses and kept applying for modeling jobs for as long as I could remember. Mom believed that people were coming to the cafe only to see her and her daughters. One day, when I was in the 4th grade, Mom barged into my room screaming because her skirt that she used to wear 10 years ago was too tight. We're such beautiful ladies. I was prettier and more attractive, but getting pregnant with you ruined my body. I don't know why I wanted a kid after an 8-year gap. Maybe because I wanted a boy. Well, God listened and here you are. Mom, I have no idea what you're talking about because, honestly, you're not even that pretty yourself. Mom got red in the face and yelled, "Go to your room, and I hope you never come out." Is that meant to be a punishment? Because I enjoy my time there. And just like that, from that day, I started to spend my time in my room learning about mechanics, reading books about it, or helping Dad around the garage. But there was one major perk of living with 3 mean sisters who cared about fashion and makeup. I met a lot of cute guys coming and leaving our house because my sisters dated half of the guys in town. And to be honest, I started to wonder how it would feel to kiss a boy. So when I was in the 7th grade and my aunt visited us with her son, I took him aside to show him my mechanic toys. Then I cornered him and blocked his way. "Kiss me if you want me to let you go." My cousin started yelling until his mom and mine came running to us. He said,
Ew, I don't kiss boys.
but instead of being angry, Mom looked pleased. "Oh, Lena, I never thought you'd like boys. I thought you were into girls. I can't believe I'm saying this, but you just made me so proud. Not all is lost." Ugh, like I cared to make her proud. I just wanted a kiss, and I was determined to get one. So I turned to my only other option, school. At school, I had the same reputation at home, but there, at least, I could kick anyone's butt if they tried to mess with me. Anyone except Monica, the school queen. Once when I was in the 10th grade, she came to me and said, "Hey, Robin, I told you 1,000 times, my name isn't Robin. And who even is Robin anyway?" "Oh, he was a boy who attended the same kindergarten as me. He used to pee his pants, and you remind me of him. You're both ugly and have a crush on me. I'm telling you for the last time, I'm not into girls. Now out of my way." Then she pushed me aside and walked away. What a total nut job. That idiot thought I had a crush on her. Well, the person I really had a crush on was her boyfriend, James. But she didn't know something I did. James was cheating on her, like, at least with a different girl every week. Once, he came to my dad's garage with one girl, and the following week he came with a different one. But I didn't care. I still liked him. So one day, I figured out a plan. When he came to my dad's garage again, I offered to help him. The girl with him didn't mind me talking to him and touching his shoulder because she already thought I was a lesbian. I took his number and said I would call him when the car was ready. I was fully prepared to have James fall for me, but that night, everything changed. When Dad and I got home, we found no one. My mom and sisters were gone, leaving a note saying, "We thought it was the right time for us to leave and pursue our careers. Staying with both of you is just keeping us stuck and losers. So goodbye." Honestly, I felt good and thought Dad would feel the same, but when I looked at him, he was crying. Then he collapsed and started sobbing.
I knew I wasn't good enough for your mom. No matter how hard I tried, she would always look down on me.
I hugged him and said, "No, Dad, you're amazing. My mom is stupid, and so are my sisters. We're going to be just fine, the two of us." But nothing was after that day. Dad went through a severe depression and stopped going to the garage. He never wanted to work there because it reminded him of Mom. I sometimes had to work instead of him to provide for us. So at school, I got so busy working and fixing other kids' cars that I forgot all about James and my crush on him. Until one day, he and his jerk girlfriend came to me. "Hey, Robin, me and James have been arguing since this morning whether this shirt is too revealing and attractive." James, the little cutie, is so jealous because a lot of guys were staring. But I keep telling him that I'm wearing too many clothes here. It's not my problem the guys are crazy about me. So, since you have a crush on me, I thought you can give an honest answer here. Do you think this is too attractive? I looked at her. Why did she even exist? She had gotten me on one of my worst days. So I said, "I think it's not attractive enough for your boyfriend because he's cheating on you with half of the girls in school, and they are wearing way less clothes than you." Monica looked at me with her mouth open and said, "Ugh, I didn't know you were this helpless. Trying to make me break up with my lovely James so you can have me? That's so lame." I would have punched her face, but then behind her back, I saw the new janitor, and I almost passed out. It was my dad. He smiled shyly at me, and before I could warn him, he introduced himself to Monica as my dad. She grinned at me, and without replying to him, walked away. I couldn't help but groan. To be honest, I wasn't ashamed of my dad or anything, but having him as my school's janitor added more misery to my life, and that witch didn't leave me alone. One day during a class, I dozed off because I was super tired. Apparently, I was talking in my sleep, and I said a few words, and according to Monica, I was mentioning her name. God, this girl. She came to me and pushed my chair away. I fell on the ground and woke up terrified. Can you stop being so obsessed with me? It's freaking me out. I was boiling with anger. I just snapped, and for the first time, I pushed her away. She pushed me back and said, "No one touches Monica like this, especially poor people like you, the daughter of a janitor." I slapped her and was about to attack her, but the teacher came in and stopped me. "Calm down. Are you a monster?" "What? She attacked me first." "Do you really expect me to believe that? Look at her. She's too gentle to hurt a fly. And look at you. I'm what? Plus, you were sleeping in my class." "Yeah, because you're the most boring teacher in the world. And you're the rudest girl in my class." "Nuh-uh. Monica is, and you know that, but you're all afraid of her. But not me. Not anymore. I'm not an idiot coward like you." "What did you just say?" "You heard me. To the principal's office. Right now." I walked out of the room without a backward glance. When I got there, the blonde, rude secretary followed me and pulled me back. "Hey, what do you want now?" I half expected her to yell something, but she said ever so sweetly, Can I please talk to you, kiddo?" I narrowed my eyes. "Why?" So your dad, he's hot." "Ew, he's Dad." Yeah, but he is. And since you're my favorite student in this school." "I am your favorite student? Since when?" "Don't be silly. Since, forever. Just listen. Let's get to the point. I don't know why you're here, but if you can get me a chance with your dad, I promise you won't face any problems with anyone here, especially Monica. You can forget she even existed." Well, honestly, that did sound like a good deal. Dad needed a new woman in his life, and I could take my revenge. Deal. And she let me go. And I didn't go to the principal's office that day or any other day in my life. Dad agreed to start dating the secretary after I begged him for the entire week. To my delight, though, he was genuinely happy with her. I couldn't be happier for him. One day, I got to school late, and when I entered the class, the teacher glared at me and told me to go to the principal's office. Then Monica said, "Oh no, please let her stay. She's been busy all night working in her dad's garage to help her poor, useless janitor dad." I swear I was going to attack her, but the teacher probably read my mind and dragged me out of the classroom. When I got to the secretary room, she wasn't there. I supposed she was with Dad. I looked at her computer and it was the grade sheet, and I saw Monica's name. So I changed her grades from A's to D's and F's, and also James, and left. They threw the worst tantrums after their grades were posted, but the secretary stood firm, and before long, everyone in the school knew about my power. Of course, some students tried to tell the principal, but since he liked and trusted his rude, suck-up secretary, he didn't do anything. And she didn't have an idea I was behind all of this, and I really felt like the godfather. Suddenly, boys were into me and wanted to hang out with me, and honestly, I enjoyed the attention and hung out with a couple of boys. But my eyes were only on one boy, James. I mean, the heart wants what it wants. So one day, while he and Monica were having lunch together, I went to him and said, "Hey, you gotta date me or kiss your dream college goodbye." He looked at me and pushed Monica away. "Of course, babe. Come sit next to me." Monica looked furious, but she knew her time as the school queen was over. She never faced me again. Dating James was nice at first, but soon enough, I found out he was a jerk. And I even felt sorry for Monica that she had to deal with him. He was embarrassed to be seen with me, and I was certain he was cheating on me. Once, he sent me a message by mistake that said, "Hey, babe. Want to go out tonight? That disgusting tomboy is busy in her dad's garage tonight." I cried when I read it. Next day, James came to hug me and I pushed him away. "Don't touch me, you cheater." Instead of apologizing like a decent person, he rolled his eyes at me and said, "Oh, but you knew that a long time ago and still wanted me because you're a helpless, ugly loser." Suddenly, I lost it. I had done so much for him and he was being such a pig. I slapped him hard. "Whether you slap me or not, you're still the janitor's daughter. Nothing more." Before I could reply, I heard a voice behind me. It was my dad. "Don't you dare talk to my daughter like that, you little mutt." "Dad, don't worry about him. He's a jerk." Then my dad put his arm on my shoulder and said, "I'm sorry I'm embarrassing you, Lena." "No, Dad, you're not. I'm so proud of you. Don't mind these empty-headed ignorants. They know nothing about hard work, about dignity, about being yourself without feeling embarrassed. Dad, we aren't like them. We are free." Dad looked at me with teary eyes and smiled. "Come here, sweetie. Give your old man a hug." We hugged. That night, I had the loveliest dinner with my dad and his girlfriend and felt like the luckiest girl in the world. I couldn't wait for tomorrow to become a better person and to love myself more. Hi, I'm Lucy. Get some popcorn and settle down because my story is bonkers. Don't forget to like and subscribe to MSA. My childhood was crazy. Mom was super strict and was always breathing down my neck to make sure I followed all her dumb house rules. "Lucy, this placemat is 0.5 inches to the left. I'm so disappointed in you." "Seriously? I got no dessert because of freaking placemats." And Dad was a complete weirdo. He stayed in his study all day long and only left at night with a suspicious-looking briefcase. But whenever I asked him what was in it, he would always tell me to mind my own business. So rude. One day, I was playing football by myself in the park when two mean-looking men grabbed my ball and squished all the air out of it. "Hey, are you stupid? You're supposed to kick the ball, not squish it."
She's a little firecracker. "Where's your dad, little girl? He owes us an apology."
"Why? Who are you? And what did my dad do to you?"
You ask too many questions. Let's just say your father isn't a very nice man. Selfie!
And they took pictures with me and left. What was going on? I ran home and confronted Dad. He looked panicked but told me it was no big deal. But I wasn't going to let it go. That night, I sneaked out of my room like a ninja and tried to get into Dad's study. But suddenly, a loud alarm went off and red lights flashed all over the house. I nearly jumped out of my skin in fright. Dad was so furious, he made me write 200 times, "I will mind my own business." But the next day, he was gone. I looked for him everywhere and called him, but his phone was off. And I felt guilty. Had he left because of me? But Mom refused to talk about him. Aren't you even a little bit worried about Dad? He's missing.
He's a grown man. I'm sure he can take care of himself.
People said he's a bad man. What did he do?
What if I told you about listening to idle gossip? And straighten your back.
Ugh, she was the worst. Rather than go to the police and file a report, she moved us to a new city. I was so mad at her that I stopped showering for a week. Then I accidentally smelled my own armpits and nearly fainted, so I finally took a bath. But I stopped doing chores according to her ridiculous rules.
Lucy, I told you to dry the laundry, not dye it.
Oops. But I was only getting started. I always put the forks and knives in different drawers around the house after washing them and screwed up the TV remote so it wouldn't work properly. I dyed my hair orange and got fake piercings and tattoos, but told her they were real. She was so upset, she got me enrolled in an insanely strict school.
They have uniforms and rules. I'm sure they'll knock some sense into you.
Not if I knock them over first. St. Mary's was a mansion with super rich kids. The lawns were perfectly kept, and the halls were so clean they shone like diamonds. But I got in trouble on the very first day. I was putting my books in my locker when suddenly someone threw a hoodie in my face. Wear this. Your ugly face is gonna make me vomit. Then look somewhere else, creep. This is a respectable school. We don't want people like you, so you better clean up. She knocked the milkshake out of my hand and pushed me down in the mess. I saw red. I was about to get up and slap this crazy witch when suddenly a boy came running down the hall and stood between us.
Picking on the new kid on the first day? You're really desperate for attention, aren't you, Crystal?
Mind your own business, Anthony. This is my school, not your dad's office. What I say goes.
Maybe I should give him a call and we'll see who really runs this school.
Crystal looked furious. She flipped her hair and left with her minions, and Anthony helped me up.
Hey, I'm sorry about Crystal. Just because she's the principal's daughter, she thinks she can boss everyone around.
Thanks for coming in like a knight in shining armor.
I always wanted to save a damsel in distress.
Oh, you didn't save me. You saved her from me. But the teachers at the school were like Mom Pro Max. They gave detention for everything. Need to sharpen your pencil twice a day? Detention. Spend more than 5 minutes in the bathroom? Detention. The last straw for me was when one of the teachers took away my bag of candies and threw them in the trash.
Just keep your candy at home.
Mom is a bigger candy police than the teachers. One time I had more than one M&M and she took me to the dentist for a cleaning.
That's intense. Come over to my place and we can play video games and eat all the candy you want.
Anthony's house was bigger than the White House. There were guards all over the place and a whole room dedicated to gaming consoles, snacks, and a freaking cotton candy machine. Fart in my face to wake me up because I must be dreaming.
You are so weird.
We played till our eyes hurt, and it was the best time I'd ever had in my life. Over a dinner of greasy burgers, I told him all about my parents, how we'd moved so suddenly, and how I'd never had a normal childhood, and how Dad left. I think Dad was a criminal or something. That's the only logical explanation.
Is that why he disappeared?
Maybe. This is the best burger I've ever had. Mom would freak out if she saw me eating this.
That just shows your mom really cares about you. My dad builds bridges and has a whole list of rules that he needs to follow strictly or people's lives could be in danger. Your mom is just trying to build a strong bridge.
I'd never really thought about it like that. Maybe Mom wasn't so bad. But Anthony was so wrong, because when I got home, Mom was waiting for me in the living room, boiling with anger.
How dare you go to a friend's house without permission? Do I even know these people?
You'd know about my friends if you cared about anything other than your stupid rules.
You're grounded.
I hated my life at home, and Crystal was making me miserable at school. She was the student body president and was always after me for breaking some rule, which she made up herself. Ugh, I know you can't fix your ugly face, but at least have the decency not to smile. Your crooked teeth really make everyone cringe. Detention. For smiling? That isn't against the rules. No, but it should be for you. Well, if I'm gonna do the time, I might as well do the crime. I was getting detention so often that kids in school had started calling it getting a Lucy. It was ridiculous. So I decided to get even in the most Lucy way possible. I came in super early one day, did a little dance for the security camera, and drew poop emojis all over Crystal's locker. But why stop there? The whole school was a blank canvas, so I drew the little brown swirls on every whiteboard and bathroom stall. The school went nuts. One of the teachers fainted. The principal called me into her office, and soon after, Mom showed up with Dad's briefcase. She told me angrily to go outside for a few minutes. You're definitely going to get expelled, Lucy. That's what happens when you don't follow the rules. But just then, the principal came out looking pale and sweaty. Well, Lucy, I've decided not to expel you. I can see you don't do well with rules, so maybe we can relax a few and make learning easy for you. What? I was shocked, but Crystal had a full-blown meltdown. This loser drew poop all over my locker. She can't get away with this. I want her out, Mommy. Kick her out. The principal had to drag Crystal into her office because she was kicking and screaming like a 5-year-old. And Mom grabbed my hand and took me home for the day. What just happened? What did you say to the principal? Did you threaten her? What's in that briefcase? That's none of your business. Just keep your head down at school. I saved your butt this time, but it won't always work. No, maybe you're a criminal just like Dad. I don't trust you at all. I won't do anything you ask until I know the truth. I ran out the door and went to stay with Anthony. It was the only place I felt safe. Mom kept calling, but I ignored her calls. The next day, people in school were looking at me like I was some kind of hero. One of Crystal's minions actually dusted my locker and opened it for me, while another girl brought me coffee and offered to carry my books. What's going on here? Why are you guys doing this? Because someone finally put Crystal in her place. She's no longer the student body president thanks to you. We were all so tired of her being mean to us. Aw, shucks. But I didn't really do anything. Thanks for the coffee, but you don't have to do this anymore, okay? Life was pretty sweet after that. The teachers left me alone, and Crystal's day of ruling the school halls was over. She was always glaring at me like she was planning something evil in that petty brain of hers. And a few weeks later, I found out what. Someone had spray-painted poop emojis on every teacher's car and left a giant cat turd on the principal's windshield. Don't look at me. I didn't do it. Then who did? You're such a witch, Lucy. Everyone tried their best to make you straighten your ways, but you're a lost cause. Once a criminal, always a criminal. You take that back. You're a criminal. I slapped Crystal so hard that her contacts fell out. I was expelled on the spot, and the teachers reported me to the police for destroying their cars. My case was being investigated, and I was probably going to end up in juvie. But I wasn't a criminal like Dad, and I had to prove my innocence. So that night, I sneaked into the school's security room and got all the camera footage on a USB, and then ran to Anthony's place.
Lucy, what happened? Why did you do that to all the teachers' cars?
I didn't. Someone's framing me, and I'm gonna find out who. We used his laptop to look through the videos, but there were hours and hours of it, and I was getting sleepy. I went to the bathroom to change into my pajamas when I saw something that made the hair on the back of my head stand up.
Hey, Lucy, I think I found the footage, but it's no good. The person's wearing a hoodie and a mask. I don't think you'll be able to prove it wasn't you.
And that's exactly what you wanted, didn't you? I threw the hoodie and mask in his face. They had the same spray paint stains as the one used to make the emojis. He looked shocked at first, but then an evil grin spread on his face.
No one is gonna believe a nobody like you. They shouldn't have believed your dad either.
What are you talking about? What does my dad have to do with any of this?
He has everything to do with this. When you joined the school and I read your name, I knew you had to be that nosy journalist's daughter.
Journalist?
Stupid, naive Lucy. Doesn't even know anything about her own parents. Yes, he found some stupid evidence against my dad for fraud and ruined his reputation. He sent him to prison. And now, I'm gonna send his precious daughter to jail.
Just then, the door slammed open and the police rushed into the room.
Anthony, you're under arrest for property damage. What? It was her. You have no proof it was me.
Actually, you slipped up. I have a dashboard camera in my car, and that caught your face when you were ruining it. Lucy, are you okay? Suddenly, Mom came into the room, and I was so glad to see her. I gave her a bear hug. I was so scared, Mom.
Anthony told me some weird stuff about Dad. He's a journalist?
Yes, sweetie. He is a very brave man who exposes criminals and bad men in the government. People are always trying to harm him, so he had to leave the country. And that's why we moved, to keep you safe.
But how did you know I was here?
I know I'm gonna sound like a psycho stalker, but I got your phone track. You weren't picking up and I was worried about you. The minute I saw Anthony's last name, I realized who he was and I knew you were in danger.
I am so glad you stalked me. I didn't realize you were living with so much stress. And tell me now, Mom, what's up with the briefcase and how'd you scare the principal?
It has your father's research and proof that he's used to expose people. I told your principal I had dirt on her.
Do you?
Nah, but it scared her enough to let you stay on in school. But you don't have to go back there. We can find you a better school.
That's okay. The kids aren't half bad there. But when can we see Dad?
I was thinking we could visit him in the summer. Would you like that?
I would love it, Mom.
My best friend Callie once told me that good things and bad things happen in threes. I didn't believe it at first. Then 3 totally bad things happened to me and it changed my life forever. It all started on a day like any other day. I can't believe you got the skirt, Callie screamed the moment she saw the new stuff in my room. You're so lucky, it's so gorgeous. Samantha is going to die with envy. I felt kind of embarrassed at Callie's gushing. I mean, the skirt was pretty and kind of expensive, but it was just a skirt after all. Suddenly, my mom came into my room. Hope, honey, can you bring this over to Mr. Jenkins' apartment, please? Callie turned her head away and rolled her eyes. I had to stop my giggles. Mr. Jenkins lived a few doors down from us and next door to Callie's. His house smelled so bad. Now, please, Mom added. She left a basket full of freshly baked bread on my dresser. Mom is always baking. I guess she had nothing better to do all day since Dad made enough money to keep us comfortable. Callie says that we're more than just comfortable, though. I wish I could go shopping anytime like you, Callie moaned while she stretched on my bed. I wish I could have a bag like this and a skirt like this. I felt bad for Callie sometimes, so I offered to give her my new stuff. I mean, I can always buy them again. Callie took them quick enough. She walked with me to Mr. Jenkins's door. Good luck with Mr. Stinky, she whispered, as she went back to her own apartment. Mr. Jenkins opened the door quickly after hearing my knock. Although his face seemed pleased to see the bread basket, he was still gruff and grumpy. Your mom's making me eat too much, he complained. I told him not to worry. I'm sure Mom used all organic stuff and healthy things in her baking. A lot of health-conscious people are always asking her to make things for them. Where's your friend? The next-door neighbor of mine? Mr. Jenkins asked. That girl who always wrinkles her nose at me. I don't like her. I had to cover my mouth so he wouldn't see me smile. I could tell him that Kelly didn't like him either, but I still had to be polite. When I got back home, Dad was there. He looked stressed. Come to the kitchen, Hope, he said. I have something important to tell you. I sat in front of the table still smiling when my dad broke the most terrible news. He had lost his job. His company was closing and filing for bankruptcy. He wasn't even getting his last paycheck. Mom clutched her chest. My mouth gaped open. What are we going to do? My mom whispered with horror. Dad said that we'd have to live off of our savings for a while, but we had to cut down on a lot of things. That included a big chunk of my allowance. I'm very sorry, Hope, Dad said to me. I'm just glad that your school's paid up for the year. We'll worry about next year's tuition fee when we get there. But I wasn't worried about school at all. I just remembered that I had just given my newest clothes to Kelly, and now we couldn't afford to buy me anything. Samantha is going to be so smug, I thought. Samantha was our classmate, and she was always comparing my stuff to hers. When I told Kelly about what had happened to my dad, I was surprised at her reaction. They can't cut your allowance, she cried. That's so unfair. I tried to defend my dad. I mean, it wasn't his fault that his company was going under. They should be the ones to cut back, not you, Kelly said. They're the grown-ups. It's not your fault that your dad lost his job. Well, it's not my dad's fault either, I snapped back at her. Sometimes Kelly can be such a brat. We've been friends for a long time, but sometimes she acts so spoiled. Since I didn't have any extra money, I needed to find a job. Unfortunately, the only job for me was babysitting. Hey, I already take care of most of the kids in the building, Kelly said. Don't steal them from me, okay? I sighed. I wished that Callie was willing to share some of her clients with me. I needed the money more than she did. One day, I was walking down the hallway to our door when Mr. Jenkins appeared. Do you need a job? He asked. I nodded, although I didn't know if he had any leads for me. I need somebody to clean up my apartment, he continued. Will you do it? I'll pay you. Mr. Jenkins' house smelled really bad, but I was desperate. My parents needed the money for food and household stuff. They didn't have extra to give me, so I agreed to Mr. Jenkins's plan. I was going to start the next day. My mom was thrilled. Even if we had so little money, she still made healthy sandwiches to share with Mr. Jenkins every day. If his house smelled bad from the outside, inside was 100 times worse. I had to cover my mouth to keep from gagging. It smelled like sour milk and old tuna. Sorry about the smell, he told me when he saw my face. But as you get older, you don't smell things as well anymore. That's why I need you to clean up. I've been getting complaints from the neighbors. I'm sure he was. If Kelly's mom was as outspoken as her daughter, she would have tried to get Mr. Jenkins evicted. I started with the kitchen, then the bedroom, then the bathrooms. At the end of the first day, I had almost 10 big trash bags full of junk. It was kind of disgusting, but there were interesting things too. You want this? Mr. Jenkins said while holding a small telescope. I'm too old to be bird watching anyway. The telescope was sticky with grime, but after I wiped it clean, it looked brand new. Wow, thanks, Mr. Jenkins, I said. And for the first time ever, he smiled at me and he handed me a transistor receiver with a remote control. He said that he used the gadget to listen to the different mating calls of birds. Mr. Jenkins even suggested that I go to the roof if I wanted a better look at them. I totally forgot all about that, however, when I got home. I found my parents in the kitchen again. My mom had tears running down her cheeks. What was worse was that my dad was teary-eyed, too. There are no jobs for me, he said with a dead voice. I'm willing to take on any job, but nobody is hiring. Mom went to kneel in front of Dad, and she cupped his face in her hands. Don't lose hope, she said so tenderly. We'll get through this. I never felt so scared in my life as I did that night. It wasn't about the money, though. It was remembering my parents looking so scared themselves. A few days later, I went to the roof, just as Mr. Jenkins suggested. It was so peaceful up there. I never really realized how big the sky was. It made me feel so small. And with that feeling, I realized that my problems were small as well. Anything was still possible. I just had to hope. I took out the telescope and the drone transistor radio. I tried to follow some birds around, and I had one more realization. Bird watching was terribly boring. So instead of looking up, I used the telescope to spy on the people on the street. To my surprise, I saw Kelly stepping out of our building. I made the transistor receiver follow her from above. Hey, Samantha! She shouted to the nicely dressed girl waiting for her at the corner. Samantha looked very happy to see her. They seemed like best friends. They even linked their arms together and started giggling at once. Nice bag, Samantha said admiringly. Thanks, Kelly replied. I looked closer at the bag on her shoulder and saw that it was the brand new designer bag that I gave her. Where's Hope? Samantha asked. Kelly started to laugh. I don't know. I don't care, Kelly replied. She sunk so low. She's sad and pathetic now. She's practically a cleaning lady. I call her Miss Stinky because she's cleaning the house of our neighbor, old Mr. Stinky. Tears filled my eyes and I let go of the receiver remote control. I couldn't listen anymore. I felt so betrayed. I never thought that Kelly could ever talk about me like that. It wasn't just my dad who lost something, I whispered. It looks like I lost my best friend, too. I didn't think it was possible, but my day got even worse. After I lost sight of Kelly and Samantha, I saw someone else stepping out of our building. It was my mom. She was waving to someone in a car, and it stopped to pick her up. It was a flashy car, and my mom was smiling from ear to ear. She was also dressed up to the nines. The driver stepped out of the car and walked over to open her door. I didn't recognize him, though. He was very handsome. My mom was looking at him like he was a gift from the heavens. I started to feel cold all over. There was something going on here, but I wasn't sure what it was. So for the next 3 days, I went to the roof. Every day, Mom came out of our building. Every day, she got into the stranger's car. She seemed happier than I had ever seen her. Then I remembered what Kelly told me about the 3 bad things happening together. First, my dad lost his job. Second, we lost our money. And now for the third, it seems like my mom was having an affair. How could she do this? How could she betray us? When she finally got home on the 3rd day, she was still smiling. A part of me was hoping that she was doing something else. Anything else other than cheating on my father. But she never said anything. I could see that she was trying to act all normal, but I caught her smiling behind my father's back. When Dad asked her what she did that day, she just answered that she spent the day baking. I wanted to scream that I knew her secret. The only baking she did that day was a cheater's pie. I wanted to confront her, but I just couldn't. Not yet anyway. It was hard to even get up in the morning. The next day was my last day cleaning for Mr. Jenkins. It was unrecognizable now. It smelled so much better, too, after all the essential oils and diffusers I used. Before I left, Mr. Jenkins handed me an envelope with cash as payment for my cleaning services. When I peeked inside, I gasped. It was more money than I expected. It was more money than my allowance. Mr. Jenkins? I asked him. Are you sure you put the right amount in here? Why? He growled. Do you want some more? No, I quickly replied. I told him that it was more than what he owed me. I tried to give some of it back, but he wouldn't take it. Just go and spend it on whatever you kids like to buy nowadays, he added. Then he practically shoved me out the door. Wow, I didn't think that Mr. Jenkins was rich enough to give this much money to anyone. Was my luck finally turning? The 3 bad things were done and over with. The envelope full of cash in my pocket was definitely a good thing. Should I expect 2 more good things to follow now? I was scared to hope after everything that had happened. But when I got home, my mom was impatiently waiting for me. "Hurry up, Hope," she said. "I have an announcement to make." My heart sank to my stomach. My mom looked fantastic and made up. She definitely looked like she was in love and having an affair. I braced myself to hear her announcement that she was leaving us. How was I going to take care of my dad all by myself? Mom practically pushed me down into a chair beside my dad. Then she dramatically made her announcement. "I got a job!" she cried. "What?" I cried. "What?" Dad repeated. My mom started talking really fast. She was so excited. She said that she got a call from a friend who owned a restaurant. They suddenly got an investor who wanted to expand their store and add a bake shop. That investor insisted that they get my mom to head the kitchen. Since they already loved her breads, it was a done deal. I get to do what I love to do and get paid for it. My mom cried out with happiness. "How much money are we talking about here?" my dad said breathlessly. "Well," Mom said with a shy smile, "it's not as big as your salary used to be, but it's close." My dad was so relieved and so happy that he picked up my mom right there in the middle of the kitchen and spun her around. Then they started dancing. They were acting like crazy people, but I have to admit I was so happy I wanted to dance along with them. The next day, my mom baked a special batch of bread and told me to bring some to Mr. Jenkins again. I was happy to do it for her. "I haven't said thank you to you," she said softly. "What for?" I asked. "Well, you never complained when we cut your allowance," Mom said. "You never complained about having to work and clean up Mr. Jenkins's apartment. Thank you for being such a good sport about all of this." She gave me a big hug. "I don't think a lot of kids would have reacted the way you did," she added. I couldn't help but remember Kelly. She thought that my parents were just being unfair to me. She was wrong. We were all doing the best we could. When I walked to Mr. Jenkins's place, I took a big sniff from the breadbasket. It smelled like victory and hope. I was surprised when Mr. Jenkins asked me to join him for tea. "Your mom's bread will make the tea bearable," he said with a gruff laugh. I sat in front of him and took a bite from a bread roll. "I'm sure that your mom's bakery will be a success," he said suddenly. I nodded. Then I gasped. How did he know about it? Mr. Jenkins laughed at the look on my face. Then I saw a twinkle in his eyes. "Didn't they say who the new investor was?" he asked me. It turned out that Mr. Jenkins himself was investing in the bakery. He was the brains behind it all. He was so touched that my mom was thoughtful enough to give him free food, whether we had money or not. He knew that he had to help people who were kind like that. "I also did it for you, you know," he added. "You're a pretty good kid. I thought you were going to turn down my job offer to clean my house, but you faced it like a responsible adult." Mr. Jenkins kept on talking, and I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I didn't know that he was a millionaire, and that he even owned the whole building that we lived in. I thought he was just a grumpy old man, but it turns out that he used to be a very successful businessman before he retired. "I'm thinking of hiring a person to manage all my apartment blocks," he told me. "Is your dad still available? I think he's a good choice." I could only nod as Mr. Jenkins made plans to talk to my dad that day. "That's 3 things," I said under my breath. "What did you say?" asked the old man. 3 things, I said again. 3 good things are happening right now after the 3 bad things that happened before. First, my dad lost his job. Second, we lost our money. Third, then I stopped talking. There wasn't a third thing. My mom wasn't having an affair. "What's the third thing?" Mr. Jenkins asked. "There's none," I replied. "I can think of one," he said. Then he told me about Kelly. The real reason why he never liked Kelly was because he overheard her talking about me. Apparently, Kelly only wanted to be my friend because she liked all the free stuff she got from me. "Your friendship with that girl was the first bad thing that happened to you," he said. "She was a bad friend. I don't hear her talking about you anymore. Now she just goes on and on about this new girl, Samantha." I thought hearing about Kelly and Samantha would hurt me, but oddly enough, it didn't. I guess going through everything these past few months made me realize that there were more important things in life. "My mom was right," I said softly. I thought of all the new directions we were taking. Our lives were about to change, and I was excited to meet them head on, even if there are a lot of bad things that may come our way. I'm looking forward to finding a better friend someday. There's always hope for me. There's always hope for all of us.
Hi, I'm Layla, and I come from a very small village in Morocco. I was an only child to my parents, but for some reason, I looked totally different from them. And not just them. I was the most unique kid in the entire village. Whenever I'd step out with my parents, people would go crazy when they'd see me.
"I'll marry my boy to you one day. You're a goddess."
Growing up, I felt like a celebrity, but I still wasn't really happy. My parents always kept me inside the house and never let me out, not even to play with the other kids.
No, you can't step out. What if you hurt yourself or get a scar?
No one's going to look at your ugly face then, let alone marry you. Instead, they kept me busy with housework like cleaning and washing, and whenever I'd beg them to send me to school, they would just laugh at me.
School? Only idiots go to school.
But you guys went. Don't mess with me, kid. We're letting you sit at home and work for us for free. And you want to do what thousands of kids hate? Gosh, they were so unreasonable, and I hated them for this. But I wasn't gonna sit and do nothing. I taught myself how to read and write the basics using Dad's old books. My parents went crazy when they found me reading one day. But just then, some guests showed up, and to my shock, they started bragging about how I could read just about anything. You see, she's so smart that even the school said she's already at a college level. The principal came to get lessons from her last week, and Dad crossed the line by saying,
She's almost a doctor. My hand got hurt yesterday and she took care of it. Right, kiddo?
"What a big fat liar!" But here was my chance to make a fool out of him. Yes, Dad. Of course I did. Here, let me see it again." And with that, I bit his hand really hard and he screamed like a little baby. What can I do? My medical book says that this is the only treatment. Soon after I turned 12, I could no longer stand being kept inside the house all the time. So one evening, while I was sneaking out, I saw something that shocked me. My parents were adding water to the milk and selling it to the other villagers to make money. This was so wrong. Stop it, you guys. Why are you doing this? Don't you care about other people's health? You can't cheat them like this. What are you doing here? How dare you sneak out of the house this late? Get back to your room, now. Mom pulled me back into the house and tried to shut me up, but I wasn't going to let them fool the innocent villagers anymore. The next morning, I hid inside the barn until the villagers came to get their milk, and as soon as I saw them, I ran out screaming like crazy. I need to tell you guys something. Mom and Dad looked at me in complete shock, and the villagers asked what was happening. But before I could get up or say anything, Dad screamed,
Oh, Layla. She's just excited to tell you how she's been telling bedtime stories to the newborn calf.
"What the what?" He told everyone that I could talk to animals, and the animals loved me so much that they even insisted on me sleeping next to them. What? This was crazy. Just then, Mom and Dad took me by my arms and rushed me inside the house. Dad? Are you insane? I can't talk to animals. And what bedtime stories? That's ridiculous. I'm gonna tell.
I'll send you to school.
What?
I'll send you to school if you don't tell anyone anything.
OMG, this was a golden opportunity for me. I agreed to stay quiet on one condition. They had to stop mixing water into the milk, and they had to send me to school after the summer break was over. And they agreed. But then everyone around the village went crazy. They actually believed what Dad said, and now people were gathering around the house for my crazy superpowers. My dog hasn't eaten for days. Can the magic girl talk to him and ask him why he won't eat?
My buffalo is pregnant. Can you please tell me, is she going to have a girl or a boy?
What the actual crap? Just then, Dad came running into my room and started begging on his knees.
Please, just do this once, for me.
I didn't want to, but he wouldn't let go of my leg, and in the end, I gave in. And within weeks, I was the official magic girl of the village who could talk to animals. And when people started coming from far and wide, asking me to treat their sick animals like I was some magic vet, I decided this had to stop. I had no clue how to help them. Later that night, I went to my parents' room to tell them I wasn't doing this anymore. But what I saw shocked the ribs out of me. Mom and Dad were sleeping on a mattress made out of money, and they were talking about me. "We're making so much money thanks to that stupid girl. She's such a fool to think that we aren't mixing water and milk."
Yeah, and she actually thinks we'll send her to school for talking to animals.
And they both started laughing like crazy. Oh my God! I always knew they were greedy and mean, but they'd crossed a line. This was it. I wasn't going to let them fool me or anyone anymore. The next day, when all the people gathered around the house to see me, I acted like I was talking to the cows we owned and told everyone
I hate to say this, but the cows tell me that my parents have been mixing water in the milk and fooling all of you. The villagers looked shocked, and Mom and Dad's faces turned pale. Amid all the chaos, I packed up my bags and ran away from home. After running for hours, I reached an old house in the middle of nowhere. When I knocked on the door, a very old lady opened the door. "What do you want?" Well, honestly, I wanted her to speak a little faster, but I asked her to let me stay for the night, and she agreed. But later that night, while I was peacefully sleeping, my eyes opened and the old lady freaked me out. "What do you want? Why were you staring at me like that?" I was kind of scared, but then the old woman told me something that completely shocked me. "I knew your mother." Well, now I know her too, and she's a witch who doesn't care about me, but please, don't tell her I'm here. "No, your real mother." My real mother? The old woman told me that she was the midwife when I was born, and she recognized me because of my hair and the color of my eyes, because they resembled my real mom's. But unfortunately, my dad, who was a rich trader, gave me away because I was an illegitimate child. This was freaking crazy, because if this was true, then who were these people I had been living with all my life? I needed more answers, but the lady just handed me an address, some papers, and some money. I thanked her for everything and left for the address she had given me, which was in a big town outside the village. I reached the town and wandered all over for days, but I just couldn't find the address. Then one evening, while I was walking by the roadside, I saw a wallet fall out of a man's pocket. "Excuse me, sir." He looked at me, but then he started walking away really fast. What a weirdo. I ran after him and caught him, but he just panicked like crazy. He pulled me into an alley and said,
What on earth are you doing here? How did you find me?
"What? What was he talking about?"
I don't send money to those rats so that they can let you go around like this. That's not why I gave you away in the first place."
OMG, he was my dad? And he was even sending money to my fake parents who acted like they were dirt poor all the time? This was crazy. And then he said he was gonna send me back to my fake parents. No, stop. I ain't going anywhere, and if you dare touch me, I'm gonna tell everyone that you're my dad. I have the birth certificate with me and my mom's photo. This threat seemed to work, and all of a sudden, he turned into this sweet, loving potato.
I'm so sorry, my sweet girl. Papa was wrong to let you go, but now that you're here, I'm going to give you the best life. You just have to keep this a secret for a while, okay?
After that, he took me to an old rugged house and asked me to stay there for a while. But I knew what he was up to. I asked him to take me to his place and tell me about my mom. He had no choice, so he took me to his huge house and introduced me to his wife, but she looked nothing like my birth mom.
Hey, honey, this is my cousin's daughter, and she's here to stay with us for the week.
Cousin? He put a hand over my mouth, and the lady looked at me suspiciously, but then he took me into a room and asked me to keep my mouth shut if I wanted to know the whereabouts of my birth mom. The next day, they had a huge party in the house. Apparently, it was their wedding anniversary. And although Dad had asked me not to attend the party, I sneaked in anyway. And what I saw next shocked me. My fake parents were there, and they were planning to take me back. I was ready to run out of that place when I accidentally crashed into a vase and they saw me.
Oh, honey, we're here to take you back to your home, baby. We've even enrolled you in the best school.
Stop it. I know you people, and I'm not gonna fall for your lies. You're all liars, and I'm gonna expose you all.
What are you doing, you blood-sucking mosquitoes? Go and grab her. What do I pay you for?
I ran around the house, crashing into the party and everything that came in my way while my fake parents ran after me. Then suddenly, Dad's wife exploded with anger. What the heck is going on around here? I realized this was the only chance for me to save my butt, so I told her everything and showed her all the proof I had, and she went ballistic on Dad. You moron! How could you do this to a small child? You are a filthy rat. I'm gonna kill you, you fat pig! She ran after Dad with murder on her mind, and my fake parents ran out of there to save their butts. After the chaos was over, the woman divorced Dad and promised she was gonna find my mom for me. And she did. At first, I was afraid that even my birth mother would turn out to be like my dad, but thankfully she didn't. She hugged me as soon as she saw me. Oh, my baby. Mom, where were you all this time? And why did you never come back for me? My life has been like a curse without you. I was all alone, and no one loved me. No one cared about me, Mom. Tell me, what did I do so wrong that you abandoned me? Oh, honey, when I gave birth to you, your dad told me that you didn't make it. He lied to me, and he took you away from me. If I knew you were alive, I'd have never let you go. You were the best thing that ever happened to me. But I swear, I'm gonna make it up to you. I'm gonna give you all the love in the world and be with you forever.
Hi, my name is Pie, but I'm not named after the sweet dessert. Instead, I'm named after the mathematical number pi. You see, my mom was a math genius and nothing else mattered to her, and she wanted to make me just like her. Pi, I didn't keep you in my tummy for 394,200 minutes and 30 seconds so you could become a dummy. Come on, tell me what comes after a trillion?
A dinosaur, Mommy?
Ugh, how can you say that? She would just go crazy at my replies, but I didn't want to be a math genius like her. I had my own dreams.
Look, Mom, I want to be on TV, like Hannah Montana.
You can be on TV, but as the greatest mathematician of all time, till then, you gotta stop watching these stupid things, Pi. And then she picked up the entire TV set and threw it out of the house. And she just got crazier. Once in the 4th grade, Mom barged into my classroom after my teacher failed me in my math test, and she went all bonkers on him. You must be my daughter's math teacher because you even look like a moron. And what do you even teach here? Top 10 tips on how to suck at math? Mom pushed the math teacher aside and started solving the problems on the board. The teacher tried to snatch the marker from her, and the kids started shouting, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" The principal called security to drag Mom out, and I was the laughing stock. Then one day in 7th grade, I went with Mom to the supermarket, and I saw some people outside the shop with cameras. They were shooting for a TV show. This was freaking awesome. As Mom was busy shopping, I sneaked out and joined the crowd. But the female lead was a terrible actor, and she couldn't even faint for a scene. After the 79th take, when the director shouted action, I jumped in and fell to the ground. Everyone rushed in to check on me because they thought I'd actually fainted. See? That's how you faint. The whole crew went, wow. Even better, the director gave me his card and asked me to come audition next month for the lead role in a new TV series. OMG, this was like a dream come true. Now I just had to tell Mom about it, but before I could, something terrible happened. At night, I suddenly woke up because I could smell something burning. I ran down and saw the whole kitchen was on fire. I quickly grabbed the extinguisher and sprayed all over the place, but my sleeve caught fire and I screamed. Mom came running and took me to the hospital immediately. I had heavy burns all over my left arm. It took me weeks to recover, and Mom was the saddest about it. "I'm so sorry, baby. It was my fault. I put milk on the stove and started working on a math problem and completely forgot about it for hours. Please forgive me, Pi." Of course, I knew it wasn't her fault, but I was worried about something else. A TV lead with burn scars? A week later, I went straight to the director's studio for the audition, and he was so excited to see me. But just as I removed my jacket, everyone looked horrified. Oh, what's that on your arm? How did I not see it that day? I don't want someone like this to be my lead. Don't waste my time and just leave, please. I ran home crying and hugged my mom as soon as I saw her. I told her everything, but she had the weirdest reply. "Oh, don't be sad, honey. Now that your stupid dream is over, you can focus on much better things in life." Stupid? My dream wasn't stupid. I pushed her away and ran to my room, slamming the door hard. The next morning, we had an uninvited guest at our doorstep, Mom's niece, Mia. She was the same age as me and was gonna live with us for a while since my aunt was volunteering in Africa as a medical professional. But Mom didn't seem happy about it at all. Why me? She could have gone to her grandparents. How am I going to look after 2 kids now? Mia looked kinda sad when she heard Mom ranting, but I made sure she felt super comfortable in my presence. I showed her around the house and asked her to sleep in my room with me. But when I took off my jacket, Mia suddenly screamed.
OMG, what's that on your arm?
It's a burn scar. Don't be scared.
Oh, I'm so sorry that I screamed like that.
It must have hurt you a lot, right? And saying that, she hugged me. Gosh, she was the sweetest. Later that evening, I saw Mia scribbling something on Mom's desk. I ran to warn her, but Mom popped up sooner, and she was furious. Nobody touches my workspace, Mia. Nobody. Not even Einstein. I'm gonna kick you out if you've ruined something. But then suddenly, I saw Mom's eyes almost pop out with shock. Oh my, how did you solve this? You're a genius, Mia. You're the daughter I've always wanted. I'm gonna make you the next Archimedes. And in no time, Mom became best friends with her. And I suddenly became her least favorite. They talked about matrices and algebra, even at the dinner table, and laughed over stupid inside math jokes.
What did the triangle say to the circle? You're pointless.
Gosh, I was low-key hating it now. A few days later, I was shocked as soon as I entered my room. All my stuff was gone. When I asked Mom about it, she told me she was gonna move me to the attic so Mia could have more space to work. Mia said she didn't need so much space, but Mom just pushed me into the attic. This was so unfair. One time, Mia and I returned from school, and all my photos in the house were now replaced with Mia's pictures. I wasn't in any of them. Mom even took out my old childhood photos from there. Mom, where are all my photos? In the attic. We don't need to crowd the walls. But I liked looking at my pictures. Ugh, just look in the mirror for God's sakes, Pi. And it's not like you're super smart that we need your face framed and hung everywhere. I was about to burst with anger, but just then Mia came in with a few of my pictures from the attic and took hers down. Mom looked annoyed, but she stayed quiet. Later that night, I confided in Mia that I wanted to go to some drama auditions for the local theater, and she totally encouraged me. A few weeks later, I went in for the audition, but I was a little hesitant due to my scar. As soon as I got onto the stage, I told the director about it, but his reply shocked me. He said no one could even see my scar from the stage, and all he cared about was my talent. This made me jump with excitement, and I aced the audition. I ran home to tell Mia about it, and she was the happiest. The next morning, I woke up to see Mom and Mia getting ready to go out. Mia said there was an award ceremony at Mom's Math Club Association, and she was getting an award. OMG, Mom, that's so cool. Can I come with you too? Please. She agreed, and I was so proud to see her on stage. I couldn't have achieved this without my daughter's support. She's my everything. I'm so blessed to have her. I would be happy if you all could see her. I stood up from my seat and waved at the crowd. But suddenly Mom said, Mia, my darling, please come to the stage. What the crap? How could she humiliate me like that in public? This was it. As soon as we reached home, I confronted her. What was that, Mom? How can you treat me like that? Because that's how you have treated me and my passion. You didn't even try learning for my sake. So I can't treat you any better. I always wanted to bring the genius out in you, but you're so silly and crazy with your dumb acting dream. Enough, Mom. You're right. My dream might be silly, but it's mine, and it's important to me. Just like your dream is important to you. You made it big, and I'll do that too. Because I'm your daughter, stubborn and crazy about my dream, just like you. I stormed off to my room, and Mia came in later and consoled me. After that, I didn't talk to Mom for days. I was busy practicing for my play, and on my big day, I was on stage as Rapunzel. But before I could start, I saw Mom in the crowd. Oh my God, what was she doing here? And just as I was reciting my dialogue, I got a little too emotional and mixed up in my feelings with my lines. You were right, Mom, but the thing is, I wanted to know who I was and where I belonged. I want you to be proud of me, but I can't do it at the cost of my own happiness. And just as I ended my line, I was shocked to see Mom cheering for me in the crowd and wiping tears off her cheeks. I couldn't believe it. Did I make her proud? When the play ended, Mom came backstage and hugged me tightly. I'm sorry, Pi. I had no idea you acted so well. You're so talented. And I'm sorry I never took you seriously. I've been so blind, and I'm so glad Mia brought me here today. Mia? OMG, she was the best.
As soon as I reached home, I hugged her. You're the best, Mia. I love you. All thanks to you, Mom came to the play and she loved it. We went ahead and partied all night. But much later, I woke up to some sound and saw Mia sneaking out of the bedroom. What was wrong? I followed her, and then what I saw next shocked me to my bones. She was copying Mom's research into a hard drive and clearing all the data from her computer. Mia, stop it! What are you doing? And for the first time, I saw a really strange expression on Mia's face, and it wasn't sweet.
Oh God, not you. Go away. Even the sight of you pisses me off.
What? What do you mean?
I thought Aunt would go see your stupid play and humiliate you, but it turns out she's blinded by her stupid motherly love for you and is all proud of that silly stuff you do. When in reality, I'm supposed to be the only one she would be proud of, her true genius daughter.
God, I had no idea you were so evil all along. I thought of you as my real sister.
Oh, cut the stupid emotional talk. I hate you and I'm leaving for good. But before that, I'm gonna take what's mine. I have worked on this research too, and now I'm gonna sell it for millions.
No, I can't let you do that to Mom. And saying that, I jumped on her. Soon we broke into a wild fight, and Mom came rushing in after hearing all the noise. Mom, Mia's trying to steal all your research and sell it for money.
No, she's lying. She's jealous of me and my bond with you, so she wants to break us apart now. She's the one who's stealing it because she hates you. Please, don't trust her.
Mom broke us apart and she held Mia firmly by the arms. No, you're lying. I trust my daughter, and I know she'd never do anything to hurt me. She loves me more than I deserve. You thought I'd judge her based on your stupid words? Not happening. I'm calling your mother right now, and you're leaving my house the first thing tomorrow.
No, Aunt, wait, no, this is a mistake.
I ran to Mom and hugged her, and the next day, Mia was sent back to her home. And after that, Mom and I grew quite close, and she supported me all the way.
Hi, I'm Clover, and boy have I got a crazy story to share with you. But before I spill the beans, please like and subscribe. Growing up, my mom and I were constantly butting heads. She was a marine biologist and dreamt of making me some kind of scientist too. Unfortunately for her, I loved fashion, and the only person who got me was Mom's sister, Aunt Lydia. Aunt Lydia ran a small boutique in the city, and even though she didn't make much money, she was the happiest person I knew. She always encouraged me to pursue my interest in fashion, and even taught me to sew. Every day, I would skip school and run to my aunt's boutique to watch her work. And while I loved it, it didn't reflect well on my report card. You got a D in science again? You go to the best school, you have the best tutors, and you still disappoint me. When I was your age, I didn't even have a school in my area. I had to walk 10 kilometers, cross a desert, swim through a canal, and walk over 3 bridges to reach the nearest school. It was tough, but I was determined to make a life for myself. That's an exaggeration. You don't get in the middle of this. You're ruining my daughter's life, just like you ruined yours. You're jealous I'm happier than you'll ever be. If by happy you mean as poor as a street rat, then congratulations, you take the cake. Mom and Aunt Lydia fought a lot that night, and the next day, Aunt Lydia told me she was moving to another town. Are you leaving because of Mom? No, sweetie. I'm leaving because I want to explore new opportunities.
Then take me with you. I hate going to school anyway.
You will finish your school and then follow your dreams. Now, I have something to keep you company while I'm gone. Aunt Lydia handed me the keys to her boutique, and the cutest Pomeranian puppy I'd ever seen in my life, Bonnie, and she became my best friend. Of course, I missed my aunt, but with Bonnie by my side, I felt less lonely. She followed me everywhere, and to my mom's horror, even slept in my bed. Even my friends adored Bonnie, and they gave me the idea to start a vlog based on her. I posted a bunch of videos with Bonnie, but what really picked up was when I started posting videos of us dressed in coordinated outfits that I designed. By the time I was 17, my vlog with Bonnie got really popular, and people even started reaching out for custom orders. I had my aunt's old sewing machine, so I started taking orders online and finally had my own business. Life was good, but Mom still thought I was wasting my time. Not that I cared. I was busy making my dreams come true. Then one evening, I was out walking with Bonnie when I noticed a cute ribbon shop. I was checking it out when suddenly Bonnie started growling. I turned around and saw this girl staring in her face.
I knew it was you. You're the girl who dresses up like her dog on her vlog.
Excuse me?
Oh, don't get me wrong. I meant that as a compliment. I'm a big fan. Her name was Daisy, and she told me she was new to the neighborhood. We talked for a while before I noticed that it was late, so I left. The next morning, I had one of my big arguments with Mom, so I was in a really sour mood. And as soon as I walked into my class, I saw Daisy sitting at the back. She saw me too and slid into the seat next to mine. And we meet again. It's like we're destined to be friends. Anyway, we couldn't talk properly yesterday. You see, I had this really bad toothache. I was a kid when I slipped on a mop and broke my front tooth, and it just never got better. You want to see? That's, interesting. But I really need to focus on this class, Daisy. But why do you need to study? You're so famous and talented. Studies are for losers. You know what? We should totally hang out after school, and I'll show you this cool place. This rock is shaped like a weird tarantula. It's, oh my god, just stop talking. You're giving me a migraine. What part of I need to focus do you not understand? I'd been a bit louder than I thought, and the whole class fell silent while Daisy looked really hurt. I wanted to apologize immediately, but before I could, the teacher asked me to leave for disrupting the lesson. Later that day, I saw Daisy sitting in the cafeteria alone and walked up to her. Can we talk? No, I need to focus on this spoon so I can bend it with my mind. I'm sorry. I had a really bad argument with my mom and took it out on you. It's just that my mom doesn't get me. She just wants me to do whatever she's saying without thinking about what I want. I get it. Parents can be so weird sometimes. My dad's a lawyer and wants me to be just like him, but I want to be a stand-up comic. Do you want to hear a joke? Why does an ant never get sick? Because it has antibodies. Oh, one more. Why does the ant never smell bad? Because it wears deodorant. Get it? Get it? It's hilarious, right? I couldn't help laughing. And after that, we ended up spending the whole day together. Daisy was nuts, but she really appreciated my work and had all these amazing ideas for my business. I won't lie, it felt good to be taken seriously. Soon, Daisy started helping me with my videos, and she hung out at my house all the time. I enjoyed her company, but for some reason, Bonnie just couldn't warm up to her. Once, we were shooting in my living room one day when suddenly Bonnie charged at Daisy and grabbed her pants. Daisy lost her mind and jumped in panic. They went round and round in circles before Daisy tripped and fell into this huge shelf full of Mom's medals and trophies, and everything came crashing down. Mom heard the noise and came running. Oh my god, what have you done? I worked 850 hours every week to earn these. Oh wow, you did all that and they only gave you this junk? That's sad. Who is this stupid girl and why is she in my house? Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Daisy, Clover's best friend, and you must be her grandma, right? Listen, Grandma, I know you're very hurt that we broke these ugly old trophies, but in my defense, I was being chased by this cute but very ferocious dog, and I just happened to bump into this shelf. Daisy, she's my mom. Oh, so you're the dragon lady? She doesn't mean that, Mom. We're really sorry for breaking your stuff, but it was a genuine mistake. I'm getting tired of your genuine mistakes, Clover. Now clear this mess up, and I never want to see this girl in my house again. Am I clear? After that day, Daisy was banned from my house, which made me so mad. It's not like that was gonna stop me from hanging out with her. Soon, it was time to fill out my college applications. I wanted to apply for a design school, but Mom was on my tail to apply for a science program, and we were arguing every day. So one night, when Daisy invited me to hang out with her at this new amusement park, I decided to go because I could really use some fun. But 10 minutes into it, I got a frantic call from Mom saying that someone had broken into our home. I immediately took a cab back home and found Mom standing on the porch with Bonnie. Are you okay? We're fine. Thanks to Bonnie. I was getting dinner ready when she started barking. And then I saw this guy jumping off the backyard fence, so I called the police. I kept screaming for you, but you weren't in your room. Where were you? I was hanging out with Daisy, but that's not important. Really. Just like it's not important to tell your mom that you applied for a design school, I got your acceptance letter in the mail today. I got accepted? Why didn't you tell me? Because you're not going. You will go to a science college like I did. Now, I've already spoken to the dean of Harvard, and he's ready to slide a few grades if you do well in your first year in college. But I want to go to design school. I'm good at this. Even Daisy, do you think I care what Daisy says? Also, you should stay away from her. A lady in the neighborhood was telling me she'd heard Daisy's dad is known to be involved in some shady business deals. She's a bad influence on you. Of course you don't approve of Daisy. How could you approve of anyone who makes me happy? First Aunt Lydia, now Daisy? That's not fair, Clover. Yes, it is. Just like it's fair enough to choose my own career path. I want to study design, so that's what I'll do. Saying that, I grabbed Bonnie's leash and walked outside. I kept walking till I cooled down, and when I stopped, I realized I was in some unknown street. I was trying to figure out my way back when suddenly this car stopped out of nowhere, pushed me away, grabbed Bonnie, and left. I ran after the car, screaming for help. When I turned a corner, I banged right into something, and I fell and passed out. When I woke up, I was in my room with Mom and Daisy staring in my face. What happened? What is Daisy doing here?
She's the one who found you passed out in front of your school. What were you doing there?
My school? But I remember being out on a walk with Bonnie, and then we got lost. Oh my god, Bonnie! Someone kidnapped her! I have to find her! No, have to rest. You're in shock. And as for Bonnie, I'll talk to my dad. I told you he's a lawyer, right? He has friends in the police department who can help. Daisy spoke to her dad, and we filed an official complaint. But a whole week went by, and we got no leads. I even reached out to my older clients and posted on my vlog, but that didn't work either. I was running out of time and patience, so I decided to speak to Daisy if she could ask her dad to fast-track the case. But when I called her, she didn't answer her phone. So I went to her place when I saw a huge truck parked outside, and people were moving furniture from inside the house. I got closer, trying to figure out what was happening, when I heard a low growling. I looked around and figured that the noise was coming from one of the crates covered with a huge cloth. I lifted the cloth, and inside was Bonnie and a few other dogs that looked just like her. Bonnie saw me and started barking, and then someone sprayed something in my face. Suddenly, my head started spinning, and everything went black. When I woke up, I was in the basement, tied to a pole, with Daisy sitting in front of me. Oh my god, what's happening, Daisy? Why am I here? Let me go. You talk so much. You're giving me a migraine. Blah, blah, blah. That's what you told me in class that day, remember? I wanted to punch your face, but I couldn't because I needed you to get close to Bonnie. But why? That's when Daisy told me how a couple of months back, her dad made a couple of bad investments and lost all their family money. They lost our house, status, everything. Dad took this huge loan from a crazy mafia lady to start a new business, but that didn't work either. I guess he's just stupid. Anyway, now this mafia lady wants her money back, but obviously, we don't have any. So she gave us this crazy challenge to get her all these Pomeranian puppies. Apparently, these lay bags are worth a lot. Also, they're super rare. But what does this mafia lady want these dogs for? Make a code or something? Or she's just obsessed with puppies? How the heck am I supposed to know? We managed to get a few of them, but when I saw Bonnie on your vlog, I just knew I had to add her to the collection. So I came here, fooled you into being my friend, and waited for the right time to take Bonnie. Would have gotten to her way sooner, but this stupid dog almost bit my dad. He had to jump off the fence and he broke his knee. He's been limping ever since. So it was your dad who broke into my house that night. How could I have been so blind to have trusted a snake like you? No clue. Guess you're as stupid as my dad. Told you I'm funny. That's not funny. I turned around and saw Mom standing in the doorway along with Bonnie and a few policemen. I always knew you were trouble. Daisy growled at my mom before the police handcuffed her and dragged her away. As Mom untied me, Bonnie jumped in my lap and started licking my face. How did you find me, Mom? After Bonnie's kidnapping, I got paranoid and installed this tracking app on your phone. What? Relax. I didn't see you in your room, so I thought you might be at Daisy's. I'm so sorry, Mom. I should have taken your advice and never trusted her blindly. The truth is, you trusted Daisy because she showed faith in you, which I never did, and I'm really sorry. I've decided I'm sending you to Lydia next month. Her business is growing and she could use an extra hand. Really? I love you, Mom. You're the best.
Hi, I'm Elena from Manhattan. Please like and subscribe. I was raised by an amazing single mom who worked as a cleaning lady in a fancy hotel. Even though we weren't rich at all, I always had everything I needed. And more importantly, I always knew I was loved. Once, when I was 7, Mom took me to the hotel with her. While she was busy cleaning some rich lady's suite, I spotted something sparkling under the bed. It was a gorgeous diamond necklace. Look, Mom, look what I found! Elena, where did you take this from? We have to put it back. Just then, the rich lady walked into the room, and she started screaming that she was being robbed. Minutes later, the cops arrived on the scene, and the lady insisted Mom had broken into her safe. They immediately arrested Mom and took her away. Suddenly, my whole world turned upside down, and I was sent off to live with my grandma in another city. But after only a few months, Grandma said that she was too old and tired to take care of me, and she shipped me off to an orphanage. Many years passed there, and I really missed Mom. When I was 15, the warden told us one day that some rich benefactors would be paying a visit, and she told me that I had to sing something for the guests. I loved to sing, but I felt really nervous in front of those fancy-looking people. I closed my eyes and gathered all my courage. People have a way of bringing you down. I've been told I'm not good enough. I wish they could be in my shoes just once to hear how their words sound so rough. Just believe in yourself, 'cause there's no doubt you're beautiful and strong inside and out. I wouldn't change a thing. To me, you're a star. You're pretty much perfect just as you are. Everyone seemed stunned, and then they broke out into loud applause. Just then, a very handsome young guy, who was 3 or 4 years older than me, walked over to me from the audience. Your voice, it's truly a gift, Elena. I'm Harry, and I'm a music producer. I would really love it if you'd come and sing for me. It would be amazing to record an album with you. I couldn't believe my ears. Sing for him? Me? An album? It almost seemed too good to be true. But before I knew it, he'd made arrangements for me to leave the orphanage and was whisking me off to his huge mansion. He introduced me to his lovely parents, and then a maid led me to the most gorgeous room. The second they left, I jumped onto my huge bed. This was awesome! But then I went downstairs for dinner. I bumped into a girl in the hallway, and she started screaming at me. Watch where you're going, you clumsy moron! When were you hired as a maid? You're fired! I'm not a maid. And who are you? Who am I? I'm the mistress of this mansion and Harry's fiancé. Just then, Harry came running in. Amanda, remember I told you we were looking for a talented young girl for the new project? Well, we found her, and she's staying here as my guest. Staying here? Are you crazy? You didn't think it was important to ask me first? I'm your freaking fiancé, and no way is this beggar girl living here. He took me by the arm and pulled me into a room. Harry was engaged? He was too young. And to this witch? What is wrong with you, Amanda? Don't make me say something I might regret later. Yes, you're my fiancé, but we both know why. You're not allowed to interfere with my music. Yeah, we both know why. And you'd better not forget it, Harry. Your family will be broke if my dad finds out you don't want to marry me. I started training with a vocal coach, and soon enough, I was ready for my first song. On the morning of the recording, a maid walked in with some tea. Hey there, miss. Drink this. It's good for your throat and will make you sound even lovelier. I was touched by her sweet gesture and gulped it down before rushing off to the studio. But the minute I started singing, something really strange happened. I love you, baby. I cleared my throat and tried again, but my voice just kept cracking, and I had no idea why. Harry looked shocked, and the director started shouting angrily. What is this rubbish, Harry? I'm a very busy man, and this is a waste of time. She obviously can't sing a note. I rushed out of the studio in tears and stepped out in the back alley. There, I ran smack into Amanda, who was laughing her head off. Oh my God, that was so funny. You sounded like an ugly toad. Wanna go home so we can drink some more tea? Wait, what? Did you put something in my tea? Are you insane? Why would you do that? Because I know what you're up to, you gold digger. You're trying to impress Harry because you're after him and his money. But you're not getting either over my dead body. With that, she pushed me really hard into the garbage dumpster. I was so furious that I pounced on her. As we were screaming and wrestling, someone pulled us apart. Stop it! What's wrong with you guys? What's happening here? And suddenly, she burst into crocodile tears, acting all hurt. This filthy rat has gone crazy. She's just angry she couldn't sing, and she's taking it all out on me. She tried to kill me, Harry. This is what happens when you pick up poor people and try to help them. I'm gonna call the cops. No one's calling the cops. Elena, please just go home with the driver. We'll talk later. It made me upset to see his disappointed face, and I quickly left. This Amanda was an evil witch who was out to get me. Oh, Mom, I wish you were around. I wouldn't have to deal with any of this. Later that night, I heard someone playing the most beautiful music. I followed the sound to the library, and I saw Harry sitting at the grand piano. Suddenly, he looked up, straight at me. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to bother you. You're not bothering me, Elena. Come join me. I sat next to him, and he asked me to sing this new song he'd written. As it ended, he turned to me with a smile. There's that beautiful voice I know. Listen, Harry, I'm sorry about what happened in the studio. It's okay. You were just nervous. We'll get you back there again. In fact, this music I'm playing is part of an album no one knows about yet. You're the first one, and I wrote this song for you. For your voice. It's perfect. As Harry looked into my eyes, I felt butterflies in my stomach. He moved a little closer and put a hand under my chin. Was he going to kiss me? I suddenly jumped off the bench. I should really go to bed now. Good night. And with that, I fled from there, my heart going 100 miles a minute. After that, I decided I was going to focus on my music only, and I definitely couldn't be alone with Harry, which wasn't too hard because Amanda had practically moved in and was always clinging to him like a snake. One evening, when I returned to my room, I switched on the light and screamed. Freaking Amanda was sitting on my bed. She instantly leapt at me and pinned me against the wall. Amanda, what the heck are you doing? I'm warning you, witch. Do you think I don't see what's happening? I have my eyes and ears everywhere in this house. Half the staff here works for me. Don't even think about it, Elena. Harry's mine, and he's never going to be yours. Oh, if you're so sure of that, why are you here in my room? You're clearly threatened by me, and maybe you should be. She looked livid. Step carefully, or I'll ruin you. And with that, she climbed out of the window and jumped. She was a psycho, and now I'd made her even angrier. In a few months, I was able to record my first album, and Harry wanted to celebrate our success by throwing a huge music release party. I really wanted Mom to be there, and Harry had been helping me look for her, but we hadn't found anything. On the night of the party, I walked into the hall and was suddenly surrounded by big music directors, producers, and artists wanting to talk to me, and I was on top of the world. Suddenly, I felt a gentle tap on my shoulder. May I have this dance? Harry led me to the floor, and my heart skipped a beat as he drew me close. We were dancing like no one was watching, when suddenly, the song changed, and we both stopped in our tracks. The DJ was playing Harry's song from the album that wasn't even released yet. Harry walked over to the DJ furiously and shut off his system. Where did you get a hold of this song? What are you talking about, dude? It's been on the radio all day and going viral everywhere. Harry stormed out of the hall, and we followed him out. We went to the library and found all his sheet music, notes, and CDs gone. It has to be someone from the house. It was all right here. Harry demanded to see security footage of everyone who'd been in and out of the house lately. And suddenly we came across a video of me handing a large envelope to the maid. OMG, that's what you're doing, witch? What do you mean? I'm just giving the maid something to mail to the orphanage. But Amanda screamed for the maid to be called in, and what she said left me shook. Oh, this. Miss Elena told me to drop this package at some music producer's studio 2 weeks ago. What? Oh my God, why are you lying? I didn't do anything of the sort. Harry, please. You have to believe me. The disbelief on Harry's face just broke my heart. But why would the maid lie, Elena? And you were the only one who knew. The only one. I trusted you. And you sold my work? Harry, I would never do that. But suddenly Amanda leapt forward and slapped me. You thief! I always knew what you were like. Harry, will you call the cops now? If anyone has something to do with all this, it's you, Amanda. I know it's you. I leapt forward to attack her, but Harry stopped me. She didn't know about that music. You did. I want you to leave my house right now, before I change my mind about calling the cops. I just burst into tears and left that house within minutes. I couldn't believe Harry thought I'd betray him. I left that city and went back to New York so I could look for Mom. Soon I found a job as a singer in a fancy restaurant, and I kept searching for her, but to no avail. A couple of months later, I was just finishing my performance when I spotted someone in the crowd. Someone I never thought I'd see again. Mom? She gave me a huge smile, and I ran to her, flinging myself in her arms. Oh, Mom, where have you been? Where were you all this time? Oh, my baby, I'm so glad to see you. Oh, you've grown up so much. And I looked for you everywhere, honey. After I came out of jail, I went to your granny's house, but she'd already passed away, and I had no idea how to reach you. But how did you find me now, Mom? I heard about your music album and tracked down the music producer. He helped me find you, and he brought me here. She pointed to someone behind her, and it was Harry. Before I could even say anything, he stepped forward and kissed me.
I'm so sorry, Elena. You were right. It was Amanda all along, and that maid was working for her. And I was stupid enough to fall for it. I was only ever engaged to Amanda because my family owes her family a huge debt, and they said they'd forgive it if I married their daughter. I did it for my parents, but after they found out everything Amanda did, they told me to break it off immediately.
I knew he couldn't possibly love that witch.
Please forgive me for doubting you. And I'm a much poorer man now, but I'm yours, if you'll have me. I love you, Elena.
I forgive you, Harry, and I love you too.
Hi, I'm Miriam, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. I was born and brought up in London till I was 10. My dad's a doctor and mom's an artist. Both my parents loved me to bits, so much so that they decided to move to the countryside to ensure I grew up in a pollution-free, stress-free environment. And I wasn't complaining because I loved being close to nature. Also, I loved painting. Being around nature was a great inspiration. On my first day at my new home, I met a girl in the yard who looked my age. Her clothes were dirty and her hands were full of strawberries. She smiled when she saw me, stuffed the strawberries into her mouth, and held out her sticky hand.
Hi, I'm Stacy. Are you new here? Yeah, we only just moved today. Do you see these horses? They're all mine. This one's Stella, he's James, this tiny one's Marco, and that brown one over there, he's Philip.
Wow, aren't you scared of them?
What? No, they're my friends. I'll show you.
Actually, those horses were all ours, and Stacy was lying through her teeth. But I decided to play along. Stacy took out an apple from her pocket and went straight to the tiny horse.
Oh, sorry. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. See, he loves eating from my hands. You know what? I can even talk to animals, and I understand what they're saying. Like the other day, Philip said he wanted to marry Stella. So I told Dad.
Just then, our new housekeeper appeared. Stacy, what are you doing here? Didn't I ask you to feed the hens? He then turned to me. Morning, Missy. Sir's looking for you.
Dad, you know her?
Of course. She's Miriam, Sir's daughter. Stacy's face went a bit red because her lies had been caught, and she rushed off while I couldn't help laughing. I found her super interesting, and we soon became really good friends. We even went to the same school. I'd always been a bright student while Stacy sucked at studies, and she wore clothes that were very ungirly. Baggy pants and loose t-shirts, that's what made her the butt of jokes in school. A girl named Jennifer was particularly mean to her. One day, she stopped Stacy in the school corridor.
You're the daughter of Miriam's housekeeper, right? So technically, you're her servant.
I was not going to let anyone bully my BFF, not under my watch. We're closer than sisters, and she's my best friend. But what would you know? You don't have any. I guess it would be better to have no friends than to have one that looks like her. This made me so angry that I slapped Jennifer, and we broke into a huge fight. Stacy also jumped in, and by the time we got separated by teachers, Jennifer's hair looked like she'd gotten an electric shock. The three of us ended up in detention together, where Stacy went on her lying spree once again.
You know, Miriam, when I was 5, I got lost in the woods for 4 days. I met an old woman there who taught me how to cast spells.
I almost burst out laughing, seeing the horrified look on Jennifer's face.
When my dad found me, I was floating in the air. He almost died of a heart attack. Then when I came home, I cast a laughing spell on him, and he couldn't stop laughing for days. People thought he'd gone mad. Do you remember that spell?
No, but I remember one that will make a person dance nonstop for days. Jennifer sat as still as a mouse after that, and we rushed out the second detention was over. We both laughed so hard, and we knew we'd made an enemy in school. That evening, I asked Mom if we could buy Stacy some new clothes. She immediately agreed, and we all went shopping.
We got Stacy some nice dresses that made her look so nice and different. On our way back, Stacy couldn't stop thanking Mom. She told me although she had a few of her mom's dresses, she didn't wear them because she didn't want to get them dirty. Do you miss her a lot? Sometimes. I keep myself busy so that I don't miss her too much. I've taught myself lots of things because I've always been a genius. Like when I was 2, I could recite poems and write letters. I studied so hard that I became a master of algebra and psychogalli. You mean psychology? Yeah, that too. I laughed and hugged her tight. She was such a bluffer. I guess bluffing was her way of coping with the loneliness she struggled with since she was a baby. With her dad being busy with work all day, she literally had no one for company, except of course horses, cows, and hens. I was her first human friend ever. When I was in 10th grade, Stacy and I were discussing our science project in school when I accidentally bumped into someone in the hallway. As I looked up, I saw the most beautiful blue pair of eyes staring at me and annoying Jen. Hey, don't you have eyes? Or has your silly friend cast a spell on you that made you blind?
It's okay, Jen. She didn't kill me. Hey, I'm Chris.
He's my brother, and he's strictly off limits for weirdos like you.
Stop embarrassing me, Jen. I can take care of myself.
Chris, you know nothing about these two. If he's your brother and still likes you, he clearly doesn't know anything about you either. Shut up, you witch. Jennifer was holding a cup of coffee that she threw on my dress.
Jen, what's wrong with you?
Oh, I'm so sorry. It was an accident. Just then, Stacy stomped on Jennifer's foot so hard that she screamed out loud. I'm sorry, it was an accident. We both high-fived and went away. But before that, I caught Chris looking at me and smiling. For some reason, his smile melted my heart. The next few days, Jennifer followed Chris like a shadow. I got to know that Chris had been studying abroad and had just come back. He was 1 year senior to us. And once, when I was sitting alone in the library, Chris came and sat beside me.
Hey, I've heard a lot about your mom, and I would love to see her creation someday, if that's okay with you.
Gosh, I just couldn't stop looking into those big blue eyes. Snap out of it, idiot.
Of course.
You can come home and I'll show you her paintings. But won't Jennifer be mad?
Don't worry about her. I don't know why she's acting so strange lately. She sometimes forgets that I'm the elder sibling, not her.
When I told Stacy that Chris was coming home, she wasn't too thrilled because he was Jennifer's brother. She already knew I had a huge crush on him. That evening, I told Mom that my friend would come over to see her work, and she readily agreed. When Chris finally came, Mom greeted him warmly. But all of a sudden, Chris started shouting,
Ma'am, I'm a big fan of your art. I've seen some of your paintings at a London art gallery.
That's so nice. Miriam, why don't you go take him upstairs to show him the paintings?
Thank you, ma'am. It was a pleasure meeting you.
I was so confused at his weird behavior. But then I saw Stacy laughing crazily just outside the door, and I knew she had something to do with it. Did you meet Stacy on your way here?
Yeah. In fact, she was the one who told me that your mom has a hearing problem.
Good Lord, I swore I'd kill Stacy for this. Chris and I started going out after that day. He was funny and a nature lover like me. Jennifer didn't like our budding relationship one bit, but she couldn't really do anything about it. Once, Chris came to pick me up for a movie night. When I entered the car and tried putting on the seatbelt, it got stuck. He leaned in to see what the matter was, and suddenly, we were so close that I almost forgot to breathe. Just then, Chris looked into my eyes, and we kissed. It was my first kiss ever, and it was freaking amazing. I knew I was totally in love. Then Chris told me his biggest secret.
Miriam, I want you to know something. I was 8 when I had a terrible accident. Doctors had to cut off half of my left leg to save me.
Chris pulled up his left trouser, and I was shocked to see that he had a prosthetic leg.
I'll understand if you don't want to date me after this, but I couldn't keep this a secret from you any longer.
Hey, don't be silly. This doesn't change a thing. And then I kissed him again. The next day when I came to school, I saw Stacy waving wildly. I ran to see what the matter was. You heard about Chris? He has a fake leg. What? I mean, who told you? Everyone at school is talking about it. I was horrified that his secret was out now. But who could have done that? I frantically searched for Chris everywhere, but he'd just vanished. I even asked Jennifer, but she pushed me aside angrily. My brother trusted you, and this is what you did to him? You'll never get to see him again. I felt devastated. I even went to his home hoping to meet him, but one of his servants told me that he'd moved to London for good. I missed Chris so much that I cried for days. Stacy tried to cheer me up with her silly stories. She'd force me to go on hikes with her, and she encouraged me to paint more often. With her help, I started to get better. Soon after, we had an art competition where the winner would get a chance to study in a prestigious art school in Milan. Stacy, if I win this competition, I'll literally get to go to the university of my dreams. Don't get your hopes too high. I'm participating too. She then revealed that she was planning to paint a pig rolling in mud. Turned out that Jennifer was also participating in the competition, and I had to admit, she painted quite well, but I was confident of my art skills. So I just focused on my painting, and it turned out to be more amazing than I'd expected. Our art teacher asked us to wait outside for an hour until the judges came and reviewed the paintings. I went to the cafeteria to grab some lunch, and Stacy joined me there. And just then, I heard an announcement.
Miriam, I want you to come quickly to the auditorium, please.
It was our art teacher. I jumped with joy, thinking I'd won the competition. But when I got there, I got the biggest shock of my life. Someone had ruined my painting by throwing ink all over it. I burst into tears as soon as I saw it. Stacy also looked really upset, but she tried to console me. It's okay, Miriam. There's always next time. You can participate in the competition next year. Who do you think could have done that? I worked so hard for this day.
Miriam, I'm so sorry for what happened, but don't worry. We're looking into the CCTV footage, and we'll know very soon who did it.
And sure enough, we found out the culprit, and it was Stacy. I couldn't believe it, but the proof was right there in front of my eyes. Stacy deliberately spilling ink on my painting. Stacy, why? Why would you do that? You knew how important this competition was to me. How could you? Why? I did that so I could win. My paintings are so much better than yours, but you just think that you're the greatest artist and I'm nobody because I'm your servant's daughter, huh? Wow. So you've just started assuming things now? You know what? Just forget it. I'm so done with you. I stopped talking to Stacy after that. Our parents figured out that our friendship had turned sour, but we didn't tell them exactly what happened. I just told my mom that my painting wasn't selected and I'd try again next year. The next few days were the worst days of my life. I missed Chris, and in spite of what Stacy had done, I missed her too, especially when I watched MSA videos alone. It was usually our favorite thing to do together. One day, as I was out in the stable feeding the horses, I heard a familiar voice behind me.
Miriam?
Chris, what are you doing here?
I hope you're not still mad at me for vanishing like that.
What? No, but you do owe me an explanation. And then, Chris told me that the day he'd come to pick me up, he was talking to Jennifer on the phone. She was really mad at him for dating me.
When your seatbelt got stuck, I put the phone aside without realizing the call was still on. She heard me telling you about the prosthetic leg, and I guess she thought that if she let the rumor about my leg spread, I'd just blame you for it, which is exactly what happened. I'm sorry.
My goodness, how can anyone be so evil? But how did you figure out that Jennifer was behind all of this?
I didn't. Stacy did.
Stacy?
Yeah, she sent me a recording of Jen's confession. I think you need to go talk to her. I'll wait here.
A recording? What had Stacy been up to? I hugged Chris quickly and went looking for Stacy. I found her sitting under a tree. Stacy, I need to talk to you. Yeah? About what? How do you know that it was Jennifer who spread the news about Chris's fake leg? Well, she admitted it herself. What? How? And why? That day after I ruined your painting, she came up to me and told me what an excellent job I'd done by showing you your place. I just knew she had something to do with you and Chris breaking up, so I decided to pretend to be friends with her for a while. And sure enough, one day she started boasting about how she'd managed to break your relationship with Chris. She told me everything. Stacy, I don't understand you. On one hand, you ruined my chances of getting into my dream university, and on the other hand, you reunite me with Chris. Why? I ruined your painting so that you wouldn't move to Milan. You were the only friend I had, Miriam, and I didn't want to lose you. I already lost my mom. I didn't want to lose more people I love. Stacy was the strongest girl I knew, and it hurt me deeply to see tears in her eyes. You weirdo. You could have just said that and I wouldn't have even participated in the competition. In fact, I decided right then that even if I won, I wouldn't move to Milan. City life is just not for me. I'm happy here with my horses, cows, and my wacko best friend. I hugged Stacy as we both cried, and Chris smilingly looked on.
Hi, I'm Jade, and I made a fortune without knowing how to read a single word. But before I tell you my extraordinary story, click like and subscribe. Also, please follow us on Instagram and Facebook for exclusive content and to always be updated. When I was born, my dad named me Jade. He was a geologist who studied precious gemstones, and he said people around the world believed that jade brought good fortune. Well, that's all I knew about him from Mom. Growing up, it was just me and her, and we were always moving around. Sometimes we lived in tents, sometimes in minivans. Mom was a car mechanic and found jobs wherever we went. Once when I was 4, we were sleeping in our tent when I woke up in the middle of the night and noticed something strange.
Mom, I can see the sky.
Yes, honey, it's lovely. Go back to sleep now.
No, Mom, I can see the sky because our tent has flown away.
And that's when Mom sat up straight, but she wasn't too bothered by it. We lay back under the open sky, and she pointed out all the stars and constellations. When I was 5 and walking back home with Mom one day, I saw some school kids going by. I asked her when I'd be joining school, but her face clouded over. Never. Your dad went to the best schools and universities, but that didn't make him a good person. He just left us one day to be with his PhD professor. You don't have to learn how to read or write to have knowledge or kindness, Jade. You're probably thinking, what a dumb mom. But she really wasn't. She homeschooled me wherever our home was. There was no paper, no books, just us talking and imagining. And she also taught me all sorts of handy skills. By the time I was 9, I could change a car tire by myself. One day, Mom and I were at the grocery store when suddenly a masked guy walked in holding a board with something written on it. Everyone looked terrified and stood quietly while the guy started robbing the cash register. I felt really scared and ran for the door screaming, "Help! Help!" "What are you doing, stupid girl? Can't you read? Stop that!" But my screaming had already caught someone's attention outside, and seconds later the police arrived and caught the robber. Everyone thought I was a hero, but Mom was terrified. "You could have been killed because you couldn't read. I'll have to send you to school." And that's how I joined school in the 9th grade. On my first day, the teacher asked me to read out loud in class. I can't read. Haha, nice one, kid. You picked the wrong teacher to mess with. Read now. I just said I can't read. Why do I have to repeat that? Gosh, you are so rude. I swear on my grandma's grave, I can't read. What are you doing in the 9th grade then? Go back to kindergarten. Fine. Can someone guide me? I don't know where kindergarten is. Oh my God. To the principal. Now! Okay. I also need someone to guide me there too. She looked furious and was about to drag me off to the principal, but she was already standing in the doorway. I think she made it clear that she can't read, didn't she? Or do you just enjoy bullying students? The teacher's face turned tomato red. She's really dumb, and I don't want her in my class. Are you sure about that? Go on, ask her something from the textbook. Fine. Can you explain what gravity is? Of course. If you'd only let me before. Gravity is an invisible force that pulls objects towards each other. The teacher looked shocked, and so did everyone else. The principal said that when she'd interviewed me, she realized I was a genius. But Jade, you do have to learn how to read. Come by my office every day after school and I'll help. And you'll stay in the 9th grade. As I took my seat, I tried to keep the grin off my face, while the teacher glared at me like a fire-breathing dragon. While I was eating lunch in the cafeteria that day, a girl called Paige walked up to me, grabbed my notebook, and wrote fat letters on it. When I looked up at her confused, she'd burst out laughing. Wow, the loser doesn't even know how to read her own name. Oh, are you a bully? Like one of those people who are insecure and try to hide it by being mean to others? My mom told me about people like you. Well, you can't mess with someone like me. I'm the daughter of the jungle, babe. The daughter of what? What are you talking about? I'm just here to tell you that I'm impressed by how you embarrassed that grumpy teacher. So, whatever, you can be my friend. You just call me a loser, and I don't want to be your friend. Gosh, who do you think you are? No one talks to me this way. And then she slapped me. I stood on the table and jumped on her. The grumpy teacher saw us and took us both to the principal. And she told the principal that it was all my fault. I couldn't control my anger and I called her a liar. This time, the principal didn't tolerate my behavior and suspended me for 3 days. When I returned to school, Paige came over to me at recess looking annoyed. I really don't want to talk to you, but the principal sent me. She wants you to meet her in the back alley. That sounded weird, but I didn't want to make the principal mad at me again, so I went. When I entered the alley, I saw the wired gate was open, and I walked in. There was a yellow board that had something written on it, but I didn't understand, obviously. And suddenly, I fell, and I kept falling. I landed with a thud at the bottom of a deep ditch. Oh my God, how was I gonna get out of here? I screamed for help, and thankfully a janitor heard me soon and helped me out. Oh, that Paige was dead meat. I rushed off to the principal's office to tell her everything, but she saw me and spoke first. Please, sit down, Jade. I'm afraid I have some bad news. She told me that Mom had been badly injured at work. I rushed to the hospital, and the doctor said she'd hurt her back and wouldn't be able to walk for a while. Mom was devastated. I was too, but I put on a brave face and hugged her. Don't worry, Mom. You've raised me to be tough like you. I'll find a job and take care of everything till you're better. Later that evening, when I went to get some medicines from the grocery store, the cashier didn't have $1 to give me as my change, so he gave me a scratch-off lotto ticket instead. I scratched it, but before I could ask someone to read it, I heard giggling behind me. It was Paige and her gang of bimbos. Fancy running into you here. I thought you'd still be in that ditch. I was already having the worst day, and I snapped. Paige, just shut up. I can't deal with your stupid face right now. I'd give you the money to shut up, but I don't have any. Here, take this. I flung the lotto ticket at her and started walking away, when suddenly I heard screams behind me. OMG! This has a $30,000 prize, you idiot! Thanks a bunch. Wait, what? I ran at her and tried to snatch the ticket, but her friends fought me off. Give it back! I need the money! Yeah, who doesn't? I'm gonna buy me some shoes. And with that, they all pranced away. Gosh, how could I be so stupid? I was walking back home one day and saw a few people crowding near a poster on the way. I was not interested in looking over it at all. Still, I passed by close. I saw pictures of maids on the poster. I casually said, "Who wants to buy a maid's costume, by the way? And they're so ugly." Someone from the crowd yelled, "What nonsense are you talking about? We're just looking at this poster for a cleaning job. Are you dumb or blind?" Hey, don't yell at me. I just can't read. That's even worse. I ignored him and quickly noted the number on the poster. I need this job. And just like that, I started working as a maid. After school and my reading lessons with the principal, I'd go clean people's houses. I worked hard, and my clients were really happy with my service. One day, I was given a job to clean up after a party, and when I got to the address, I saw that it was a huge mansion. As I started picking up the trash, I suddenly heard an all too familiar voice. Oh my God, are you a maid? Paige, what does it look like? Leave me alone to do my job, please. I'd rather deal with your trash than talk to you anyway. Okay, Cinderella, I'll leave you alone. I don't know why I was so shocked, really. Of course, you can't read or write, so these are the only kind of jobs you'll get. And she threw a whole bottle of soda on the floor before she marched off. Ugh. After that, she made it her mission to make my life miserable. She told everyone at school that I was a maid, and her friends would dump rubbish on my desk and ask me to clean it up. She wrote "Trash Girl" all over my locker, and she always made an extra mess at home when I had to go there for cleaning. I really wanted to quit, but I needed the money. One evening, I was leaving Paige's place after work, and I just stepped off the porch when something landed hard on my head. It almost knocked me down, and I had sand all over my face. I spat it out and rubbed my eyes to see Paige standing on the balcony laughing her head off. Gosh, that was so funny. I wish I'd filmed it. Good night, trash girl. I hated her. I was going to pay her back for this. When I was back home, I was dusting off my clothes and my apron when something fell out of its pocket. It was a large, dirty stone. Mom asked me to give it to her, and when she looked at it closely, her eyes went wide. Where did you find this? That horrible Paige threw a bag of sand at me. I guess it fell out of there and went into my apron pocket. Just some garbage. Jade, I don't think this is garbage. I think it's an unpolished pink diamond. Wait, what? I went to a jewelry store the next day and had it checked. The old man behind the counter took forever to examine it and then turned to me slowly.
This is a rare pink diamond from a royal tribe in Sierra Leone. It's a treasure that belongs in a museum.
What happened next was crazy. Now I had money to get the best treatment for her and enough to cover all our expenses for a long time. The story of how a schoolgirl found a rare treasure in the trash spread far and wide, and I was even on the local news. The exciting events of my life had kept me away from school for a few days, but when I returned, of course, Paige was waiting for me.
Wow, the trash girl really got lucky. Guess sometimes in life, going through other people's garbage can really pay off.
I walked up to her calmly and whispered in her ear, "You know where I found that diamond, Paige? It was in that sandbox you threw at me." Crazy, isn't it? Thanks a bunch. Paige just stared at me with manic eyes, let out an ear-splitting scream, and stormed off. Thankfully, I didn't have to deal with her drama for too long. I moved to another city with Mom where she could get better treatment. I worked really hard on my reading skills and graduated high school at the top of my class. But the best part of graduation day was the surprise Mom had for me. She got up from her wheelchair and walked slowly towards me. I couldn't believe my eyes as I ran to her and hugged her tight. "My physiotherapist says I'll be able to walk completely fine in no time. And it's all because of you, Jade. Your dad was right. You brought good fortune with you. And I wanted to say I'm so sorry I've kept you away from school for so long. It really wasn't fair to you. Please forgive me. Please forgive your mama." "Oh, Mom, please. I do forgive you. We all make mistakes." "No, my mistake is unforgivable. I have forbidden you from reading and writing. Only stupid, insane people do that. Forgive me, please." "Mom, learning to read and write is really important. But you taught me so much too. And I'm grateful for that. Please stop crying. I love you so much." A few months later, Mom recovered completely, and she went back to working as a car mechanic. I'm studying mechanical engineering at university now on full scholarship, and I hope to open a workshop with Mom one day. But the biggest lesson I've learned is that if you have a thirst for knowledge, you can learn new things anytime, anywhere. And the most valuable thing you can ever learn or have is kindness.
Hi, my name is Ariel, and I'm from the Philippines. Please like and subscribe. Ever since I can remember, I lived with my mom in a small town in the country. Mom worked as a cook in small households and made sure I had everything growing up. But I always missed some company while she'd be away working.
Mommy, I want to go with you. I get so bored here all by myself. I don't even have a sibling to play with.
Oh, honey, you should try and make friends with the other kids. But that was next to impossible. As a kid, I was very shy, but that wasn't the only issue. I was taller than the other kids my age, so whenever I tried to play with them, they'd freak out and run away.
But I'm really 6 years old.
Yeah, and I'm Jennifer Lopez. Go away, kid. You're too big for this ride.
I couldn't go on rides or enjoy the other things with kids my age. And as I was growing up, my height was sprouting with the speed of light. By the time I was in the 8th grade, I was already outgrowing the shower heads, bathtubs, and even the doors. And the kids at school were the meanest.
Why are you eating in the cafeteria, giraffe? Go eat the trees outside in the garden.
I can see the inside of your nostrils. Why don't you cut the forest inside there, giant? Ugh, they just wouldn't stop. One time when I was in the washroom, some girls came and threw the cleaning water all over me. My mom says you're a devil child. This is gonna wash off all your evilness. This was it. I could no longer contain my anger and push them away, but they fell to the floor, acting all hurt and weak. She hit me! She hit me! The giant went all Hulk and hit me! She ran crying to the principal, and my mom was called in no time, and I was put in detention for a week. Later, when I reached home, I was furious. I don't want to go to school anymore, Mom. Those kids are just mean. It was all their fault, but no one cares because the way I look, it's always my fault.
Honey, it's fine. It's just a week and we can spend it together.
No, Mom, you don't understand. I feel so lonely sometimes. If only I had a sibling, it would have been so much better, and no one would dare to touch me.
Suddenly, Mom's expression changed and she burst out crying.
You do have a sibling. You have an elder sister.
She looked like she instantly regretted saying that, and I was stunned. What the freaking peacocks? Mom, what are you talking about?
I have an elder sister? I didn't want to tell you this, but yes, when your father and I separated, we decided to take custody of one child each. I chose you, and your dad took your elder sister, Pearl. Oh my God! Why did you never tell me about this before, Mom? All this time while I was wishing and crying I'd have a sibling, you hid the whole truth from me? Why? Suddenly, Mom burst into tears. I was too young when I married your dad, and he was a difficult man. I had no choice but to leave him. I'm so sorry, honey. Please understand me. I knew she must have her reasons, but I was so mad at her for keeping the secret for so long. I went inside the only room we had in the house and shut the door tight. But minutes later, I could hear people shouting. What was going on? I ran downstairs and Mom was freaking out too. Ariel, honey, we have to get out of here. There's a flood coming. We need to leave this place right now. A flood? Were we gonna die? We didn't have enough time to vacate the place, so Mom grabbed the important stuff and money, and we left our home before the flood reached us. After hours of traveling and rescue team operations, we were finally provided with a shelter. But when I saw Mom all sad and tired, I couldn't help but hug her. I'm so sorry I was mad at you, Mom. But now, please tell me everything about my dad and my sister. Maybe we can go find them. But Mom looked at me with confused looks. Oh, honey, I don't know where he is. All the papers and documents and his address, everything was in the house, and now it's probably floating around somewhere in the floods. What? This was insane. Now my only hope of finding my sister was gone. But things took a more drastic turn when we had to leave the country and go to Europe. And surprisingly, this place was super awesome. Almost everyone was as tall as me, and I decided I wasn't going to be a crybaby anymore. I'd become strong and independent to help Mom. Soon after, I started browsing for jobs all through the newspapers and found a perfect one for Mom and me. She got appointed as the head chef in an Asian restaurant, and I took the job there as a waitress. A few days later, when I was serving the customers, a lady held my hand and screamed her lungs out, "Oh God, Jesus, you're perfect!" The lady told me her name was Sheila and she was a huge fashion person. She wanted a new face for her upcoming fashion magazine, and according to her, I was just perfect as a model. I couldn't believe my ears. This was really happening. I ran to Mom, all excited to tell her the good news, and she had the best reaction. Oh, honey, I'm so proud of you. This is like a miracle. But I had to shift to the trainee headquarters in another city and live there with the other trainees. I moved out of Mom's place, and Sheila took me to a place where everyone looked like Barbies and Kens. And Veronica was the prettiest of them all. She was literally a queen. Get the heck out of my face. What are you staring at? And a witch, too. Just then, another girl came to me. Ignore her. She's just too proud of her looks and her father's money. By the way, I'm Amy. Amy was my roommate, and she was the sweetest girl I knew. We got along just like sisters. Then the day before our first big shoot, when everyone was prepping, Veronica came and handed me a box. Sheila asked me to give this to you. It's the latest cosmetics. You can put them on for your show tomorrow. For some reason, she seemed unreasonably sweet, and I could tell something was off. So I put the box aside, but later when I went out of the room, I saw Amy screaming. My face, it's burning. What was in that cream? Oh God, Veronica, she gave the cream to me. I went to her room and kicked the door open. I wasn't just tall, I was frickin' strong too. Are you crazy? Why would you do that? Because I've been here for months and I deserve to be the face of the cover magazine. I won't let you take my place. So you'd try to ruin my face? Oh, not just to ruin it, but burn it to ashes. This was it. She was done for. I ran to her and pulled her by her hair, but instead of fighting back, she just went and smashed herself into the side drawer and started screaming. Help! Help! She's gonna kill me! Someone help me! Suddenly, Sheila came in and she saw what looked like me strangling Veronica, and she looked at me raging mad. What in the name of Gucci? No, Sheila, it's not what it looks like. I swear, I can explain. I tried to explain the whole situation, but now she wouldn't listen to me, and she cut both of us out of the main magazine cover. And after that, Veronica made it her life's goal to destroy me. A week later, we had a ramp show, and since it was my first, I invited Mom to see it as well. On the day of the show, while I was getting ready for the event, I saw Veronica tampering with the straps of my dress, and I just wanted to kick her butt when Amy held me back. No, stop, what are you doing? I'm gonna teach that witch a lesson. No, wait, I have a better idea. She tried to ruin your face and humiliate you on stage in front of everyone. Kicking her butt won't be enough. Amy came up with a plan, and we sneaked into Veronica's room and sprinkled allergy powder all over her dress. Minutes later, when Veronica put on the dress and walked onto the ramp, I noticed something really weird. She had this birthmark on her back that looked like a heart, just like Mom told me my missing sister had. Did this mean Veronica was my sister? What in the fish freaking world? But before I could react, it was too late. She was already on the stage and scratching herself like crazy, bad enough to rip her dress off, but I couldn't take it anymore. If there was the slightest chance that she was my sister, I couldn't see her like that. I looked around and saw a janitor's trolley kept at a distance. I picked up the water bucket and went onto the stage and dumped all the water over Veronica's head. You witch! I'm gonna kill you! Veronica, listen to me. You splashed dirty cleaning water over me? What were you thinking? You're gonna pay for this now! She jumped onto me and we broke into a fight in the middle of the ramp, and the cameras clipped everything. Sheila looked at us raging mad, like a bull. I quickly ran inside, but Amy too went bonkers on me. Why? Why would you do that? You should have just let her embarrass herself. Have you gone nuts? No, Amy, it's not like that. I just think she's my sister. You're what? Is this some kind of joke? No matter what you say anymore, I'm just gonna kill you now. She leapt onto me, but just then someone caught her. He was a tall man and he had eyes just like mine.
Veronica, control yourself. Is this how I taught you to behave in public?
But Dad, she did this to me. Can't you see what it...
Enough. That's enough.
No, Dad, you have to listen to me.
Veronica.
He raised his hand up in the air to hit, and I couldn't take it. Stop it! What are you, an animal? Can't you see she's already in pain and shivering? What kind of dad are you? You don't have to stand up for me, jerk. I can fight for myself. I don't need your pity. Saying that, she pushed me and I was about to fall to the ground, but Mom caught me.
I guess I wasn't wrong about leaving you. You're still a jerk. And look, you have turned my daughter into a bad person, just like you. I should have never let you take her.
Oh my God. So I was right. That man was my dad and Veronica was my sister. What? What is she saying, Dad, and who is she? Mom explained everything to her and Veronica went all bonkers. Why? Why did you never tell me I had a sister? And Mom, you said my mom died in a car crash.
Who cares? She's dead to me anyway. She caught me cheating on her once, and she divorced me. Filthy witch.
Gosh, she's not filthy. You are. You're such a jerk, Dad. I hate you. Veronica ran out of the venue and I followed her. Veronica, listen to me, please. I know you're hurt, and I know how difficult it must have been for you to live with that man all this time. But now you have a family. You have Mom and me. I'm your sister, Veronica. Please, look at me once. She turned around, and I could see the tears running down her eyes. I'm so sorry, Ariel. Dad always treated me like I was never good enough, so I just wanted to prove him wrong by being the best model. But I didn't realize I was becoming a bad person, and I ended up hurting you, my own sister. Please, forgive me. Oh, Veronica, it's okay. Come here, sis.
My family was so perfect, you could have put us on a Christmas card. A big, beautiful house, every luxury in the world, and 2 loving parents. Until the day when I was in the 9th grade. My parents were hosting one of their grand Christmas parties when suddenly a group of men from the FBI barged in. One of them said, "You're under arrest for fraud," as they walked straight up to Dad. He screamed in protest as he was dragged away. Turns out, Dad had invested in a business venture with his friend, and it was a complete scam. The friend had run away with so many people's money, including Dad's. While he was in prison, I'd watch men in suits come by every day to take away all our things. They let us keep the house, though. Mom and I would snuggle up in sleeping bags in front of the fireplace in the big, empty living room. When Dad was released on bail after a few months, I thought things would start to get better. But Dad wasn't a pleasant man without money. Mom had started working as a maid, and when Dad got back, he turned up his nose at her and said, "Yuck! You clean people's bathrooms now?" He refused to do anything himself except whine. I was forced to leave my fancy private school, of course, but he wouldn't even send me to a public one. He said, "I'm not spending any money on your education. If you were a boy, you would at least have some use. I'm going to get you married off as soon as I can." One evening, Dad walked in looking happier than he had in ages, and he was carrying takeaway food bags from our favorite sushi place. Mom glared at him and said, "What's that?" "The money I gave you was for a month's worth of groceries." Dad snapped at her. "Be quiet, woman. We have guests coming over in an hour. Can you try to look less like a miserable beggar, please?" Dave and Jenna, who were friends of my dad, came in with their son Jason, and they looked at us with pity as they sat down. Most of Dad's friends had disappeared as fast as his money had, but I'd always liked these two. Just as they were leaving, Dave turned to Dad and handed him some money. He said, "You shouldn't have to spend so much on dinner. Let us make it up to you." Dad looked furious. He shouted, "How dare you insult me like this? Get out of my house!" Mom started to say, "We could do with the money." But Dad carried on screaming at our guests to leave, and they hurried away. He turned to me and said, "I can't believe I wanted you to marry that jerk's son." Mom said, annoyed, "She's too young to be thinking about marriage." Dad said it was never too early to be thinking about it, and that my only chance of doing well in the world was to marry someone rich. Suddenly, Mom rose from the table and said nastily, "Well, I married a rich man, and look where I am now." She flung the table aside and walked out of the room. A few days later, we heard loud bang on our door. When Dad opened it, some men walked in and flashed a piece of paper in his face, saying the house had been seized and we would have to leave immediately. I couldn't believe it. We were homeless. We packed our few belongings and went to the nearest homeless shelter. Dad looked in disgust at the watery soup served for dinner. He wouldn't lie down on the beds either because he was sure they were full of bedbugs. In the morning, as Mom was heading out for work, a woman drove up to the entrance of the shelter in her flashy red convertible and honked loudly. Dad came running out and, to our shock, jumped into the car and said, "Hey babe, I missed you." I realized that it was his former secretary. He looked back at us and said, "This place is just too filthy for me. I'll be staying with Amanda from now on." And they drove off while Mom screamed at him and called him all sorts of names. Mom turned to me and said, "I knew he was cheating on me. Now that Mr. Good-for-Nothing is gone, I have to tell you something." She told me that she had a private stash of money saved up, and we could use it to get a small apartment for ourselves. And she would send me to school, too. Well, all we could afford was a dingy one-bedroom apartment, but it was still better than the homeless shelter. I started looking at public schools in the area, but Mom thrust a brochure in my hand for a really fancy private school. I was surprised. Mom said she would keep doing her cleaning job. "I want you to hang out with the right kind of people and meet a nice guy." That meant rich, of course. It sounded really shallow, but I couldn't blame her. She'd gone from being the lady of the mansion to a maid. I got off the bus 2 blocks away and walked to my new school for New York's elite. I took 2 steps inside and tripped over something. I quickly got up, hoping no one had noticed. "Ouch, you okay?" I heard someone say. I turned around to see the most gorgeous boy smiling warmly at me. He introduced himself as Eli.
Just then, a loud sports car sped into the parking lot, drowning out his voice. A really good-looking boy hopped out and was instantly surrounded by other students. Now that looked like someone I should be dating. I had to get close to him. He was rich, and Mom would be so happy. But that annoying Eli wouldn't leave me alone. I could tell he was totally into me. At lunch, Logan, the hot guy, came over to me. With a grin, he said, "I don't believe we've met. A pretty girl like you shouldn't be sitting alone." Yes! I batted my eyelashes. But then I heard Eli's annoying voice. "Let's go to the library, Mia." You go ahead. I think I'm going to stay here for a bit," I said, giving Logan a flirty smile. Eli walked away quietly. Soon enough, we were joined by Logan's minions, and before I knew it, I had become part of his exclusive circle. This was my ticket to becoming rich! I started hanging out more and more with Logan and his friends, but Eli wasn't happy about it. And he truly hated Logan. I didn't really care if he didn't want to come. I knew he was just jealous of Logan. One day, Logan announced that he was going to throw a huge party at his house next month. Everyone was waiting anxiously to see who would be on the guest list. I was on it. When I told Eli excitedly, he suddenly lost his cool and said, "I don't know what you see in that guy. Are you in love with him?" I felt annoyed by his question, but I just smiled at him and denied it. He looked a little relieved. Then he took my hand and said, "Mia, I'm falling for you. Say you'll go out with me." I had my sights set on Logan, but, well, Eli was pretty rich too. And he really adored me. He pulled me in for a kiss, and I kissed him back. We were officially dating now. Logan didn't look too happy seeing us going around holding hands. The other person who wasn't too happy was my mother. At first, she was excited to hear I was going out with one of the boys from school, but she went with me to his house one day to drop me off and looked really disappointed. She exclaimed, "That's their house? It looks like a cottage. And their car is a pretty old Mercedes. What happened to the boy with the Ferrari?" A few days before the party, Eli texted me to come to his place in the evening. His mom told me he was in the backyard. My eyes widened when I saw the whole setup. We had a wonderful dinner and danced under the stars. Suddenly, Eli took my hand and slipped a beautiful ring on my finger. Wait, what? Had this guy just proposed to me? And not even waited for me to say yes? He smiled and said, "It's a promise ring. Maybe you'll marry me one day when we're older." It was kind of hard to say no at this point, and Eli was so sweet. I smiled and nodded. When I reached Logan's place for the party, my jaw dropped. It was the biggest mansion I'd ever seen. Logan was outside greeting all his guests. He looked really happy to see me. His parents were away, and he gave us a tour of the house. I was having a hard time not looking completely awestruck. Logan was so much richer than I thought. Outside by the pool, while everyone was dancing, Logan came up to me and whispered in my ear that I looked really pretty tonight. Before I knew it, he was pulling me in for a kiss. I was about to pull away, but then I thought, he's so much richer than Eli, and I kissed him back. It was totally harmless anyway. The next day at school, Eli seemed to be in a really bad mood. He wouldn't even look at me. I caught up with him and asked what the matter was. He turned to me coldly. "It's over, Mia. I'm breaking up with you." He took his phone out and showed me some Instagram posts. I stared at them, horrified. Someone from the party last night had taken pictures of me and Logan kissing. And Logan was the one who posted them. "Eli," I started, but he walked off before I could say another word. I ran to the girls' bathroom and burst into tears. I knew I'd just lost my best friend. Logan hadn't come to school that day, and I headed straight to his place in the afternoon to confront him. He had no right to post pictures of me without my permission. I rang the bell loudly several times, and a well-dressed woman answered the door looking annoyed. "I didn't know his parents were back already," she said coldly. "What do you want?" I said hesitantly. Hi. I'm Logan's friend, Mia. I'm here to see him." She rolled her eyes and said, "No one by that name lives here. Goodbye." Then she slammed the door in my face. I was shocked. How was this possible? The next day, when he turned up at school, Logan greeted me with a grin and planted a big kiss on my lips. I saw Eli looking at us before walking away. My heart sank. I had decided not to confront Logan right away, so I pretended everything was okay. Later, while I was hanging out with Logan and his friends during lunch break, I heard an all too familiar voice. It was Dad. Dad said, "Well, well, well. Having you become all fancy again. What are you doing here, Dad?" I hissed. "I want to know what you're doing, Mia," he shouted. "Where are you getting the money for this school? Have you moved out of the homeless shelter? I've left Amanda and I'm ready to move in." Logan let go of my hand abruptly and looked at me in disgust. "Ew, you live in a homeless shelter? I can't believe I kissed you." I could feel everybody's eyes on me and wanted the ground to swallow me up. I could see Eli's face in the crowd. He looked shocked, but also like he felt sorry for me. A couple of school guards started pulling my father away. He shouted, "I'll find you and your mother, Mia! I want my share of the money!" I ran away from there as soon as I could. Mom was furious that Dad had ruined everything for me. She screamed, "That man can't stop ruining our lives, can he?" She decided there was no point in sending me to that school anymore. "Everyone there knows you're poor. I'll find another school." Feeling really sad, I went to school briefly the next day to clear out my locker. I could hear people whispering around me and tried to leave as soon as possible. Just as I was leaving, I saw Logan heading out too. I decided to follow him and ask him why he had ruined everything by posting my pictures. He led me straight to the mansion he'd had the party at. What was going on? I was just going to ask him. I peeked over the wall and froze on the spot. There was Logan, wearing gardener's clothes and mowing the lawn. A woman who looked just like him came over to kiss him on the cheek and headed inside with cleaning supplies. Just then, Logan spotted my head over the wall and turned pale. He slowly walked out of the gate towards me. Almost crying, he begged, "Mia, please don't tell anyone. It'll ruin me." He went on to explain that he and his mom worked here. The owners were really nice and were paying for the school since his dad had left them a few years ago. They'd sometimes even get their chauffeur to pick him up and drop him off. And his real name was Joe. I said, "I'll keep your secret, Joe, but you better start treating the people around you a little better. And take my pictures off your Instagram, jerk." Mom was shocked to find out that Logan was so poor. She said, "Maybe you should just be friends with Eli again. At least they have their own house and car." That was it, I shouted. "I've had enough, Mom. I'm sorry that your life is so hard now, but I'm not running after rich boys. Eli really loved me, and I broke his heart." I ran out and headed straight to Eli's place. I knew he wouldn't want to have anything to do with me, but I had to apologize, and I would give back his ring. I rang the bell several times, but no one answered the door, and the house still looked empty. Later that evening, I saw some news on the TV about a robbery at a big jewelry store in a nearby town. A policeman was proudly telling the news reporter that they had been looking for these thieves for years and had finally caught them. They were going to jail for a long time, and their teenage son would be sent to a foster home. I nearly fell off my chair in surprise when I saw their faces on the TV. It was Eli's parents. I looked down at the ring on my finger. I was pretty sure now that it was a real diamond ring. I decided to focus on my studies and work really hard to make my life better for Mom and me. We moved away to another city so Dad wouldn't come around to make us miserable. Years later, I went on to become a flight attendant, a job I really loved. As I stopped at a cafe after a long flight, a waiter approached my table. "Nice ring. Must be one lucky guy." I looked up in shock when I heard that voice. It was Eli. He sat down next to me and took my hand. He said he had known all this time that his parents were criminals, but he wasn't sentenced because he was too young. He didn't want the same life for himself. He said softly, "You never sold the ring?" Teary-eyed, I said, "I couldn't." He smiled. "Are you ready to keep your promise?" I smiled back and said, "Yes, I am." He took out a small box from his coat pocket and placed it in front of me. Inside was a dazzling emerald ring. That kind of ring on a waiter's salary? I was pretty sure it was stolen, but I took it anyway.
Ever since 8th grade, my best friend Leah and I promised that we would take each other to our senior prom. We'd even sworn it in blood. So this was a legit pact that we wouldn't let either of us break. At the time of our story, it was January, the beginning of the new year and the new semester at school. Leah and I were headed to the lunchroom when she felt horrible pain in her knee. This pain was so bad that she lost her balance and fell to the ground. I grabbed her by her arm and pulled her up. She was shaking and her face was white. "Leah, are you okay?" I asked. I wanted to try to get her to the lunchroom quickly, thinking that maybe she was just hungry and needed to sit down. She sat with her hands in her knees for a few minutes before finally answering me. "Simon, I think something's really wrong with me. My knee has been hurting ever since I got kicked 2 weeks ago at the soccer game." She started to limp to the office, which was opposite of the lunchroom. I tried to stop her. "Let's just get some food." "No, I need the nurse," she said as she hobbled to the office. I helped her along the way, but as soon as she got there, she told me to go to lunch. Leah didn't make it to lunch that day. In fact, her mom picked her up early to take her to the hospital. I kept texting her all day long, hoping she would answer me and let me know that she was okay. It wasn't until around 8:30 that night that she finally texted back. She sent me a picture of an MRI, which is an X-ray of your body, and hers was of her knee, her lungs, and her neck. All of them were covered in spots. I didn't know what that meant, so I sent her a question mark. Almost instantly, my phone lit up. Leah was FaceTiming me. I pushed accept and saw her face for the first time since lunch. It wasn't as pale, but she looked tired. "Hey, what's going on? Did you go to the doctor? Are you sick?" I asked. Her eyes looked red and her hair was a mess. Leah could barely get the words out as she stared off the screen. I could see tears running down her cheeks. "I have cancer," she stated, before bursting into tears. "All of those pictures were of my body. I have tumors in several spots. They told me I may not make it to graduation." She set the phone down, and all I could hear were her high-pitched wails and her mom in the background trying to calm her. Instead of listening to my best friend sob, I decided to drive over to her house, even though it was late and I was going to miss curfew. I had to see her, to hug her, in case I didn't get the chance again. When I got to her front door, I didn't even knock. I just barged right in and ran to her room. Her mom was there hugging her, and I scooped in next to them. We all cried for a bit, and then when things calmed down, Leah turned to me. "I have to start chemo next week." I nodded. I didn't know what to say. I grabbed her hand so she would know I'll always be there for her. A couple months passed, and although Leah was doing good, she wasn't out of the woods. The tumors were shrinking. Some of the chemo was working, but she was still struggling to live her day-to-day life. There were only a couple more days left until prom, and I was excited to finally pick out a corsage to put around her wrist. She was doing so good that the doctor told her she could go to the dance, but she had to sit down for most of it. She was allowed to slow dance, but no crazy dancing. She was okay with that. And so was I. My other best friend Malik and I were out tux shopping. Leah's dress was going to be maroon, and she wanted me to match. So I was going to every tux rental store I could find to try and match the perfect shade of her dress. It was harder than you might think. While we were at the 57th shop, my phone started to ring. It was Leah's mom. I answered, my voice already shaking. "Hi, Simon. Leah's back in the hospital. She wants you to come up here when you can." I didn't even hesitate. I said goodbye and started to walk out of the store. Malik stopped me and told me to at least rent my tux. I told him Leah was in the hospital and probably wasn't going to make it to prom. That's when he got a big grin on his face and grabbed the first tux he saw. "We're getting this," he said, pulling me over to the register. "It's not even the right color," I said. "It doesn't matter. If Leah can't come to prom, we'll take prom to her." That sounded like a genius idea. Malik and I visited Leah in the hospital that night. She wasn't doing well. Her eyes were sunken with dark black circles around them, and her thinning hair was messy and damp. I asked her mom to please make sure Leah feels beautiful tomorrow when we come back, and she asked why. That's when I pulled her into the hallway and told her we were going to plan the biggest prom party for Leah we could imagine. Her mother grinned. I hadn't seen her smile like that in months. She gave me the biggest hug and kissed me on my cheek. "You are a beautiful person, Simon. We love you." "I love you too," I said as I walked away. Now, it was time to plan the prom that would hopefully bring Leah the dream she deserved. That night, I went on Facebook and invited all of Leah's best friends to come to the dance we were having. I went to Target and got some fairy lights, a bunch of streamers, and finally to the florist to purchase a beautiful corsage for the most beautiful girl in the world. We advised everyone to get dressed up in their prom attire for the next evening, as we were going to have a shindig whether Leah could go to prom or not. She deserved to be treated like a queen. Although some people declined our invitation as they didn't want to miss their own prom, many of our closest friends said they would come and even planned to bring food, drinks, and other things to make Leah feel like one in a million, which she was. Malik came over the next afternoon and we loaded up his truck with all of the things that we got over the last day and a half, including a Bluetooth speaker and a fog machine that Malik found in his sister's room. We got dressed in our tuxes and made sure that everyone that said they were coming would be there. Even Malik's girlfriend decided to come along. She got Leah's dress from her house and was going to do her hair and makeup before the dance. I couldn't wait to see the surprised look on Leah's face when we showed up. All night, she was texting me about how sad she was that she was going to miss prom, and she kept begging me to go without her. I told her that wasn't happening, and to just be happy, and I'd see her tomorrow. She didn't know we'd have all this for her, and I couldn't wait to show her. The drive to the hospital was filled with anticipation. Leah's mom met us at the front door to take all of the decorations. Leah had been sent to another room to do some tests, so we had time to set up before she got back. In just under half an hour, the hospital room sparkled with fairy lights and had gorgeous blue and green streamers running along the bed and window. Malik set up the fog machine, which the doctor said wasn't a good idea, so we had to leave it off. The music was playing softly, and we moved some of the furniture and medical equipment out of the way so we could have a dance floor. Leah arrived, and although she looked pale, her eyes lit up at the sight of what was ahead of her. At the same moment, she started to cry. "You guys, I'm not dressed for prom," she giggled and came over to hug me. "That's okay. We got everything that you need right here. Take your time. Ashley is going to help you with your makeup and your dress. We'll be waiting out here as long as you need." It seemed like forever, but it was probably only 20 minutes later. Leah emerged from the hospital bathroom with her hair in a braid that wrapped around the top of her head, and her beautiful maroon dress that clung to her in all the right places. It was sparkly and made her eyes glow. This was the exact moment I realized that I was in love with Leah. It seemed like everything had stopped when she walked out of the bathroom. I was so happy to see her so happy. I went over to her and gave her a huge hug. I pulled her hand up to mine and said, "I'm the luckiest guy in the world to have you as my prom date." Then I slid the corsage on her wrist. Malik got the party started, and we all began to dance, have snacks, and crack jokes about how lame the other prom probably was. After an hour, I could tell that Leah was struggling to keep up. "Hey, you can sit down if you need to." She grabbed onto my arms as I helped her sit in the chair. She was looking pale again. "Are you okay?" I asked. She waved me off. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just all the medicine and tests today. I'm tired. But I'm having a great time, and I am so happy and so thankful that you did this, Simon. I really appreciate it. I love you." I know she was saying I love you as a friend, but it made my stomach fill with butterflies. "I love you too, Leah," I said. There must have been a look in my eye that told her I didn't mean as a friend, and that's when she leaned over to kiss me. I had never kissed a girl before. Don't judge me. I know I'm a senior, but it was never something that I thought about. Kissing Leah felt like home. I just didn't want to break her. I knew she shouldn't be kissing me right now. I don't think she cared. We pulled back, and I smiled at her. She rested her head on my chest, and we watched as the other couples danced and threw popcorn at each other from across the room. Thinking back on that night, I am so happy that I was able to give Leah her wish of being my prom date. After everyone left, her and I cuddled on her bed some more. We kissed, and I told her that I loved her again. She pulled me close and set it back, staring into my eyes. Then we both laid down. Leah was getting ready to go to bed, and I was getting ready to head home. Her mom walked in and told me to get out before I got yelled at by the night nurses. We hugged, and I left feeling triumphant, ready to take on the world. At 7 the next morning, I received a phone call from Leah's mom. She had passed away in the night, sometime soon after I left the hospital. When she told me, I was speechless. I had plans to go to the hospital today and bring Leah some books she'd wanted to read. There was a big stack of new bestsellers sitting on my desk. I wasn't much of a reader, so the books broke my heart. I started to weep. I haven't cried that hard since I was a little boy, but it felt good to let my emotions out. I was practically wailing when my own mother barged in my room to see me laying in the fetal position on the floor. "What's going on, Simon?" she said, terrified. I could barely say the words. Leah died. My mom knelt beside me and hugged me for what seemed like hours as I cried. Leah was my best friend, my second half, my one true love. I know it sounds corny, but she was. I just realized over the weekend that I loved this girl more than anything in the entire world. She was always there for me, she never gave up on me, and she was always passionate about what I wanted in life as much as she was about her own desires. I will forever be thankful that I was able to spend Leah's last night with her and with our friends having a blast. I'll never forget the smile on her face and the love in her eyes that night. Although I have to go through the rest of my life without my other half, I'll be okay. Leah's family will always be a part of my life, and I'm hoping they'll continue to want me in theirs. I do make some pretty incredible hamburgers after all. Leah was caring, gentle, and willing to try anything. So, today, I'd like you to try and be a little more like Leah. Thank you all for coming. The entire time I was speaking at Leah's funeral, I couldn't stop staring at the photo they used for her memorial. Her senior picture. She had all of her beautiful blonde hair cascading down her back, her huge blue eyes shining in the autumn sun. This was one of her favorite pictures, so I was thankful they shared that with everyone. After I finished my piece, her parents came to hug me. We all cried together, and they thanked me for loving their daughter. That happened over a year ago now, and I'm still recovering from the death of my best friend. Leah's parents are good. We get together every weekend for board games and burgers. I'm hoping as the years go on, we can continue to have this strong bond, and that whoever I end up with will be half the woman Leah was. I'm sure she'll help me out from where she's looking down on us. Thank you for listening to my story. What was something crazy you did for a friend? Please like and subscribe.
Hi there, my name is Ariel and I'm a total freak. But before we continue, please hit like and subscribe. My parents found out I was a freak the day I was born. Every time I cried, sweat started dripping from my skin. Mom totally flipped and spent thousands of dollars trying to figure out what was wrong with me. The doctor said I just had a harmless mutation in my genes, which made me a sweat ball when I got nervous. Dad was thrilled to know that I was totally fine, but Mom was beyond horrified. She was a former model and was super obsessed with perfection and beauty. This thing is disgusting. Our baby is not disgusting. She's smart and pretty. Even the other kids agreed with Mom. Once when I was in kindergarten, kids laughed at me when the teacher asked me to sing in front of everyone, and my clothes turned wet in seconds.
Oh, look at her. Doesn't she bathe?
I told Mom about it, and she tried everything to fix me. You need to change. You need to be perfect. Even the fact that I was able to read and write when I was only 4 didn't make my mom hate me any less. She never saw me as someone smart, but she thought that my beauty was the only good thing about me. So she was putting makeup on my face to show me off in front of her friends. Once, she invited someone to demonstrate her makeup skills and convinced them to hire her in their salon. She used me as a model, but I got nervous and started sweating. All my makeup melted and Mom's face turned red. The makeup artist said, "Listen, your daughter is very beautiful, but your makeup skills are bad. Please don't contact me again." Mom grounded me for months, and books were my only friends. I spent most of my time reading in my room. I loved reading about science. It was so cool to know how things worked. When I was 5, I thought things might get better when my mom told us she was pregnant with a second baby. When Mom laid eyes on baby Grace, she screamed with joy. She's not sweating. She's normal.
Mom, we still don't know if she doesn't have the condition. She's just a baby.
Well, Grace got older and she did not have the condition. In no time, she became Mom's favorite. She got everything she wanted. But honestly, everyone agreed that I was the pretty one, and I knew I was also the smartest. Like one day, Mom gave Grace pizza for dinner and served me a plate of boiled broccoli. "You're so sweaty. You don't need more grease." But I said, "Oh, cool. Look, Grace, Mom wants you to eat the pizza and get fat. Mom hates you." Grace burst into tears and Mom started comforting her and giving her the broccoli while I took the pizza and left for my room. As Grace grew up, Mom taught her to really hate me. Grace had difficulties reading and I spotted the problem only when she was 6. I tried to teach her, but Grace said,
"Oh, I want to be like Mama, beautiful and non-sweaty. Stay away from me. I don't want to be like you."
On Grace's 7th birthday, Mom forbade me from entering the party. I was even banned from the kitchen. But I snuck into her party when she wasn't looking to eat a slice of cake and spit in Grace's plate. That's when one of Grace's friends asked me,
"Who are you? We haven't met you before."
She's just the weird housekeeper. Stay away from her. She's gross." "Oh, yeah, I'm so gross. Look." And I dug into the cake with my sweaty hand, grabbed a large fistful, and stuffed it in my mouth. "Happy birthday, Grace." As they all stared at me, I turned around and left. But things weren't any better at school. I always wore hand-me-down clothes because Mom didn't want me to sweat into them. This didn't stop boys from asking me out because they found me pretty. But they would leave after they found out about the condition. Mostly, kids were only nice to me when they wanted my help with their homework. Once, Naya, the richest girl in class, came to me before an exam and said,
"Hey, I need your help with an exam today."
"You mean you want me to cheat?" "Yeah, if you want to use that word." "No, I won't do that."
"I don't think you have an option."
She threatened to humiliate me in front of everyone, but I stood firm. However, I got nervous. Then she threw tissues at me because she knew they'd stick to my sweat.
"Look at her. She's such a weirdo."
I pushed her, and then all the meanies showed up from behind her to beat me up. I ran like a cheetah until I reached the racetrack. I accidentally entered the race and started running with the competitors. Suddenly, I heard the coach's whistle, and he announced my name as the winner. What? People were cheering and hooting for me? Did I just accidentally win a race? The coach came up to me and said, "Whoa, you're so fast. This is the first time I've seen you. I don't know what's going on here. I never wanted to participate in the competition, but Naya made me run here and... Naya? She's an awesome student. She's also a runner. She deserves a reward for convincing you to participate in this race." Just then, Naya showed up from behind the coach with a big smile on her face.
"Oh, yes, Coach. Ariel is talented. Not only pretty and a genius, but also a great runner. Plus, she's my friend."
And just like that, she hugged me. I was overwhelmed by all of this. First, I won a race, then I was enrolled in the track team, and I became freaking friends with my biggest enemy, Naya. That day, I started racing against other kids, and soon enough, I realized that everyone was sweaty here, and I looked just like them. I wasn't different or disgusting like Mom used to say I was. The next day, as I was walking past her table in the cafeteria, Naya asked me to join her and her friends. I was taken aback, but I sat down and they were all being really nice to me. And suddenly, my popularity in school was rising. Being friends with Naya instantly gave me a higher ranking on the popularity meter, but that wasn't all. For the coming years, I was slowly turning into a racing star. Everyone who'd bullied me for so long started looking at me with respect. Our school was winning every race of the season because of me. Naya was having a big party at her place one evening, and I was invited. Luckily for me, it was a pool party, so my sweating wasn't going to be a problem because everyone would be wet. I was talking to Naya when suddenly I noticed a waiter across the room trying to balance trays of glasses, but they were about to fall any second. I dashed forward and caught them just before they crashed to the ground. As the waiter thanked me profusely and ran away, I heard someone say, "Wow, you're quite the speed demon, aren't you?" I turned around to see a gorgeous boy behind me. It's just all my running practice, I guess. I'm the star runner of our school track team, but I'm more interested in physics. The boy looked really impressed, and we started talking. It was so easy and fun talking to him. I didn't even realize how fast the time flew. Sometime later, Naya came by and put an arm on his shoulder. Liam, come and dance with me. My friend is making you miss all the fun.
Oh, no. I was having a great time with her. Would it be okay if, if I could have your Facebook ID, Ariel?
I could feel myself blushing hard as he added me on his Facebook. As Liam and Naya walked away, I suddenly caught the look on her face. She looked furious. Next day, I was super nervous to talk to Naya about last night. I waited for her in the changing room. When I saw Naya entering, I got up. Naya shrieked loudly.
Ew! Did you just pee on your seat?
I turned around in horror to see the seat was all wet. Listen, I'm just nervous about last night. I can see you like Liam, and I totally understand. I'll back off, and you can have him for your...
Save it, Ariel. Liam is drooling over you, and since I can't do anything to convince him to go out with me, I can ruin you instead.
And with that, she pushed me away and was about to attack me. I felt anger rising inside me, and I got up and rubbed my sweaty palm right on Naya's stupid face. She started shrieking like a madwoman. I looked at my hands in amazement, and all her makeup was ruined. Naya left crying. I knew that a war was about to start with Naya and her friends, but anyone who picked on me after that had their makeup ruined by my hands in a flash. I could now destroy their fancy suede slippers in a second. One drop of sweat in their lunch and it was inedible. My power was mighty. So they gave up soon and left me alone. And Liam and I had the greatest days in our lives. Somehow my sweating condition didn't bother him at all, and he was the nicest person I'd ever known. Liam once tried to hold my hand, but I pulled it back. But my hand's all sweaty.
It's okay. I don't mind. I just want to hold it.
Once when I was in the 10th grade, I decided to invite Liam home and introduce him to my family. Dad was happy for me, but Mom and Grace were super jealous, especially since Liam was such a hunk. At dinner, Grace said,
"Oh, Liam, do you know about Ariel's condition? You're too hot to live with that disgusting creature."
Mom laughed and agreed with her. This made me super nervous and mad. "Shut up, Grace, or I'll soak you with sweat."
"I'm wearing waterproof makeup. Bring it."
I was so angry and I was about to attack her when Liam pulled me away and whispered in my ear,
"I will always love you. Don't forget that, and don't let them affect you."
I kissed him in front of them and we left for my room. A few months later, I had one of the most important races, and just when I was about to reach the final line, Naya tripped me and I broke my ankle. Liam ran up to me and held me in his arms. I yelled, "It's Naya! The witch tripped me!" The coach checked the cameras and made sure Naya was guilty. She was kicked out of the team for hurting the star player. I thought I would be happy to know that, but I just felt bad for her. She was my friend, but her jealousy led her to lose her dream. However, I had another thing to be sad about. The doctor said I needed to rest for months, and with that, I wouldn't be able to participate in the final race. I was sad, but I decided to focus on my studies, especially physics. After a few months, both Liam and I got into our dream college, and our lives were just perfect. But then one day, I discovered that I was pregnant. I'm gonna drop out of college, Liam. I want to raise this baby with all my love and care.
You don't have to, Ariel. I know how important our baby is to you, but I also know how important your dream is.
Liam forced me to continue with my college and worked part-time jobs just to support us. Dad also sent us some money, and then 8 months later, Liam and I were blessed with a beautiful daughter. We named her Emma.
Oh, she looks just like you, honey. She's so pretty.
Once I had a big exam and I couldn't find a babysitter for Emma, so I took her with me to the campus. The professors and everyone loved her. She took a nap in the professor's arm until I finished the exam. 3 years later, on my graduation day, Liam proposed to me.
Will you marry me, Ariel?
"Say yes, Mommy, or I will."
Of course I said yes, and we got married. The happiest part was that our little angel was there on our special day as our flower girl. Fast forward 3 years now, and I'm a physics professor at a prestigious university, and all 3 of us live happily in a huge house in the city. Dad often calls and tells me about how Mom is so crazy about wanting to meet Emma and introduce her into modeling as her granddaughter. But we all know that's not going to happen.